Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
We are back
Uh-huh.
for another episode of One Time for the Fan. Day 3, folks. Co-host Bodie 3000.
Yeah.
He's in the building. Bodie,
It's crazy.
how you feeling, bro? It ain't a 7:30 show tonight. This shit feel weird for a minute.
Hey, it's fine. Cause them 7:30 shows was kicking my tail.
Yeah. Yeah. Uh how you feeling, man? Last night was a good show. The night before was a good show as well.
Yeah.
How you feeling, brother? How's your day going?
Oh man. It's a great day to be a Falcon fan.
It's a great day to be a Falcon fan.
Yeah, excellent picks. I
Let's
mean,
go.
I went and watched tape. Man, all them cats, man.
We got some players, huh?
Ain't even tripping. Man,
We're gonna
you
talk about
want to
that.
raise the question if we pick a Georgia player, and I don't even care. They did
Yeah.
a good job
Yeah.
at this point.
Yeah. That's a really good shot. That's good to know. Hearing it from you as well. And other fans too have seen what the Falcons have done, and they're doing a great job too as well. We'll talk about that later coming up in the show.
Mhm.
Other co-hosts is here. I hope you're sipping on some juice or something, because I couldn't even drink no damn alcohol this morning. And this ain't no night show. I'm just drinking ginger ale, man. It's midday drink for me. Dez Dollars is here. Shout out Dez Dollar. What's up, Dez?
Falcons gonna do what Falcons gonna do, baby.
Falcons gonna do what Falcons gonna do.
Yes,
Day 3.
sir.
How you liking the pick so far? I know last night you were a little bit busy. You couldn't get into the stream with us after the Ritter pick.
Zaza took
But
over.
yeah, I know you got some things to say. So how you feeling
Yeah.
so far about the Atlanta Falcons draft class, bro?
I love it, man. It speaks volume because we're filling in positions that we needed depth and we needed pieces. I definitely like the Desmond Ritter because everybody thought that the Falcons were going to get Malik Willis.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, after you check film and you just check progression of both players, Desmond Ritter was the best overall player at the end of the day. His system that he played in is NFL ready. He knows how to read defenses. He can get the ball to you. He's mobile in the pocket, as well as Malik Willis is. But the system that Malik Willis played in, they said it was. I don't want to say it like this, but they said it was childish. It was just one of those, little league park ball offenses where you.
It's not 100% full D1.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, I was happy with our picks. I'm ready for training
Chase?
camp. I'm ready for everything. I'm
Okay.
just ready to see what these new guys are going to bring to the table with the organization. I did hear from a source that when the season starts, we will see Mariota for a game or two, and then Desmond Ritter will be the quarterback for the rest of the season. But hey, I like both guys, Mariota, Desmond Ritter. I hope they take us to places that we've been before and we need to get back to.
I think the Ritter pick is phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
Going back and looking at it, you're gonna have the Falcon fans who's gonna get upset. They're going to say, why didn't we select Malik Willis, quarterback? But once again, folks, and we're gonna have a show coming up, probably next week podcast. The show is gonna be titled "Let the GMs Be the GM and You Just Be the Fan." Because Atlanta Falcon fans, they got to understand that you're not going to get every single pick that you want. And if you do get a player that the Atlanta Falcons selected and you say, "Hey, I called that guy," well, that's good. That means you chose the player the Falcons selected. But don't get all upset because they didn't get the player that you wanted. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of players in this draft that I had on my mock outside of Drake London, the number 8 pick. And then once they announced Drake London, I quickly accepted that that's our guy and came to terms with myself that he's going to be the franchise wide receiver. I see why they're doing it. Best player available. So, yeah, we're going to have an opportunity to speak about Desmond Ritter and some of the draft picks for the Atlanta Falcons this season. As you can see right now, the draft has already started. Buccaneers getting ready to make their selection. Atlanta comes up today. If I'm not mistaken, Atlanta would be up today, round 5, 151.
Mm-hmm.
That's their pick. Round 6, 190. And of course, round 6, 213. Cade Otton goes off the board to the Buccaneers right now, 6'5", 247. But hopefully he won't be much of a target. Dealing with that guy who's the quarterback down there in that city, the one that we don't like. But so much to talk about in this show of One Time for the Fan. I don't think it's going to be a 3-hour show due to the fact that round 5 and 6, 7 moves pretty quick, and the Falcons do not have a 7th round selection this year. Who knows if they trade one of their 6 rounds and do something. So hopefully we'll probably be up out of here before 2. Should be out of here before 2. But if not, we keep going because that's the respect we have for our Atlanta Falcons. Also, OTA offseason workouts May 24th through the 26th for the Falcons. Mandatory minicamp June 14th through the 16th for the Atlanta Falcons. So, of course, what happens every year is going to be a summer where I think Falcon fans have to prepare for and understand that this team is going to do the best they can to put the best players on the field to get the job done. Chase is back. Welcome, Chase. Shout out to Chase in the comment section. Chase always bringing some insight. I think Ritter is long term. I'm not surprised if he's QB1 by the beginning of the season. This guy has a chip on his shoulder. Well, we'll get into Desmond Ritter. Matter of fact, let's get into Desmond Ritter right now. Let's talk about it. Bodie, as Chase said, Desmond Ritter possibly has a chip on his shoulder. Obviously, the Falcons told him, hey, you can fight for this starting position, even though you're a 3rd rounder. I talked to Boo Man Shouted this morning, and I kind of told Boo Man, I think the way that Arthur Smith was talking about Mariota and how, he used to coach Mariota and he came from Tennessee, I just have a feeling that there's going to be some competition this summer between Ritter and Mariota. But the 2-year deal thing with Mariota and the amount he got paid, I'm just looking at it as he's probably going to be the starter week 1. Just because of the fact that you drafted your 3rd round quarterback, same like, the Willis situation in Tennessee. He's going to compete against Tannehill, but I think Tannehill's their guy to go week 1, even though I'm not a Tennessee fan. But these backup quarterbacks will get a chance to step up and become starters one day. I hope Desmond Ritter does become the starter for the Atlanta Falcons in the near future. I've seen his tape. He's really good. 44-5, I believe was his record at Cincinnati. Never lost a home game or something like that. Or some of his stats that I saw. That's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing. Just add on. Oh, Damian Pierce just went off the board too, running back. It's amazing to see what Desmond Ritter has done at the University of Cincinnati from a program where you were thinking Cincinnati is in the college football playoffs. And I saw a comment on social media where they said some wide receiver, I think it was Alec Pierce or whatever wide receiver it is they were talking about, is the one who led that team to the college football playoffs. And I looked and I said, what? The wide receiver? Like, did you see what Desmond Ritter did? So, Bodie, I got to ask the question, man. How high are you on Desmond Ritter? And we'll talk about the other draft picks that was made, in the NFL draft for the Atlanta Falcons. But to just start with Desmond Ritter, how high on you on Desmond Ritter? Felipe, I see Chase just put that in the chat. We'll talk about Felipe here shortly too. But tell me more about Desmond Ritter from your opinion, Bodie. Des, you can chime in after. But yeah, Bodie, the floor is yours. Tell me what you think about this Desmond Ritter quarterback.
Well, I think he's more pro ready than Malik Willis. I'll tell you that. Him playing at Cincinnati, he played against top competition. I mean, stats don't lie. He never thrown over 10 picks in a year. Looked like he started all 4 years that he played in college.
Mm-hmm.
And last season, he threw 30 touchdowns, 8 picks, 3,300 yards.
Let's go over that again. 3,300 yards.
Yeah.
How many touchdowns?
30 touchdowns, 8
30
picks.
touchdowns, 8 interceptions.
Mm-hmm.
He was in the college football playoff.
Mm-hmm.
Continue, Bodie.
I mean, he of course he's a project, but it's a good project. and we want to hope that he does what old boy from Seattle.
Matt Flynn, this Flynn situation.
Yeah, the Flynn situation I was
Yeah.
talking about yesterday. Hopefully he comes in. If he end up being the starter, man, that's great news for Falcons fans because I mean, there's nothing you got to see something. Now, and if he doesn't, it's still it is what it is. But it's the most likely situation is Mariota will start anyway. They brought him in because he got experience. But I'm excited about this guy, man. Like he 6'3", 215. He got put on a little weight, but you'll get there. All the intangibles are there.
Mm-hmm.
Like everything I've looked, the tape looks good. Dual threat. I know Atlanta want a dual threat.
That's what they want. Atlanta wants a quarterback that's mobile.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you guys wanted. That's what the Falcon fans wanted.
He's shifty
Guys
in
were
the
upset
pocket.
about Matt Ryan.
Not Matt Ryan. He's gonna move around in that pocket.
Okay.
So it's just.
But here's the good thing about it. The good thing is you have two mobile quarterbacks, dual threats. Yep. So now you've gotten away from your franchise MVP pocket passing quarterback, and you brought in two dual threat mobile quarterbacks, not on Matt Ryan's level. I mean, we respect Matt Ryan here on this podcast, and we understand what he's done for the city. But this is what Atlanta wanted. You got the tangibles of what you guys wanted. You just didn't get the name of the player you wanted. Everything is there with Desmond Ridder. Everything is there. Look at the tape. Why do we even have to even discuss why the Falcon fans should be happy about Desmond Ridder versus compared to other quarterbacks? We got the guy that they want. Mm-hmm. He's going to stretch the field. If he wants to get mobile and get outside the pocket, the play breaks down, he has to cut through one of the gaps. He can do it. Same for Mariota. Dez, want to bring you in here. I know you're excited to see two mobile quarterbacks. I know you're excited to see two mobile quarterbacks. We've had this conversation about Matt Ryan too many times where I was defending Matt Ryan and you were the one going at Matt Ryan. But, of course, I'm sure you did recognize that Matt Ryan was a good quarterback. But now as we get away from that era and we go into this new regime with the Atlanta Falcons, this new rebuild, you got two mobile quarterbacks on your roster. How are you feeling about Desmond Ridder right now with the pick?
I'm very excited about the pick.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, he's NFL ready. And as you mentioned last night, there was a episode on ESPN where they were talking to Ridder and they were doing like formations on the little whiteboard.
Mm-hmm.
And it just amazed me of how after they basically went over the play, how Desmond Ridder was able to just reiterate everything that was said from where the receiver needs to be, what the receiver needs to do if the safety is sitting here, if the safety is sitting over there, just as far as like everything, audibles, hot routes, things like that. It just sounded like he was ready to be put in and start for the offense at that point. And when I saw that episode, I was just like, why isn't there so much talk about Ridder? Why is there so much talk about, Malik Willis and things like that? Because if you think about it, the only thing that really showed for Ridder, I mean, not Ridder, but Malik Willis was he has a strong arm.
Yeah.
In that he's mobile. I mean, if you look at most of these quarterbacks now that are coming out of college, regardless if they're very quick or they're fast, they're still mobile and they can get in and out of the pocket. And we've seen that from Justin Herbert, from Justin Burrows to Mac Jones can even step out the pocket in New England. So like I say, it's not the point is that I think the Falcons fans are sort of upset because I think in their eyes they want a black quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they're upset that we didn't go get Malik Willis. But if you look at Desmond Ridder, he has those features of a black quarterback. He can move around in the pocket. He can throw. But the only upside of that is he can also read defenses. And he knows how to, move the safeties and things like that. So at the end of the day, I am excited with that pick because it in my eyes, he was top two quarterbacks in the draft.
Yeah. And, of course, times are changing with the NFL. I mean, there are some pocket passing quarterbacks that's slinging the ball, and there are some that can still move and be mobile. So the Falcons got two quarterbacks in a system where Arthur Smith and the coaches, Dave Ragoni and them, they're gonna move the ball down the field. I'm not worried about that now. Seeing what they've brought in and how they're trying to set up their system. Falcon fans, look at the system that they're trying to run. Look at the system. Okay, look at what you have on the field right now outside of the offensive line. You have a 6'5" wide receiver. You have a 6'6" tight end. You have another 6'5" wide receiver with Auden Tate. You have another 6'3" wide receiver with Cordell Patterson. You got some, your power backs back there with Quadri and Mike Davis. I don't know what they're going to do with Mike Davis. But then you also have your Damian Williams, some real a speedy, nice, elusive running back who's going to be able to get through some of those gaps and break up field when you need him, when you need it to. But looking at Mariota from when he played with the Raiders, the 4 or 5 wide receiver set, that type of stuff. Look how many wide receivers we have on the roster. Look how it's going to be set up when the season starts. You're going to see some packages out there where you're going to say, how are we winning games again? We're winning games because of the coaching. So these guys are doing a great job of putting these schemes together. Their philosophy, we have to trust, Falcons fans. We have to trust what Arthur Smith and the coaching staff is doing. Just because they didn't get the linebacker that you wanted, and we'll talk about that too, Troy Anderson. That's another big pick that we'll speak about. Just because you didn't get the linebacker that you wanted, or even the Malone pick from Western Kentucky. Apparently, he went to Cedar Grove. That's what I heard. He went to Cedar Grove. He's from Atlanta.
Yeah, he's from Atlanta.
Are people overlooking that too? Like the kid's from Atlanta. Like, give the kid his respect. All-time sack leader at Western Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
These are some amazing picks, I think, for the Atlanta Falcons, and we're going to break down some of their picks right now. Just looking over who the Falcons have drafted so far. Let's start with the first pick with the Atlanta Falcons, Drake London. You guys called it from day one. We talked defense. We talk defense so much. Look at the difference between day 3. If you're looking at the NFL draft right now, look at the difference between day 3 with the crowd and day 1 and day 2. I don't know if it's just Vegas and everybody's not up yet, but crowd's looking real slim right now. I know some of the Falcon fans that I know, they're heading back to Atlanta right now. They was only there for day 1 and day 2. Shout out to Thomas Scott. Shout out Jay Swill, Reggie Walker, everybody who went out there to the Falcon Leader as well, everybody who went out to Vegas. But going back to Drake London, let's talk about Drake. He was one of the projected as the best receiver in this draft class, even though he had the injury. And I think Drake is a good receiver. I didn't want to go offense at number 8. I even tweeted about it weeks before. Please don't select a wide receiver at number 8. Now I'm eating my words because you got to go with what the Falcons are doing. All right, I said don't select the receiver at number 8. Who am I to say don't select the receiver at number 8? They didn't call me. They didn't ask me, who should I think the Falcons should select? No. I trust what the Falcons do, and they selected Drake London. I went back, I watched the tape, and I saw everything that I needed to see about Drake London to say that this guy was a really good wide receiver in college, and he's going to make a difference and a big impact here with the Atlanta Falcons. And he's your wide receiver 1. You're looking at all your free agents you brought in, Kadero Hodge, you re-signed Zacchaeus, you got Austin Trammell, you got Frank Darby, Auden Tate, and you're like, so this is the wide receiver core that we're going to run with going to the season. So now Falcon fans are like, I don't know. I'm kind of nervous. I don't know how offense is going to move the board. Then you go draft Drake London at number 8, and it changes everything. Then you start seeing how the offense will be more dynamic this year. Bodie, bringing into Drake London, what are your thoughts about Drake London now that we're 2 days after the first pick that's made? Not like you have to live with it type of feeling, but he's the guy that's going to be our wide receiver 1. So, how do you feel about Drake London right now?
Well, just think about it. I mean, we needed pass rush just as bad as we need a receiver. Like, you had to do it. Like, it had to be done. There's reasons why guys like George Pickens and even Justin Ross, who's still on the board, I've gone late. Like, I mean, we need a receiver, probably in the worst way.
So the Falcons did their homework. If some of these receivers that you've seen go later on,
Yeah.
I mean, we knew who the top 3 or 4 receivers were going to be, but the Falcons did their homework on Drake London, right?
Yeah, exactly. They did. I mean, and he just made he most upside to me. Like you got Garrett Wilson, take the top off. You know what I'm saying? They come though. You don't find a Drake London in a draft every season.
That's right.
You do not. So I get what they going with this. Like it just makes sense to me. You go get that dude who's matchup nightmare.
Yeah.
Go get that ball up in the air. You can toss it up. There's too many times I watched all that tape. There's too many times where one-on-one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm tossing it up. I trust my guy.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they've been doing at USC for Drake London. Like it just makes too much sense.
Let's go back to that mismatch nightmare.
Can we reiterate on Drake real quick? If
go
you
ahead.
look at those highlights, the quarterback that was throwing to Drake was subpar. Like if you saw the throws, if you saw the balls that he were catching, they were wobbles. They were
a lot of short passes.
He had to turn his back. It wasn't really he would catch it in stride. So just imagine if you pair him with Desmond Ridder, who can throw the football. Just imagine the ceiling for Drake.
That's true. Let's go back to what Bodie has said with the mismatch nightmare. You got wide receivers, you got cornerbacks now that's going to be looking at the Falcons roster saying, wow, they got some pretty big guys over there on the other side of the ball. I mean, like I said, 6'5", 6'6", 6'3". These guys are up there with the impact they're going to make on this team. I can't wait to see what they do. But Bodie, you gave Drake London a good grade. Seeing how this offense is starting to come together now, with the addition of Drake London, the free agents, everybody that's in the mix right now, even for the new players that was drafted by the Atlanta Falcons yesterday, does this give you more winnable games? I know you want to see them on the field, but seeing what you have seen so far by Terry selecting the best players available on their draft board, Vegas gave us 5 wins. I'm seeing with some of these players that we select and how we was 1 win away last season with Arthur Smith and the coaching staff. I think we can pull out 8-9 wins now looking at this. I mean, this team is getting much better by the day. Do you see with the addition of Drake and Mr. Malone, Dr. Arnold, these are some of the players' names. I don't want to butcher their names. So I'm just going to give them, their first names. But yeah, do you think the Falcons can now win some more games now with some of these players?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, they could, but it's just to be taken with a grain of salt. These guys are young guys. Yeah, you want to ask for a lot for young guys to come in and, they got to learn and they have their own learning curves. And it's just going to be a process. That's why, I believe in it. The job that the coaching staff did last year with what we had didn't really have a number one. I mean, Kyle Pitts got the quietest on 1,000-yard season I've ever seen. And he scored 1 touchdown.
It's a sleeper.
That wasn't even in America.
Oh, my gosh.
We got great production out of Cordell Patterson like that. That was a big surprise.
Yeah.
We still need a lot of things. They was able to key in the Cordell Patterson last year because they watched the tape. And they knew we didn't have a consistent run game.
Yeah.
So, they knew it was going to Cordero a lot. And Pitt, you had 2 guys to key in on.
And also being 1 game away from the playoffs, we spoke about this. The coaching really has to be pretty good to have a quarterback that they knew, I think, around week 7, week 8, like, hey, we can probably make some. We're going to have to make a move in the offseason or something. Because you've seen a lot of times Arthur Smith, he had the playbook in his hand. He's looking at Matt, 3rd down and 3. Other team blitzes. Matt tries to step up, can't execute the play, and then Arthur Smith is kind of like, "Oh man, if we had X, Y, and Z, it would have been totally different." So I know how these coaches think sometimes. They're definitely thinking ahead too as well. Yeah. Drake London, I think we all agree that it was a solid pickup by the Atlanta Falcons, even though it wasn't the guy most fans wanted, but it's a solid pickup in my book. What do you guys say about that? Solid pickup?
Yeah, solid pickup. You want to go ahead?
Des? Go ahead, Des.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it's a solid pickup because I don't like doing the comparison with saying, "Oh, Ritter went to Cincinnati and Malik Willis went to Liberty." It's understandable in that phrase, different conferences, different levels of talent. But at the end of the day, if you're going to play college football, everybody has talent in the college football world.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, I look at it as Desmond Ritter went to a how can I say this? He went to a team, a program that just better prepares their players to be NFL ready.
Yeah.
If you
Versus the
if
small
you,
schools.
Small schools that
Yeah.
sometimes you have to take it in your own to get NFL ready because sometimes you don't have like the coaching or the sources that you need,
Yeah.
to get put out there. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So, like I said, it's nothing wrong with Malik Willis. He's a good player, but at the end of the day, we want to win games, and we want to win games now.
Yeah.
And the better quarterback ready player in the draft at the end of the day after Kenny Pickett was gone was Desmond Ritter. So
That's true.
I mean, I understand where everybody's coming from and wanting Malik Willis. Malik Willis is that quarterback that is going to have you in the oohs and ahs and wow, he really just did that. But he's also going to have you where the, oh my God, why did you make that decision? You could have did something different. You're still young. But outside with Desmond Ritter, we're going to be like, wow, he really went through his progressions that play and made the right read.
Yeah.
He's making calls under center, reading the defense, things like that. So at the end of the day, I'm excited with the pick, and we did what we should have did there.
And even going off of Desmond Ritter, because I'm excited to see Desmond Ritter play. I think, like, I was very high on Desmond Ritter when I first seen him start, doing what he did at Cincinnati this season. And I started thinking, I was like, man, if the Falcons could get a quarterback like Desmond Ritter after Matt Ryan, that'd be amazing. And there it is. He's now a member of the Atlanta Falcons. But also, you remember the video I shared? I don't know if you guys saw the video I shared last night in the chat. Bodie, with Desmond Ritter, with the play breakdown with Steve Mariucci.
Yes.
The man can read plays, bro.
That's
the
exactly
man can
what I was
read a
talking
playbook.
about.
This is just off of 20, 30 seconds of Steve Mariucci drawing the play out, telling him what to do, telling him how it's ran, erasing it, flipping over the board, and giving him the marker. And this man set it up perfectly.
Exactly.
And the funny thing about it, when he's breaking down the play, he gave an additional option because he said if the wide receiver, I believe, runs the inside post right here, this safety should shift over left because he's chasing the two guys running. The way he explained it showed that his primary was on the right. The secondary target who he was going to hit was on the left. And he knew that these two guys, if the play is ran correctly on the defense, that these two guys would pull the two safeties over and have this guy wide open. And if he's not wide open, the running back who's doing that flank route behind him is going to be wide open. And Mariucci was looking like, so you'd hit the running back right there? He was like, I can hit the running back if I want to, because he's going to be open. Just hearing what Ritter said was like, God, this guy's a quarterback, man.
Ain't nobody that young taking a check down like that, bro. And what that made me, after we got drafted, and like I said, I went back and just after we reiterated that scene with Mariucci, it was just making me think like, okay, we have Drake London, who can bring that safety over top over to have extra coverage on him, which leaves Kyle Pitts on the backside one-on-one with who may know. And
Pitts
it just opens up Pitts and it opens up so much. Yeah. And the fact that you're able to read that pre-play snap, I'm ready. I'm locked in.
I love it. I love that he could read checkdowns. Checkdowns are so important in the game of football. You have no idea. Like, I mean,
he turned a check down route into a touchdown.
Yes, exactly.
Just for reading that play.
Hey, I don't want to knock on the greatest quarterback of all. Hey, I don't want to knock on the greatest quarterback in Falcon history, but
that's true.
Matt Ryan did not take a lot of checkdowns. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yeah. And that's one thing I wanted to see more of Matt Ryan, especially in the late careers, because you watch that dude who used to play for the team, the one that we don't like, the Aints. And remember what he used to do? Dink and dump. You're looking like, how are they getting up the field?
Killing us.
Dink and dump. Just killing us every time. Because you got cover 4 and cover 3. These cornerbacks are just drifting 5-10 yards off the ball. And you just looking at Buddy just dink and dunk. So I'm glad to see that Desmond Ritter's a quarterback that can use the check down if he needed to. But also he can get after it. And he can just run up the field. He's mobile. he's mobile to where if he sees the play breakdown, the one touchdown that he threw on Georgia, that was a good play. When he scrambled around both of the times, he seen Jordan Davis coming behind him. He noticed it, went back foot, shot and caught the other wide receiver on the side of the end zone. So it's good to know that Drake London, the future franchise quarterback of the NFL, of the Falcons, is going to have what the hell? Drake London? I'm over here watching the screen. Desmond Ridder, the future franchise quarterback, the Atlanta Falcons. Drake London, the future franchise wide receiver at the Atlanta Falcons. They're eventually going to have a chance to work together. And hopefully this season we can see Ridder to London for the touchdowns. Even if it's Mariota, we support any quarterback or any player that's out there on that field. Going into the next pick that the Atlanta Falcons selected, because we all agree that Drake London was a solid pick. Arnold Ibikiti. I think I got it right. Ibikiti. Dr. Arnold is what they call him from Penn State. Edge rusher.
Yes, sir.
A phenomenal one as well.
Yes, sir.
I'm so excited about this pick.
Add him on that list, baby.
Hearing that you're so excited about this pick,
man.
I am as well. Bodie, I'm gonna go ahead and kick it off with you. I'm just watching some film right now of Arnold. You can't find an offensive tackle who can block this guy.
There you go.
You can't look at this. I mean, I'm looking at the tape right now. I mean, he's playing against, of course, Penn State. He played against some very good schools. So let's not just go off of just the pass rusher where fans are looking like, who is this guy? Who is this guy? Why did the Falcons draft him? Dude, he went to Penn State. He played at a very high level. And if Dean Pease, like he said on the interview with 92 point, I don't want to mention the radio station, but he said on the interview with the radio station, he said he's running in the office, telling the coaches every day or telling the staff every day, this is the guy, go get this guy. So I'm guessing Pease has his guy on the list of who he wanted. This guy right here watching, Dr. Arnold Ibikiti. I'm gonna say his name's so funny this season. He's a monster, man. And he tweeted out that he's ready to get to work. He's ready. That man is ready. So, Bodie, going to you now. Dez, you can chime in after. Dr. Arnold Ibikiti. How high are you on this guy right now, man? Bodie?
Here's the official pronunciation. It's Arnold Ibikiti.
Arnold Ibikiti.
That's what I see on NFL.com here. Arnold Ibikiti.
Okay. I'll just call him Dr. Arnold.
Yeah.
Until I go to OTAs and talk to him down there and find out from his. I want to hear him say it. Once I hear him say, it's like, hey Arnold, how you pronounce your last name?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, bet that I got you now. You now. Go ahead, Bodie.
Everything I read about Arnold is just astonishing. His only knock on him is his first step isn't quick. He doesn't have a quick first step coming off the line, but I think he could develop that as long as he stay at it and build up his IQ about being in the league, just gaining experience. But if he would have had that quick first step, he'd have been a first round draft pick easily, because everything else about him is top notch. He's just a master. He's unblockable. He's relentless off the line.
Hold on. Say that word again.
They say he's unblockable.
Unblockable?
For what I've seen, because he got so many dips and moves. And he's just smart. He's so smart with it. He can get around O-line. He can make pressure. He had, from what I read, he had 18 and a half tackles for loss this last season. That's amazing. Like he gets in that backfield.
Yeah.
Like that's got to be up there in top leading the nation or close to it. He's special. He's a special talent. He got a lot of moves. Like I said, he got a lot of dips and spins and all type of stuff to get off of that lineman and get to that quarterback. He had 9.5 sacks last year. I mean, he get that quick first step up. That's double-digit sack guy that for a long time for us.
The one word I heard you say that is still sticking right now in my head is unblockable.
Mm-hmm.
Just hearing that word just makes me think. When was the last time I heard a defensive end for the Atlanta Falcons was unblockable? And I'm going back and I'm like, Abraham?
Abraham.
Hell, even the 1 year with Freeney.
Yeah, Freeney
was a good
good
time. But hearing unblockable, I don't know what NFL expert scout said that, but you said it well. Because now you got us believing. Des Dollars, if you're available, talk to us about Dr. Arnold. Let us know what you think about Dr. Arnold, bro.
I like him.
You can actually put your picture up on that screen too, Des, if you wanted to.
I gotta figure out how to put a picture up. Bro.
Yeah, there's supposed to be some type of way you put a picture up. But tell us about Dr. Arnold. Hearing that word unblockable, you can't remember the last time you heard an Atlanta Falcon on the defensive line was unblockable. And then seeing what Arnold now is going to be bringing to this team is something. It's going to get crazy in here shortly.
Yeah, I like it. I had Arnold on my list for our second round picks that I wanted.
Yeah.
It was either out of him or the Drake number 2 from USC.
Drake Jackson from USC.
Yeah, and he just brings a lot of heat, a lot of fire off that edge. He's going to be one of those dudes that knocks you in the mouth every play.
Yeah.
I'm just like I said, I'm excited about all of our picks because, like I said, we fill positions that we needed key additions to. And it's just like we're ready to see these guys get on the field and see what type of effect that they're going to have on our defense. Because at the end of the day, the Atlanta Falcons need defense. That's what everybody wants. We want to see our defense thrive. We've seen offense do what they do, and we know our offense can make plays.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, we want to see that defense, take a little pressure off the offense. So
yeah,
I think bringing him in, he's gonna. If one thing that I do want to see now that we got an edge, and I don't know what we're gonna do here at the end of the draft in regards to defensive tackle, but I like Grady Jarrett in the middle because Grady Jarrett he's great. He's a great defensive player.
Yeah,
and I don't think that he would thrive best as coming off the edge because, like I said, these edge guys today they're quick. You know that, and Grady Jarrett, I feel like he's one of those dudes that just comes at you hard, mean, straight out the middle. As soon as you hike, he's in your face. You want him in the middle of your defense, controlling, and just to let these young guys that we got just come off the edge.
Yeah, yeah. And some will say Grady's a 4-3 defensive tackle. Defensive tackles, man, you're supposed to be able to play 4-3 and 3-4, but some of them work better in a 4-3 system. Seeing Grady now, the Falcons with the situation, if they want to keep him, I say you keep him. A lot of talk about the linebackers the Falcons now have on their roster that Debo might be the one out the door. We'll talk about that shortly, but I like Grady staying on the team now with these two new edge rushers that we have, the linebackers that we brought in. I like the defense around Grady right now if they decide to keep Grady. I like seeing what Arthur Smith and Terry Pease and everybody, Mr. Blank. I like to see. I like what they're doing right now. Arnold, for me, looking at his tape, hearing the scouting report on him, sounds like a really good pick.
Can I read some of this stuff I see?
Man, go right ahead, sir.
I want y'all to just get a perspective and get excited about this cat. What a lot of these guys are saying, okay, the day 2 pass rush duo of either KT and Malone is excellent. Both top 50
said his last
players.
name phenomenally, too. I got to give you points for that. He said his last name just right there, but go ahead, yeah.
I hope it's correct. Yeah. One analyst has either KT and Malone as top 50 players in this draft, and we got both of them. One of them says that KT can sack the quarterback crowd, whatever that means. I guess it's a good thing. Anyway. And then
it's on the pros, not the cons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another guy said he's a doctor of pass rush. That's why he has doctor in his name.
Dr. Arnold. The Falcons already have him on the page as Dr. Arnold too.
He's a doctor of pass rush. That means he has a lot of tools. He knows what he's doing.
Okay.
It says he watched guys like Von Miller, both of the Watt brothers, and both of the Bosas, and he learned a lot from them. Like it's just, I see a lot of good things, man.
Von Miller, both of the Bosa brothers,
Both of the Bosa and
who
the
were
Watt
crazy
brothers.
in college, crazy.
Yeah.
And who else now? Von Miller, both of the Bosa brothers,
And both of the Watt brothers.
both of the. Oh my gosh! If
He said he
tape from these guys,
he studied tape from the best.
you can give us Nick Bosa right now as a Falcon fan. I'll take him. You can give us Joey Bosa right now as a Falcon fan. I'll take him. You can give us Von Miller right now as a Falcon fan. I'll take him.
The tape shows. The tape shows. The dude got moves. He got moves.
He's really good. He's really good. And that's what's good about seeing what the Atlanta Falcons are doing right now. Dr. Arnold, Drake London, once again, they attacked the positions that they needed to make sure that when they come out there week one, they have their starters. And I personally think that even as a second round, looking at the roster, Arnold is going to be a starter. He's your starting edge rusher come week one. Looking at the roster, Drake London, of course, is your starting wide receiver week one. Two amazing, solid picks right off the board right there.
I love it.
Other Falcon fans who's upset, say what you want to, argue with your neighbor, but those are two amazing picks right there off the board. I can't believe that we got two amazing players of that talent, and it's just going to be amazing going forward, seeing what the Falcons can do. Looking at the third pick, and this one is going to be a good one right here. I wish we can get Boo Man Shaw in here because Boo Man has so much to say about this pick right here coming up. Troy Anderson, linebacker from the University of Montana State. This kid is this kid look like a grown man.
It's an athlete.
This kid is an athlete.
In
a
every
real deal
word.
athlete. From what I heard Mel Kiper say, he was supposed to go round one. That's what Mel Kiper said. He said Troy Anderson should be going round one. Hearing that, seeing the film that I saw last night, he ran a 4.5
4.42
4.42 linebacker who played quarterback, running back, safety. I saw a play last night on YouTube. He hawked down the running back. Hawked him. Dude was running on the sideline by himself, wide open. Buddy came over there. Troy Anderson came over there and just laid him out. Hawked him from behind. That's the speed that you need on defense. And he's also a powerful running back. He's also a powerful linebacker as well. Bodie, do you have anything on Troy Anderson? I know it was a quick turnaround from last night's show to today, but a lot of Falcon fans probably overlooked Troy Anderson. He's a great pick. I have no problem with it. He's probably going to be your middle linebacker who's going to be in there making those he's going to be chasing them down, them running backs and getting them on the ground, tackles for loss. It's going to be crazy. The quarterbacks better watch out because he will be one of the ones blitzing too as well. Knowing what you know about Troy Anderson, any bit of information that you have on this cat?
And you don't call me the professor for nothing. You know,
the professor.
6'3", 243, ran a 4.42. He is the most athletic player in this draft, from what I read. A couple cats said that. Athletic player in the whole draft. I mean,
this kid is huge, man.
Tall, great speed, good vision.
Yeah.
He triggers inside the tackles.
Yeah.
He kills perimeter runs and screens, like you said before. He shoots in that backfield. He shoots through those gaps. I love it. I forgot who said it, Dez or somebody. I think it might have been you. You saying, okay, well, Dion, you know, he's out here, but he always got that guy that go gets it.
Yeah.
Well, this guy go gets it.
This guy go gets it.
He'll go get it. Versatile athlete. I mean, shoot, he played all these positions in college. Like, he was all over the place. Like, yeah, I ain't got nothing bad to say about this guy. He had 147 total tackles last year for Montana State. 2 sacks, 2 picks, forced fumble.
147 tackles sounds like he was at the ball.
Oh, he was
wherever the ball went, he went.
Yes,
and he seems like with 147 tackles, he wasn't just he led first, and then the other linebackers and the other players on the defense came in there and assisted, but he led first.
Yeah, the crazy thing about it is he ain't even been playing linebacker that long.
Yeah, was it 1 year? I think it was.
Fresh
a year and a half.
I think it's about a year and a half or something like that. Hey,
Come
and
on,
to go
man.
that early, to be scouted and go that early, and just man, we got one. We got one. We didn't get flashy names. We didn't go get the N'Kobe Deans or the, like everybody else. And I think that's another thing that skewed. People are skewed the grades of what we got because we didn't go get flashy names, but we filled holes. We got guys that we needed. We got athletic guys. We got thumpers. We got real ball players.
We got a guy who's unblockable too.
Unblockable guy. Don't forget about him. Yeah. So like, man, we didn't get flashy names. You might not know these names being a casual player, casual football watcher or whatnot, but we got some hitters.
Well, I want to ask this question for you guys, and Des, you can chime in on Troy Anderson after you ask this one. Des, this one goes to you, and then Bodie, please let me know too as well. What are the Madden grades for these guys? What are the overall ratings for these guys? Let's start with Des. Drake, Dr. Arnold, even Troy. What do you think is the overall Madden grades for some of these guys? Because from what I'm seeing on CBS Sports and everything, they're giving us B's and A grades for some of these picks. I don't know if they're just trying to be friendly with us, but we said the same thing yesterday. There was nobody lower than a C- from what Jabri said. And we're looking at what the Falcons need. You're filling the positions that you need. I don't even know who the Turds just picked up. The Turds is on the screen. They picked up the guy who played right there next to Dr. Arnold. Yeah. But he's going to a team that's going to be the opponent. Shout out to Brandon Smith for making it to the NFL, but you're playing for the enemy. So don't get too many tackles this year. That quarterback was a blindside hit. That's the only reason why he was over there. That was face masking too. You see how we just talking about? Just ripping him apart.
Yeah.
But Des. Oh, Bodie, what are the Madden grades for Drake London that you would say 8th overall pick? Talk to me, man. Troy Anderson, Des, tell me about how you feel about Troy Anderson. But what are the Madden grades for some of these guys?
I mean, you know how it is when it comes to Madden. None of these
Madden don't play.
They don't play.
You'll be the 4th round pick with a 73.
I could see Drake with maybe like a 78 overall.
78?
Yeah, I'm telling.
Mm-hmm.
Madden would give him a 78 as a top 10 pick. You think? Y'all some Madden players. Y'all know this better than me. I'm
telling you, it's hard. It's hard to get an 80 overall. As a first rounder, as those top 5, you might. But most of these rookies that come in, they get like 79, 78.
That's tough.
They have like decent attributes on certain things. Like Drake's like spectacular catch may be like a 88, and he might be a hidden development, saying he may be a superstar later on to come and things like that. As far as our end,
Dr. Arnold,
yes, I would say maybe like anywhere from 75 to 77 with a good 80, 87, 88.
I wonder what his block shedding will be.
Yeah, if he's unblockable, I would say a 90.
Whew.
Yeah. But I definitely do see was it Tim Anderson? What's his name?
Troy Anderson.
Troy Anderson.
Linebacker.
Definitely speedy linebacker in the game. You pair him and Dion in the middle, and they're gonna get after it. But we're not playing Madden in real life, so at the end of the day, I do think that you pair both of those guys together, you do have 2 speed inside linebackers. If we do keep Dion, I know there's speculation that he may get traded now that we have picked up a couple of linebackers.
Mm-hmm.
But I do see that being a night. If we go 3-4, I like it. But
Oh, we definitely staying
Rashad
base 3-4.
Rashad Evans, we haven't really spoke on him a lot.
Mm-hmm.
He's awesome.
Yeah.
I watched his film in Tennessee. He's good in coverage. He's good on the run. So right now, I'm really satisfied with that linebacker. We got Carter. You got
Still got Mackay.
Evans. We still got Mackay. He still has some growing to do. But what we have now, it seems like we're taking a step in the right direction to, have that good front seven that's going to put some pressure on the quarterback so we can loosen up the secondary.
Yeah, if you're looking at it too, I mean, let's just say they keep Debo. Bodie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we'll get to your Madden grade about Drake London too, but let's just say we keep Debo. These players they're bringing in, is it making Debo's job a little bit easier now?
Absolutely. I mean,
yeah, if they do keep Debo.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Debo was like I said, Debo isn't the tackler like that was Devondre Campbell,
Mm-hmm.
and then when he left, that became Foyer. I mean, I think that'll become Troy Anderson now.
Mm-hmm.
I think that may be more of like Evans, really.
Oh, Rashad Evans, yes.
Yeah.
He Oh, they could bump Anderson to the outside because he's faster than speed.
So fast. Yeah,
that could be a thing. Yeah, it would help. It would help Debo. Like all this is helping Debo, especially having a good line. Having we drafted 2 pass rushers. Hopefully they can get to the quarterback. That'll help everybody.
Yeah,
that'll help everybody.
And I gotta ask too as well. I mean, Bodie, let's get to your Madden grade first before I ask this next question. So, Bodie, your Madden grade for Drake London, they said about a 78, 79. Do you see Drake London going over 80 on the Madden grade?
No. Madden is not that kind.
Madden busts your head.
You got to be drafted number 1 or number 2
for
them to really boost you up to 80. And then even then, you got to be some kind of generational something. You got to be different.
Yeah.
I see a 77, 78-ish range for Drake. And for our second round pick, go both of them. Probably in the 74, 75 range for both of them. That's just the way Madden works. Like they don't hype you up off the rip. But one thing about Madden is every week they update the ratings. So I can see Drake, if he balls out, he gonna easily get over 80
quickly.
And same with the other guys. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
they'll get up there. So they'll start you off around that time.
That's good to know. I mean, I think Drake London was a phenomenal pick. We all agree. But I gotta get to Dez. Dez, whose country little country bumpkin picture you got on your page, man?
I just want to say, man, shout out to my boy Bird, man.
Who is that, Bird?
That's my boy Bird, man. Shout out to Bird for the photo, man. I know he wasn't able to get on the show. I told him I try to get him.
What is he looking at?
And man, when I saw this photo, the first thing I thought of was snappy fingers. Shout out to that boy Bird, man.
Is he looking at his route list for tomorrow?
I don't know, man. I guess.
Oh my gosh, yo! Welcome one time for the fan show, man. People jumping in and out. Shout out to everybody who's viewing the stream tonight. We had 2 days of some amazing picks from our Atlanta Falcons. Today is day 3. Falcons have 3 picks. One that's going to be coming up here. Let's see, we're at 122 right now. Falcons got 151. So 151, 190, and 213. So come on, NFL. Let's get this thing rolling here. No more commercials, Let's get this thing rolling. Let's just put a list out of all the teams between 122 and 150 of who they're selecting, and then let the Falcons select. But yeah, we have a lot to go over with the one time for the fan show. I think we've done a great job these past 3 days. A lot of people have enjoyed it. There's probably a lot of fans right now who don't even care about day 3. Like they could say, "Oh, Zamir White is off the board now."
Oh man, that would have been a nice.
There he goes, another Georgia player.
Wow.
Now, let me hear what they say about Zamir.
Oh man, Zamir White off the board.
I
They
ain't
got
tripping them.
Zaire and do they still have Brandon Jacobs?
They
I think
do.
Brandon Jacobs.
No, Brandon.
know.
No,
You talking about
not
Josh Jacobs?
Josh Jacobs.
Josh Jacobs.
Yeah, I think so. But this is your backup right here. That's a good pickup right there. Go Dogs, man.
Solid pickup. Go Dogs.
I think you only have 2 or 3 Georgia defensive players left in the draft. Or no, not defensive players, just overall Georgia players left. You have Sayer,
Yeah, Sayer.
you have Hendricks, and I think there's somebody else left.
No, they say Hendricks don't count.
Hendricks don't count. That's what
Hendricks
Bootman
don't
said.
count.
That's tough. But yeah, the Raiders got a good running back with Zamir White. I mean, that's our guy, man. You know, we rock with Zamir. We rock with the whole Georgia team. Shout out to all these players who's, being drafted into the NFL. But if they're the opponents now, they're the enemy. But college football, Zamir lit it up. He did a great job. Him and James Cook, the rest of the Georgia team. Shout out to them for being national champions. Going to the next pick, we kind of already talked about it already, was Desmond Ridder. And I think we're all agreeing that Desmond Ridder will get his chance. He's a very solid player. And we're energized to see what he can bring to the Atlanta Falcons. We spoke about that too as well. The pick after Desmond Ridder, they went back to defense and went and got an edge rusher from Western Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
This guy right here is a phenomenal player to come out in the 4th round. Of course, Western Kentucky, people's going to be thinking, oh, this is not a big school. Don't worry about it. It's just the Falcons being the Falcons. No, they actually selected a guy, outside linebacker, who's going to be on the edge too as well. He's going to be playing. He's going to be doing a lot for this defense this year. D'Angelo Malone.
Mm-hmm.
And as the Falcons say, D'Angelo Malone knows how to get to the quarterback. That's good. Because the film that I'm seeing right now, Western Kentucky's all-time sack leader, the kid was a problem. And to go to schools, first of all, how many colleges are there in D1 or D2? How many colleges? It's got to be well over
100.
A couple hundred. These players are talented, man. So not every player can go to Clemson. Not every player can go to Georgia. Not every player can go to Alabama. But this player right here, D'Angelo Malone, he made a name for himself at Western Kentucky. And he's an Atlanta native, if I'm not mistaken. I believe he went to Cedar Grove, that's what people saying.
Isaiah Spiller.
Isaiah Spiller. Oh, wow. Running back goes back to back. So Raiders select the running back, and then the Chargers select the running back. Yeah, that division right there, they really don't like each other. Who's going to be the better running back there? Who cares? Because they play for the enemy.
Yeah.
But D'Angelo Malone, let's bring in the professor. Bodie 3000. I know, Bodie, you like this pick. You were glad to see. I mentioned that we might go get 2 edge rushers this draft.
Yeah.
Because looking at the depth, John Kaminsky, Nick Thurman, I didn't think they wanted to start the season with that. Now Kaminsky has to play more of that Bierman role for real. But or Brooks Reed, whatever the guy we talked about yesterday. Long as it ain't no Duke Riley. But go ahead, Bodie. Talk to us about D'Angelo Malone, man. What do you think about this guy? How you feeling?
Every time you say Duke Riley, I think of that draft night he got drafted, and he was at home talking about Debo. Me and Debo gonna be turned. Remember that? I don't know if y'all remember that. He did nothing. But anyway, yeah.
Oh wow, the Browns got a kicker.
Browns did what?
Got a kicker.
It went kicker.
Right.
Well.
Yeah, they needed it. We don't need a kicker.
Yeah, I personally think. Be careful though. I think we're gonna get a punter. That Matt Ariza guy. I mean, he's the best punter in college football, and if the Falcons do keep, I don't know if they got Don Maggio still on the team, but punter is something to look at. I think they go guard tonight. I think they probably go another wide receiver or a running back. They got to get more explosiveness on the offensive side of the ball, but they also have to get more depth on the offensive line too as well. But we'll find out. But go ahead, Professor, with D'Angelo.
All right. Well, 6'3", 243.
6'3", 243. Coming off the edge.
We're just getting tall guys everywhere. Everybody's been
Sam
over.
Darnold don't see it because he sees ghosts.
He do. He definitely. he. Why would you say that? Like, why would Sam say that?
How do you say that?
I mean, yeah, I'm saying, why would
He's
he
dope.
say that? I see. Okay, but great speed, flies around the backfield, sideline to sideline, crafty hands. You just understanding run concepts and how to attack blocks accordingly. Like that. That's smart. I mean, like you said, gets to the quarterback. He's a Western Kentucky's all-time sack leader. It'll be any school's all-time sack leader. I mean, Western Kentucky they don't have a powerhouse football team, but you know, to be the all-time sack leader at your school is no slouch. Like you gotta take that. You know, he get in the backfield. Of course, he's a project, but you know, I mean, he won Defensive Player of the Year. He won CUSA Defensive Player of the Year for 2 years in 2019 and 2021.
2 years straight.
Well, 2 years.
Oh no, 2019, 2021.
He didn't win it in
Okay, that's right.
Because I don't think they didn't play in 2020. But
yeah.
If he did, man.
Well, you can consider that the back-to-back because you know how the pandemic.
Yeah, it is back.
Yeah. Pandemic kind of messed everything up.
Yeah, it did. Shoot, he could have won it 3 years in a row.
He could have. The way it seems like he was playing, the guy go crazy. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
How you like him, man? What's the motor on this guy? What do you think he's going to bring to this team? Wow, that was a crazy hit. But yeah, go ahead, Bodie. I mean, talk on it, man. You know good players when you see them.
Yeah, he could get to the quarterback, like you said. Dude is a sack artist. He's always around the ball, and he just he got to put on some weight because he's a little skinny, they say. But earning 234, but dude is there, and he's perfect to pair with the doctor. He's good. So we got two top 50 pass rushers, two top 50 players, not just pass rushers, two top 50 players in this draft, and they're both pass rushers. They both can get in that backfield, so it's something to look out for as Falcons fans. For Falcons fans,
you're looking at the team, right? You're looking at the roster, right? So you got Thurman, Kaminsky, D'Angelo, Dr. Arnold. I don't know how they're going to work around Marlon Davison. Of course, Grady too as well. That D line. Should they bring in the Falcons? Should they bring in a veteran pass rusher to get these guys together a little bit more? I mean, bring them, be that voice in the locker room. I mean, I know that they're strapped for cash right now. I know how the money's looking. They have to sign the draft class. Hopefully, they do restructure Grady, make some things happen, bring in some more cap so that way they can maybe get one or two players. They do have to make a lot of cuts because a lot of these players, especially with the walk-ons that's going to come in after the draft today, they do have to make some cuts to get down to the 53. But do you think the Falcons should look, as we welcome Boo Man Shouted to the stream, welcome Boo Man Shouted, do you think the Falcons should look at a veteran pass rusher, a veteran player on defense, outside of, Grady and Debo, who's been there for a while, to just come in and just mold the team together? Just say, look, I've been in X, Y, and Z situation. This is how we need to do. Like the time when we brought in Freeney. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Do you think the Falcons need to go ahead and bring in maybe a veteran defensive player, Bodie?
I mean, it'll always help, like you got to see what's on what's available right now. It's hard to get a veteran pass rusher, a good pass rusher, because if you could get to the quarterback a little bit, then they're gonna want some bread, which we can't offer right now. Veteran. I think that veteran for these guys is gonna be Grady, because Grady can get back there. Grady he's the veteran. Yeah, he's the veteran. It's gonna be something. We just gotta sit here and they're gonna learn from Grady. Like they can't learn pass end moves. Grady isn't that. But Grady's the veteran for them.
So looking at the Falcons right now, and Boo Man Shouted, we're just pretty much going over the draft picks that was selected. I remember we talked this morning.
Make sure you talk about his boy,
Troy Anderson. Or we talking about Zacchaeus?
No, Troy Anderson. He's talking big on Troy. I want to hear what he got to say.
We definitely gonna hear what Boo Man got to say on Troy Anderson. Matter of fact, Boo Man, I know you're busy, so if you want to go ahead and jump in right here, we're talking about draft grades. Yesterday, between all of us, as a group average grade, no grade fell below a C minus. Jabri had gave a C minus for one of the last picks. I can't remember which pick he said, but for most of us, I think Marco found the camera. Marco's dad. For most of us, most draft grades didn't fall below a C minus. And I gave all B's and A's. I gave one. Did I give a C? I think I gave one C. No, I gave a B.
No, you didn't get no C's.
I ain't giving no C's. Yeah, I gave the A to Desmond Ritter, and then come to find out, I posted it in the group like an hour or two later. CBS gave an A for Desmond Ritter, so I felt pretty good about it. Like, okay, I ain't the only one giving A's out here, But Desmond Ritter, D'Angelo. This team is getting much better by the second here. I'm gonna say it again. The team is doing a phenomenal job of bringing in players, best player available to help the Atlanta Falcons win some games. Dez Dollars, D'Angelo. He has a high motor. The kid gets after it. Two-time CUSA Defensive Player of the Year. Correct, Bodie? Am I right? Two-time Defensive Player, CUSA?
CUSA Defensive Player of the Year, yes.
Dez Dollars, are you there?
I am here, sir.
This guy, D'Angelo, has a high motor. You're looking at Kaminsky. You're looking at Nick Thurman now. However they work around with Marlon Davison. You just added D'Angelo Malone to the mix. You added Dr. Arnold to the mix. How you feel about D'Angelo Malone? Do you feel a little bit better about the players that they brought in to assist on the edge? Just talk to me a little bit about Malone first.
As you're speaking, I was looking at highlights of Malone, and he comes off that edge very quick.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I like speed rushing edges because you want to get to the quarterback quick.
Mm-hmm.
So our additions at the edge, I'm very, very, very happy. Arnold, D'Angelo, they're definitely going to come in and definitely make some noise.
Yeah.
I do hope that they do get in rotation early. Just get us some extra pressure coming off the edge. I like the way, just basically how everything's building out, and we're starting to fill up. I know you spoke on John Kaminsky and you say Thurman. Don't know who those guys are. Sorry. But yeah, I do see a lot of impact from our new guys. I'm just ready to see training camp, man. I'm ready to see these guys get on the field, show us what they can do, and just give us a feel of how we're gonna look this year, man. Everybody's just so excited this time of the year because you're kind of seeing what you're bringing in. You're kind of getting the gist of how everything's gonna look and play out, and now you're ready to see things get put together. So, good player, Malone. As we were speaking on grades, I mean, everybody is C average at the least, maybe better. So it's just a good time to be a Falcon right now.
It's a good time to be a Falcon.
Is that
It's so good to hear that.
Yeah.
Hold on. Say that again, Boo Man. Is that Dez saying that?
Yeah, is that this? I see Bird picture up there.
No, so apparently he needed to put a picture up there. We talked about it earlier. I don't know if it looked like Bird's clone down there in Augustus, Georgia. It don't look like Bird from my
Not Augustus.
But it looked like there's a guy named Bird somewhere down there in Valdosta, and he's wearing a Vic jersey.
Yeah.
But hopefully that's not the Bird that shows up Tuesday nights.
Hopefully that's a real big jersey.
Gosh, I see you black. I see you black screen. Did Marco Dad take the phone? Yeah. We want to get your opinion, man. Of course, we talked this morning, Boo Man. You called me. You said we have to talk Falcons football. You said you want to talk about these picks. I know you wasn't here for the show yesterday. We had a great show, man. We had people up in the chat comment, and everybody is going crazy. Hit that like button, hit that share button. First time here, one time for the fan. Follow us on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook. Boo Man, talk to me about Troy Anderson, man. As soon as the pick was made, you hit the chat and you said, Troy Anderson, this pick is big. You put the exclamation point. It damn near took up whole page with the exclamation point. You glad to see Troy Anderson as an Atlanta Falcon. You told me he was supposed to be a first rounder. I went to go do the tape on this guy. The guy is phenomenal. Boo Man, talk to us about what you think is going on with Troy Anderson. Your opinion.
I mean, he's a jack of all trades. That's
Mhm.
one. He filled our void with Foyer leaving.
Mhm.
So we got some linebacker help, and you can put him anywhere on defense besides interior line, but you can put him anywhere on defense.
Mhm.
The man played quarterback. The man played running back. He's great speed, great size, instinct. He's a great blitzer.
Mhm.
I think with him, Dean Pease, he's gonna be very useful in that system. So I'm just excited. Him and Malone, man, they're very good, and they're gonna be very good in the Dean Pease system.
Seeing how the Falcons now got these two players, and they are definitely high motor players. Their energy level, what they're going to bring to the Falcons. Of course, we want to see them on the field. This is the NFL; it's not college. But does this give you more of a good feeling that the Falcons should keep Grady now? Could they have something to build around him? They have players. I don't want to say too much about Kaminsky and Means and everybody who was there before, but it just wasn't getting the job done. Fowler, however, is not getting the job done. We had to make some moves and make some adjustments, make some changes. The draft class is bringing in players that we're going to see hit the field week one. In my opinion, does this make it easier for Grady now? Should we go ahead and start working on that contract to keep Grady here? Boo Man?
Yeah. Because if you get rid of Grady, unless you fill in the void, you really getting rid of a Pro Bowler.
Yeah.
And Grady is definitely still top 5 in his position.
Yeah. I mean, you got Anthony Rush, you got Vincent Taylor, you do have Marlon Davidson. I understand you got the 4.
And
I don't know where Marlon Davidson is going to line up. I mean, but
I
go ahead.
Replace some with a top 5 player in that position. Mm-hmm. You might as well keep it.
I feel you. I know you're over there taking care of something right now, so you're in and out of what you're doing.
We have
got a strange text about stocks. Go ahead.
No, yeah. But yeah, man, I think I'm on board with Grady again. I was off the ship, but I'm back on the ship now because I like the picks we got. We're building a good defense, and we didn't get a D tackle, so I mean it's not like we're ready to replace him.
Yeah, I mean we still have 3 more picks left on the board. I don't think they're going to go D tackle. I think they're looking at their roster right now. You look at how many defensive tackles you have. You look at your edge rushers. You look at how many linebackers you have. If they was to go defensive side of the ball here in the 5th and 6th round, I would say maybe cornerback safety. They probably go with. I don't see them bringing in, unless they just want to go straight up depth and bring in another edge rusher or another defensive lineman who can just swap around all over at 3-4. That's not a problem with me. But I do think they probably go guard or tackle somewhere in the offensive line. They haven't addressed that here in the draft. I know they picked up some players in free agency. They might go tight end. You still have a chance to get that Georgia guy because remember we raised the question: can you successfully nail this draft without drafting a player from Georgia? I personally want to see a player from Georgia selected on the draft, but if the Falcons don't select a player in the draft from Georgia, it is what it is. We still continue to move. I trust the coaching staff. I trust the philosophy that Arthur Smith is bringing to this team, same as Terry Fontenot and what they're going to do. Those were the picks that were selected by the Atlanta Falcons. We're still waiting because they traded the other 4th round pick. So now we're just waiting here for the 5th round as the Falcons will make a selection at 151. We're at 130 right now. The draft is moving pretty quick. We hope to get this show. What are we at? An hour and 15 minutes. It's looking like the Falcons might finish this draft by 2:30. So, Bodie, you good?
No, I'm good. I'm Gucci.
Bird Dollars down there, you good?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know who that is on the black screen right there. I can't. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, boy.
Just making sure it wasn't a spam bot in here. One of the night bots. Just making sure.
Hey, so out of all the picks we got, I got a question for you, Flo. All the picks we got, the last couple of days, who you think is the most outside of the first round, who's your most solid pick?
Most solid pick?
Yeah.
I'm a defensive guy, but I'm gonna shock y'all with this. I'd say Desmond Ritter.
I was just gonna say.
I like Desmond Ritter to do big things here in Atlanta. I like Marcus Mariota to do big things here in Atlanta. I hope, if it turns into the Jordan Love situation and Mariota's here for the next 5-6 years and we can't see Desmond Ritter, that's tough. But seeing this guy already, I wasn't too big on Felipe Franks when he came out last season, or I was just like, oh, it's just a quarterback. We're just using him to be the scapegoat for now. But no. Desmond Ritter, I really want to see what he does, once he gets on the field. And I'll probably be at the game if they decide to bring him in either at halftime or they decide, hey, on week 6, week 7, Ritter will be the starter. I'll be there. I really want to see this kid play. He's probably going to be the franchise quarterback if they give him. A player from Cincinnati selected in the 3rd round has to be your franchise player. I mean, it's not a kid from Wyoming or D2. This is a kid that played at a high level in the college football playoffs. So that's who I'm high on. Right there, Boo Man. The question goes right back to you. Who are you high on then?
You know what? I'm with you. I think we need to call him Dez though.
Dez Ritter.
Yeah.
You're breaking up there, Boo Man. What happened?
Somebody calling you, boy.
Oh yeah, somebody calling. Okay, yeah, audio is chopping up. We'll let you fix that. Dez, what player are you high on? Boo Man's asking the question around. What player are you high on outside of Drake London?
Man, like you said, I'm high on Ritter, man.
Ritter. Okay.
It's time to we sat here, we watched Matt Ryan have his ups, we watched him have his downs, and now we have somebody new. I mean, as well, we do have Marcus Mariota. I like Mariota as well, so I'm just ready to see what the offense looks like with a new quarterback.
Okay. Boom, Bodie, going around to you. Outside of Drake London, what player are you high on the most?
Outside of Drake London,
Cool thing is all these players are going to play.
Yeah, they're all going to play.
I think Ritter even gets a chance to get on the field this year. But yeah, go ahead, buddy.
I mean, Ritter is the most exciting pick, because he's the quarterback.
He's the future.
He's the guy they brought in to compete and possibly be the future of this franchise. So I can't wait to see what he got to offer. He looked like his IQ was just off the charts. Like you can't teach the knowledge like that. Like you got to be born with it, or you just ain't got it. You can't just teach that. So like, man, my boy looked nice, and all he needed some time to get better. And like I said, maybe
he came into a situation where he's going to have time to get better.
He's gonna have all the time he needs. But if he's accelerated like Russell Wilson was, shoot, I love that. But that's a anomaly right there. But yeah, I'm excited about him.
So as you were talking, the first punter just went off the board.
Yeah, it wasn't your guy.
It wasn't my guy, but the first punter just went off the board. That's a pretty good sky ball right there. I mean, that's pretty good. Let's see, he's on the 50 here. Seems like a basic punter, a need that the Colts definitely needed. Let's see, he's on the 15. Let's see, this is not a Reza, so he punts it. It's a decent punts. Romeo Dobbs, however they say it, the wide receiver from Nevada, he's heading to Green Bay. So now Aaron Rodgers, like he talked about the other day in his podcast, you don't select wide receivers, and he doesn't feel like selecting wide receivers in the first round is a good look. He likes going with wide receivers in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th round. He mentioned Donald Driver. Some of the players that he played with wasn't first-round wide receivers. So I can see why the Packers are now making these moves. I'm guessing Pack fans are happy about getting their wide receivers, but who cares? They're the Packers. We don't care about them. We want to go ahead and round the table with another question here. We'll start with Dez Dollars. Dez Dollars, you there?
Yeah, Coach.
Yeah, you in the middle of making breakfast or lunch?
Nah, man.
Or brunch?
Yeah, I just had that waffle.
Yeah, not the waffle.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Food Depot waffle?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Boo Man Shawty, he is back on the clock, so he will be back in a little bit. There goes Haskins. Haskins is off the board.
Yeah.
Or he's getting ready to be out. Did he get selected?
Yeah, he got selected.
Who Okay. Well, there
Yeah,
he is.
he went to the Titans.
Went to the Titans.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this draft is moving along now. I see round 5 right there, pick 133, which means the Falcons pick will be coming up soon. And we get to our next question. Who are the Falcons going to select with the last 3 picks? I want to go to the professor first, then the homie Dez Dollars. Bodie got 3 picks. You have addressed wide receiver. He's starting. You have addressed your 2 edge rushers that I hope and believe will be starting. Your 3-4 linebacker, Troy Anderson, he should be starting. Of course, you got whatever happens with Debo and so forth. And your guy, Desmond Ridder, probably going to be your franchise quarterback. You're looking at the defense. You're looking at how many players they have in the secondary. Their linebackers seem to be set. But, of course, 3-4, you have to go deep with linebackers because you're going to be swapping people out left and right.
Yes.
So we don't want to throw that away that they might not select the linebacker. But who do you think, Bodie, the Falcons might select with the last 3 picks that they have in tonight's draft? Oh, Jake Camarda from Georgia just got selected. So 2 punters off the board.
Of course, he went to the Bucks. Ugh. Ugh.
I would have been happy to take Camarda from Georgia. I'd have been like, oh, we got the Georgia punter? Yes. But yeah, going over these last 3 picks, Bodie, talk to us, man. You can say why they should select these next 3 picks, or just say who do you think the next 3 picks might be? The position, not the player.
I ain't good at selecting players, of course.
Yeah, we all ain't.
I don't want to.
Except for Dez.
Yeah, he got it right. But I think there's a O-line, a guard. We still could look into bringing a guard. I still think they could bring in some competition or young competition for the wide receivers and for the running backs. Somebody fresh legs in there. Just bring. I know we got a lot of veterans in there right now.
Yeah,
bring in a youngster. Maybe he can come in and compete. So we're looking at wide receiver. I love Justin Ross. I don't know why he's still on the board. Justin Ross. That'll be
Shakir from Boise State's still on the board too.
That'd be my Justin Ross would be my favorite pick if you got him. Then running back, look and see what the running backs are and see we can bring some talent in. Safety, we haven't touched safety. We still need a free safety, or we still need a safety in general. We got Grant back there. Try to bring in some competition for the safety as well. So those are the spots I think they're gonna touch. O-line, maybe quarterback. I mean, not quarterback. Maybe running back and wide receiver.
Some secondary help, possibly.
Secondary help.
Yeah.
So bringing some competition for those.
I remember that. I thought, like I said, I thought they were going to definitely come away with 2 edge rushers this draft. They definitely came away with 2 edge rushers right now. I don't think they go after another defensive end. I do see guard. I do see probably running back. Maybe some more wide receiver help in there. A tight end they have not addressed yet as well. That could be a pickup. Or, like I said, the punter situation, they have a lot of mock drafts had Matt Araiza going to the Falcons around these rounds right here, 6th round, 5th round. However, 2 punters been selected off the board now, so the punters are getting ready to be selected. Yesterday, a lot of tight ends got selected too as well. There's Dollars. You hear what Bodie had to say about who the Falcons might select coming up. You were 3 for 3, close to being 4 for 4 on who the Falcons selected. They have 3 more picks left. You see how the team is starting to shape up. Des Dollars. Who do you think, not by the name, but just position of the Falcons, who do you think they might select? The last 3 picks of this draft.
My next 2 positions I think that we should be looking at are definitely running back. And I also want us to, I want another safety, man. I don't know everybody. I like Richie Grant, but this Hawkins dude, I'm just not sold on yet. And I don't know, maybe we're just going to give him his chance this year. But I just think we need another safety back there just to, spark a fire in somebody, or just to bring a little more thump in that secondary. Somebody that can cover, somebody that can also, come up and make a tackle. So my 2 positions right now are definitely running back and safety.
Running back and safety. I mean, they still have another pick behind that. That can just be the the wild card pick that they get. But yeah, running back and safety is two areas I think it does bring more depth into the safety room. Dean Marlowe, I mean, Richie Grant, Jalen Hawkins, Eric Harris, Tease Tabor. I don't know where Tease is going to be on the field. They have him listed as a safety. But of course, Arthur Smith has said that depth chart is unofficial. We will not know the real solid depth chart until they get close around camp. And then we'll get to see where players will be playing. So yeah, that's cool. I mean, running back, I think we all agree they have 3 more picks and they're going to use them wisely. If they could trade one of those picks and get a pick for next year, that would be great. I have no problem with that. But looking how the Falcons have made their moves already, I think this draft class was pretty good so far from what they've been doing. We're going to find out shortly because round 5 is just at 135 right now. Falcons pick at 151. So that means the draft pick should be coming up here within the next 30 minutes, the way that these picks are rolling out. Mm-hmm. But going over some of the players still available on the board. Let me see if I can go ahead and pull this up real quick.
I'm looking at the list now.
Oh, you got the list right now. So some of the players still available. Bodie, who do you have for some of the players still available that could be a good fit for the Atlanta Falcons?
Well, this list here, I'm looking at.
Well, let's just say who's available still.
I'll tell you who's available.
Okay.
So I'm looking at a big board here. Justin Ross is the top player on the big board that's left. Mm-hmm. He could have went way earlier. Mm-hmm. That's a talent. That wide receiver room needs a shot in the ass. Like they need talent in there. So if a Justin Ross is lingering, bring him in. See what we can do.
Yeah.
We got a Khalil Shakir here. He's from Boise State. That's who you was talking about.
Yeah.
Like I said, we need a shot in the butt at wide receiver. Jerome Ford, running back.
Yep, I have him right here from Cincinnati, right?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
We got Jameis Slayer from Georgia.
From Georgia. I'll take him in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
A young offensive lineman who can grow.
Yeah. We got let's see what else. Oh, Sam Howell.
Sam Howell, the quarterback?
He's still on the board. I just thought that was something. Tyler Algier, I've been hearing about him. He's a running back out of BYU. He's very solid.
Okay.
He's very solid. He's a sleeper, as a matter of fact. He's I think he's a bigger back, if I'm not mistaken. Why not? Kyron Williams, I've been hearing a lot of people like him.
Yeah.
A lot of people like him. They think that he's a possible 3-down back in the league.
Okay.
Still out there. I mean, we got some talent out here. That's just to name a few. Just to name a few right there.
From looking at my list, from what I have here, a lot of people have been talking about this. Perion Winfrey, defensive tackle from Oklahoma, is still on the board.
Oh yeah.
From seeing on social media, as soon as you type him in, you see a lot of people say, "Why is he still on the board?" I know he's a defensive tackle. Haven't seen much tape on this guy, but I've seen some of the numbers. I mean, he's pretty good. He'll definitely fit this scheme, but I want to see Grady. I don't want to see another defensive tackle. I really want to see Grady. Another player who's still on the board, Kingsley Nagabir from South Carolina. Kingsley was a really good player at South Carolina, SEC guy. I definitely remember seeing him a lot. I don't know if Quentin Lake, from the safety from UCLA, is off the board yet. Quentin Lake from UCLA, phenomenal player. I think he can definitely fit this scheme as well. He gets after it. Hopefully, he might get selected by the Falcons and we go in safety. And of course, Braxton Jones, the outside tackle, the offensive tackle from Southern Utah. Yeah, and Jerome Ford, the running back from Cincinnati. Those are the guys I had left on my list. And Sayer too, as well, from Georgia. Yeah. So I have Perion Winfrey. I have Kingsley Inagbe, which is the defensive end. I don't think the Falcons will make the move for that. Jamari Sayer from Georgia, the punter from San Diego State. Quentin Lake, the safety from UCLA. I had Romeo Dobbs on the list too, but he's gone. And then Jerome Ford and Braxton Jones, the running back and offensive tackle. So they have a couple of players left here in the NFL draft. We're at 136 right now, round 4. Falcons will be coming up at 151. So they gotta keep this thing rolling. Keep this thing moving.
Don't forget about Smoke Monday. I like that name.
Smoke Monday.
That tackle made by Smoke Monday. I like that. That's
Smoke Monday. That's the guy from Auburn, right?
Yes.
He's still on the board.
He's still on the board.
Smoke Monday. He's a safety or cornerback. He's secondary.
He's a safety.
I wouldn't mind go getting a guy named Smoke Monday.
Yeah, tackle made by
Smoke.
Listen here.
Smoke Monday, Dez.
Yes, sir, man.
Would you like to have a player in your team named Smoke Monday?
It's all Mondays.
Man, I had that jersey so fast.
Mondays.
It says smoke on the back. A lot going on, man. We've already discussed the picks that the Atlanta Falcons made from rounds 1 through 3. Some phenomenal picks. Let's go into somebody we haven't talked about. Younghoe Koo.
Younghoe.
That boy Koo. Or as they say in the games when he kicked the field goal, Koo. That's that boy. Signed a nice contract in the offseason with the Atlanta Falcons, which means he's here to stay. He has definitely proven that he is the future kicker. I think he will be the Ring of Honor. Great. I think he might have a chance to even beat Matt Bryant to become the greatest kicker in Falcons history. Koo has put us in some situations where, the team has put us in some situations where when Koo comes in, he puts it on the money, man. I remember the Saints game a couple years ago. I remember that Giants game last year. This kid has a foot, man. He can kick. And, one thing about being, especially right there with the team, like right behind the team for where the seats are at, even trying to say what's up to Koo, talking to Koo, like he's just in the zone. He's always in his mode every game. You know what I'm saying? He might say, hi, how you doing? A couple other players might walk over and say, hey, what's up, man? What's up? They get that energized. They're in that level. But Koo's just like, he's by himself. He's in his zone. And that's why he is so cool, man. And I'm glad to have him on the team. He will be probably the greatest kicker in Falcons franchise history. But Dez, has Koo, if I could bring you in here, Boo Man Shaw is back to him with him to fix his video. Bodie, let's get to Bodie. Younghoe Koo, I'm sorry. He's been a major impact for the Atlanta Falcons. What does Koo do for you, knowing that it's a game where you're down by 1, 15 seconds left on the clock, you drove the ball down the field, and then you set up, and here comes Koo out there. Do you feel confident that Koo's going to make that kick?
Man, first off,
shout out to Koo, man.
Shout out to Koo.
He's
he came a long way, man. Like, yeah. He looked terrible in LA Chargers. He looked god awful. When we signed him, I guess he redeemed himself. I think he went to like the XFL or something.
He played for the Atlanta Legends team.
I forgot the name of that league. Yeah,
the Saturday League.
Went there, he did. He went there, he did good, and we signed him. And I remember him being with the Chargers, and he was bad. But he came here, man. He didn't work. He deserved every bit of that contract he signed. That's the dog. Shout out to Koo. I feel exponentially confident when he come in the game, man. Dude got a leg. He gonna make them kicks. We know he's accurate. He got a chance. He stick with us. He got a chance to be on that Ring of Honor kickers. Be up there with Morton Anderson and Bryant. He's got a good chance, man. I mess with Koo. Shout out to Koo.
Yeah. Shout out to Koo. Boo Man shouted. That boy Koo. Could he be the Falcons' greatest kicker of all time by the time he's done with his career? Boo Man shouted. You there? Yeah, Boo Man shouted has some technical difficulties. He is on his way to Virginia. That boy Koo done saved us a few times. Let's bring you in here real quick, Des. Koo, Does he have the opportunity to become the Falcons' greatest kicker of all time?
It's a tough one, man.
Matt Bryant did do a lot. He did do a
Matt
lot of work.
Bryant
Bryant
did.
was slanging them.
He was that guy when he was here, man. So
Yeah.
I mean, Koo is on the path, but he still has a long way to go. He has put together about 2 seasons worth of pretty good kicking for us. So I mean, he is on the right path, but he has a long way to go to top Matt Bryant, because Matt Bryant, and then we had like Morton Anderson
years ago.
Yeah, more than
years ago. So he has a lot of work to do, but I do see the potential. I like Koo, so
I think the Falcons made a good move by keeping Koo.
Yeah,
it's hard to get kickers sometimes. You've seen the situation with Dallas and Green Bay over the years, and to get in those positions is like, I think one kicker that had the game last year, he missed like 4 kicks for the Cowboys. Whoever it was, the guy was just missing kicks like way before week 2, week 3. The kid was just wide left, wide left, wide left. It was a veteran kicker, if I'm not mistaken. But that's just the Cowboys for you. That's how bad their team is. But the Atlanta Falcons, I mean, they're putting the team together. The kicker, I don't know who the punter is. We see who the quarterback is. We don't know who the running back 1 is going to be. The offensive line, they got to make some decisions with McGarry and Lindstrom on that contract coming up soon. Are you guys sold at center with Matt Hennessy? Is Matt Hennessy? I mean, we just came from Alex Mack with the Matt Ryan era, and then we got Matt Hennessy. Undersized center. Once again, 1 game away from the playoffs last season, but he was part of the areas that was of concern when Matt Ryan will go down. I thought they were going to go ahead and get a veteran center this year, bring in a veteran center with some of the money that they had. Maybe next year they go get their franchise center for the future. But are we sold on Matt Hennessy right now as center? I mean, Mariota, this is a job where you don't have a pocket passing quarterback no more. Now you have to be way more elusive as a center to know that your quarterback could say hike right behind you, but in the next 2 seconds, he's over there by the wide receivers running up down the field. You got to know what type of player you have at quarterback when you're a center. So are we really sold at Matt Hennessy being the franchise center for this organization? Or are we looking at probably we should, probably get in a veteran center? Because the Ravens just got a veteran center.
They did.
Not a veteran center. They got a nice rookie center, yeah.
Oh, they got the best center.
Best center in the draft, right?
Yeah. They say this dude has a chance to be a generational center.
That's good.
Jeff Saturday types, Alex Mack types.
That's good. Can we get Hennessy to become a generational center here with the Falcons, or is it just a fill-in until we find the need, until we find the spot, until we find the player that can fill your spot?
I mean, when Atlanta drafted Matt Hennessy, they saw a lot of good in him. Like, he did good. And we seen, he went through his growing pains with us, but he's got a chance to stick. This is a career, at least a Falcons career-defining year for Matt Hennessy. Like, he got to come in this year and really show us something. If he don't this year, then yeah, it's time to be looking. I think if they really didn't believe in him, they would have drafted a lineman earlier.
Yeah,
because it's a little too late to try to find a center that was going to play at this part of the draft. But I think they believe in him, and I think they're gonna give him this year, see how he looks, and if he come out looking pretty decent, then they'll probably keep him. But if he looks a little shaky, then it's gonna be time.
The funny thing is, they got the money next year to bring in a veteran, to bring in all the veteran players that can improve your roster. Next year, you have the money to do so.
Absolutely.
So I'm looking at some of the positions right now at the Falcons saying, okay, is this guy going to be here long term? Is he not going to be here long term? And if not, are we going to build around him right now through the draft and the free agency this year or next year? And I'm thinking, like you just said, Hennessy has to prove himself this year. He needs to go out there and punch some people in the mouth.
This is the proof.
You came right after Alex Mack. So it's hard to see Alex Mack and then see Hennessy. And I know as a fan, we have to get into, we'll give him time. Yeah, we're going to give him time, but we also need to see him punch some people in the mouth. I need a stronger, more physical center at the line of scrimmage. And now Calvin Austin just went off the board here to the Steelers. I had Calvin Austin on my list too as well. But if you look at the NFL draft, the Falcons are definitely right there on the board, coming up soon, right after the pick from Chicago, because round 5 is getting ready to start soon. So our first pick of today's action of day 3 of the NFL draft, the Atlanta Falcons will get ready to make their selection at 151. But yeah, for Matt Hennessy, he just has to come out there, be more physical, be more aggressive. I want to see him start pushing some defensive linemen around, getting them on the ground, helping the running backs make sure that they can get upfield with their run game. And I'm sure Arthur Smith wants to have a running back who can produce something and get some yards outside of Cordell Patterson. But we need a running back that can get 1,000-yard season up in here. It's been a while. Man. It's been a while since we have a
quarterback. Tell me about it.
Did it?
That's what I've been saying.
That's big because you're looking at the running backs. You get a running back that has 1,000-yard plus season. That means the offensive line is gelling together, doing well. You're moving the chains, and chances are there's going to be a lot of other players on the team doing some good things too. If your running back's getting 1,000 yards,
It's so easy. And for a team that runs a lot of play action, I think we run a lot of play action. Ain't nobody scared of no play action if we don't have no running back.
No run game, yeah.
That running game helps. It helps the quarterback out so much when you got a threat in that backfield that can do something.
Mm-hmm.
And I know we brought in these guys and stuff. And like I said, I think I said it yesterday, they had a lot of years to prove. All these guys that we have started games in this league and not one of them has really proved to stand out. Mm-hmm. I think we're gonna run a committee if we don't draft one, because it's getting a little later in the draft. They're starting to disappear. I'm getting a little scared.
Yeah.
But yeah, we don't draft one. We got a committee, and yeah, we got Damian and Quandre and Mike Davis, and
we'll see what they do with Mike.
Yeah. I think they need to put some fresh blood in that running back room, and it should be this next pick. Mm-hmm. I really hope, I pray that they look at.
Here's the weird thing, and Dez, you might want to chime in on this, Dez. I don't know if you're taking care of some things, but you got your franchise wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
It's looking like you might have your franchise quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't select the running back this year, that's going to be your franchise running back. You have Quadri. You re-signed him to a 1-year deal. Mike Davis is still on the roster. You have the Damian Williams guy, and then you have
he's
Cordell.
Okay.
That's still on the roster as well. But Cordell is going to be all over the place. Don't expect him to just be RB1. Yeah. He's going to be all over the place. But I think if the Falcons are sold on their franchise running quarterback and wide receiver this year, then your first round pick next year will be your franchise running back. Because you wouldn't have to bring back Quadri, the Damian Williams, however he turns out. If he gets a contract, that's perfectly fine. Mike Davis might not be here next season unless they just wow everybody and then he ends up signing a long-term contract. But if you select a running back out of first round, second round, chances are he's going to be your RB1. The Falcons have not selected a running back this draft.
Mm-hmm.
I think they might do it next year. You got 4 in the depth chart right now. If they do keep Mike, if not, then you have the 3. But you're not gonna. I don't think. Are you going into the season with 4 running backs?
Look.
Keith Smith is the fullback. He's good. He's fine. He's good. He's looking at the running back room like y'all gotta get y'all stuff together.
You bring in some comp.
Yeah,
you gotta bring in a guy who's hungry.
Mm-hmm.
Grab one of these rookies.
Mm-hmm.
Bring him in here. He want to come in here, man. I'm the best running back in here for the show. All y'all on the field.
Not an undrafted free agent walk-on, a drafted player in the 5th round. I think
they need to draft one of these guys in here.
Yeah.
Left. There's still some good backs on the board.
Mm-hmm.
You got to bring fresh blood. I think you got to bring fresh blood for the wide receivers. You got to. Mm-hmm. We brought some guys in. Yeah. You just got to do it, man. The comp, man, it brings out the best in everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm on, and it just depends on the situation we in. They don't like drafting running backs in the first round, like you said.
Mm-hmm.
They don't. Most teams don't like doing that because you can get them later. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
There's Dollars, you there? There's Dollars has stepped away. Well, I'm. How do I say it? Not just solely sold on all four. I mean, Cordell Patterson, he's amazing. So of course Cordell's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
But Quadri, Damian, and Mike Davis.
It doesn't
feel like, you know.
That doesn't
Damian,
scare me
let's
as a
just say
coach.
Damian does cut up like he did with Kansas City, though. He was used in a situation where, look who the quarterback was, a mobile dual threat quarterback. Look at the situation in Atlanta, a mobile dual threat quarterback. So you're going to be used a little bit differently here. You're not going to be Matt Ryan's go-to every minute. There's not a pocket passing quarterback. When it comes down, you might be doing a lot of check downs. You're a speedster, so we expect you to get to your area quickly. We check you down, boom. Or if not, we can hit you with a shotgun draw quickly, right up the gap, because we got 4 wide receivers on the field. The big monster packages in the red zone. That's another thing, too. I don't know which running back is going to be when it gets down to the red zone. And it could be Cordell, you know, in the red zone because how elusive he is. You have your monster package with you have Tate, Pitts, London, and maybe Cordell Hodge or Zacchaeus as your 4 wide receivers, Mike Davis or Cordell in the backfield. And everybody's looking at the monster package, getting scared, like, oh, God, 6'6", 6'5", what do we do? And then, boom, right up the gap, the running back is wide open. He can cut through and get a touchdown. I just want to see more speed in the backfield. I haven't seen Damian play as a Falcon because he hasn't got on the field yet. But I just want to see more speed coming to the wide receiver room. Like you said, some areas in this on this team needs a shot. You know what I'm saying? Needs a little spark.
I'm gonna throw something at you.
Go ahead, bro.
Damian Williams is 30.
Okay.
What's the name is 30? Patterson. Cordero.
Patterson, yeah.
He's 30. Quandre's 25, but
he has to show himself.
He has 3 years to show himself.
Yeah.
I mean, if you would know by now if Quandre was gonna be, he's gonna be that dude, you would know by now.
Yeah.
His career stats, he has his career rushing stats are 158 yards. He averaged 3.6 yards a carry and 5 touchdowns over his 3-year career.
Do we want to go off of the injury situation that they were dealing with, or you want to go off because Quinn wasn't using him right?
I want to look. Talent will prevail.
Yeah.
If you're talented, you can see that within the bad coaching of Quinn not using him right.
Yeah.
You can see it. Talent cream rises to the top. So Quandre, I'm not sold on. He's not terrible, but he hasn't showed me anything yet. And, you know, of course, he's a Falcon player. I wish him the best for everything. I hope he comes out and shows out. Who knows? But, yeah, Quandre we got there. Mike Davis is 30. If I'm not mistaken, he's 30. Bring in a young cat, a young whippersnapper, a young little bull, a young hungry guy out of this draft.
Yeah.
You got to bring in somebody to keep everybody on their toes.
Yeah.
Like, I do not feel comfortable going into the season with running backs we got. Bring in some comp.
Yeah.
Bring in some comp.
And Blue Man Charlotte, welcome back. I know you're on the way back from Virginia. We're in here talking about the running back group with the Atlanta Falcons.
I ain't so stupid, boy.
We're in here talking about the. I thought it was the fall season. I thought you were going to the game, but apparently you're not. We're in here talking about the running back groups. We still don't know who's going to be the running back one. If they do put Cordell at the running back position on the depth chart, chances are they probably will for spacing. Then yes, Cordell would be the RB1. But then you look behind it and you say Damian Williams, Quadri Allison, and Mike Davis. I know if you add another running back, it's going to be 5 running backs in here. But do you think they should use one of these draft picks coming up and go grab a running back and add a little spark to the depth chart? Or do you think next year when Quadri, who's on a 1-year deal, he's gone, Mike Davis, who probably will be gone, and then whatever it didn't do with Damian, whatever that situation is, now you're down to less running backs next season, and you have an opportunity to draft one on the 1st or 2nd round and make him your premier franchise running back? Or do you think they should add a little spark right here to this depth room? Because they do have some running backs left on the board. I'm looking at Ford from Cincinnati, phenomenal running back right there. If he comes to the Falcons with the next pick, that'd be cool. But go ahead, Blue Man.
Ford
is still on the board, yeah.
What about Spiller? He's still out there?
Spiller's gone.
Spiller's
What
gone.
about Zamir?
Both of the running backs
Gone.
went back to back. After Buddy from Georgia went, Spiller went right after. So do you think we should add another running back to the running back room?
Yeah, Damian Pearson's gone.
Damian Pearson's gone too.
Oh my God. Oh shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I see you go get a wide receiver. Keep what you got.
You want to add to the wide receiver room rather than adding to the running back room.
Yeah, I mean, because all the quality is gone, and we got enough quantity.
Yeah.
So I say go get another receiver. You're gonna have a running back problem after next year, but you signed Cordero Patterson for a reason. You got one more year out of Mike Davis. I mean, I don't want to say that name, but you got one more year out of Mike Davis.
Mm-hmm.
And I like Quadri. I like Quadri Allison, and he came back for a reason. And Damian's going to be – I think they're going to use Cordero more at receiver, too, if you ask me.
Yeah, because you're going to be running a lot of monster packages where it's 4 or 5 receiver sets, a lot of motion. So Cordell, of course, he might line up in the backfield, but when that motion comes, there he goes, off to the side. You know what I'm saying? Now he's in the slot. You need to get a running back in here. If it is Damian Williams, it is. If they don't select the running back this draft, then I think we know why. They have 4 on the roster. They're going to be, running some plays that I believe this season they don't want to bring in another running back to add to the room, but next year, Mike Davis might not be here. Quadri might not be here. The other dude, Damian, might not be here. And now you're left with just Cordell on the roster. And now you can go ahead and get a running back veteran in the free agency because you got the money. Or they draft the running back. But only person that knows that really is the front office, guys. If they're thinking ahead, let's just say Terry is thinking ahead. Is he looking at it and saying, now you know what? We're going to cut Mike Davis. We're going to get another running back. Or he's looking at it and he's saying, no, I kind of like this. Mike Davis is a good pass blocking running back. He's very physical. He's a butterball type of running back. He can beat you down. When it comes to lowering the shoulders and getting up the field. But last year's offensive line wasn't the greatest. So hopefully
he might just had a bad year. You never know. He had a good year in Carolina the year before. He might just had one bad year.
Yeah.
I mean, he has something to prove this year because not only he's playing for a spot and a contract.
Mm-hmm.
So I know he don't think himself as a $6 million man. Well, $3 million because they cut it into 2. So I hope he comes into. I think he can turn it around. I mean, I'm honestly, I think he can turn it around.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good back. I mean, he had a terrible year with us last year.
Yeah.
But he's not the only one that had a terrible year with us last year. So
that's true.
We was going through transitioning. If you had Mike Davis on the same team as Julio and Ridley, are we talking about the same Mike Davis? You know what I'm saying?
That's true. That's true. That's one thing I might want to say. And Boo Man, you just said it correctly. If Mike Davis was here, Bo, you might agree. If Mike Davis was here when Julio and Calvin was here, that could have changed a little bit. Because the field would have been stretched a little bit more. Because you're worried about Julio, you're worried about Calvin, and then you got this power back there that can get up the field. That year that he played us with Carolina and just ran all over us, I think that's when the Falcons noticed, hey, we need to bring this guy in here. He's going to be a free agency next season. He's going to be a free agent next season. But then he came in here and he was a better pass blocker than he was actually just running the ball. I think Matt appreciated that too as well, because a couple times Mike Davis laid a pretty good solid hit on a linebacker or a safety who was blitzing Matt, and Matt was able to execute the play. But when it came to the run game, the offensive line didn't give Mike much of push up the field, getting from this first level to the second level. It just looked like when a running back gets the ball last season, he has to make it happen with his own feet rather than, the line and everybody, how the scheme's supposed to work and how it's supposed to happen on the field. I didn't see that with Mike Davis last year, man. It was just tough. I was glad that he was in there to do some pass blocking. And after a while, they did use him to do a lot of pass blocking because he was just like, shit, Mike Davis, he ain't going to get no 2-3 yards. We'll just use Cordell to run the ball. We use Mike to pass block. And then Quadri had that little stink at the end of the season that kind of showed maybe the Falcons said, hey, this guy's pretty good. The last 3 games of the season, I think Quadri had some pretty good breaks, pretty good runs. It's just sad to see that, Quinn and the old regime didn't use Quadri the way that he was supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
I heard things about injury. I heard things about, he wasn't ready to play. But why would you draft him? I saw what I saw on Pittsburgh. He looked like a good running back coming out of Pittsburgh, but only the organization knows, man. So as a fan, I just sit there and I look and see and say, hey, when you get your time, you get your time. But looking at the NFL draft right now, Boo Man, glad to have you back. Des Dollars, you there? Des Dollars going once. Go.
Nah, I just talked to Tony.
Yeah, not Tony.
Yeah, Des is working from home today. Tony's at the golf course.
Yeah. Watching the NFL draft right now, we are in the 5th round. We are about 7 picks away from the Atlanta Falcons. We have Kansas City. Well, Washington's on the clock right now. Kansas City, the Giants again, Chicago, Washington, Chicago. Sam Howell is going to the Commanders to sit behind Carson Wentz.
He's going to play.
He's going to play.
He's going to get on the field.
He's going to get a shot.
He's going to get on the field.
Let's hope he gets a shot when we play him.
Yeah,
and not Carson Wentz, because I remember how Carson Wentz played against us the past couple seasons. I know it's a new year, new scheme, and I trust that the Falcons will get it done, but I don't want to relive the memories of some of these quarterbacks. I'm glad seeing Seattle doesn't have Russell Wilson no more. I'm like, shit, I'm going to that game. You know what I'm saying? So you look at certain teams, you see the players not there no more, or some players have been traded, moved on. Like you're looking at Pittsburgh, you don't have Big Ben no more, so it's like, all right, cool, let's get the win. But then you look at Cleveland, it's like, damn, Deshaun Watson. Let's just hope Deshaun Watson is suspended that game when we play against Cleveland. Because
Myles Garrett too. Shit.
Myles Garrett too. That's true. It does change the way the game could shape out. But then again, we lost to Tyler Heineke in the Commanders last season. So things happen, but you have to prepare for that. You have to scheme for that. You got to plan for that. But yeah, Sam Howell right here is going to Washington. I don't think Carson Wentz is their future. I think Sam Howell might be the future of quarterback. It's crazy how Sam Howell went to the 5th round, but then again, this is how the NFL is.
All that. You know what happened?
Round, go ahead.
You know what happened last time a North Carolina quarterback went early? We're not gonna go there.
Yeah.
First name starts with an M. Itchell.
Yeah. Not shots fired.
Not Trash Bisky.
Yeah. We play him this year, right?
I think so.
Yeah, we play. He's the starting quarterback of the Steelers.
Mm-hmm.
So that's gonna be fun.
We'll play Kenny Pickett.
Yeah. Now let's go. Let's play Mitchell Trubisky. Let's not
play
Pickett.
I want him to throw the ball in the stands.
Yeah, because Pickett is better than Trubisky. Already off rip.
Nigga looking like Brucey out there.
Yeah.
Is that a home game or away game?
That's a home game for the Falcons. Pittsburgh here in the Benz. And I will let you know right now, Steeler fans travel well. They don't give a damn who the quarterback.
Oh, I know.
Steeler fans just come and show up just to wave them towels around. That's all they do.
I know.
Looking at the NFL draft right now, not too many fans there today as they were the past 2 days. Thursday night, Friday night, it was packed. It was crowded. I don't know how anybody even got.
Where is it going to be next year? You said Kansas
City.
You say you're trying to hit that up?
I'm trying to hit it up, but then looking how they're going to do the draft show. I'm looking at how I'm trying to plan this. I always like planning ahead, but seeing how I might try to get on the floor, or I might be walking around, or if I can even get a hotel that's actually looking over the draft from the window, that'd be actually pretty cool too as well. I know Vegas was very expensive going out there. Shout out to everybody who did go to Vegas for the draft. I know Vegas, staying at the Bellagio or the MGM, or there's a couple hotels that actually overlooked this, because I was looking to see how I can get a hotel to do this when I thought about it. And I was like, nah, man, it's way too expensive just to be at the hotel and so forth. But yeah, Kansas City is something I am looking at for next season's draft. If not, then the draft show will be back on. Of course, by next year, I hope to be, one time for the fans, much bigger. Of course, much bigger. But it's going to be nice. It's going to be nice. Kansas City is going to host the draft next year. I think the NFL wants to go to different cities. I think the NFL might even try to come to Atlanta.
Yeah, eventually they're going to have to come here.
The thing about it is they have to have, and I talked to one of the people from the draft. I remember they came to Mercedes-Benz, and they said you have to have a lot of room. And they mean a lot of room.
They got that Home Depot area.
That's just not enough. That's not enough. That's just not enough, bro. You have to. I'm talking about a lot of room, like when they do college football playoffs and they like block off all the streets.
Yeah.
Like you have to have that type of room, like March Madness type of room. You see what Nashville did when they did their draft. Remember, everybody was lined up down Second Ave in Nashville. That's what I'm talking about. But you're talking about well over 50, 60,000 fans outside, not inside. Now, if they was to do something inside the stadium, that's a little bit different because you have the 70-something thousand you can fill in the stadium, but then you got to level it off by sections. So maybe the first 100, the 100 seating bowl might have Dallas, Arizona, Falcons, however, and then the 200 level, 300 level has your fans. But then outside the stadium, you need a big TV to watch it on. They have to put something in the Home Depot backyard. Then they would have to put something. Atlanta's just crowded as hell downtown when it comes to certain things. You got the Benz right there. You got State Farm right there. Georgia World Congress Center. It's too many buildings. You know what I'm saying? It's just a lot going on.
And they're building that area. They're building a hospital right there.
They're building a hospital, and then they have another hotel that they're building too as well, right next to Georgia World Congress Center, if I'm not mistaken. A smaller hotel. They're trying to get ready for World Cup. World Cup is going to be here within the next 4 or 5 years. So once World Cup gets here, that's major, and you're going to see how big World Cup is going to be here in Atlanta. So just imagine World Cup on the level of the draft with NFL fans. You have to have the space. Of course, you have to work well with the city to make sure you have, the accommodations met, especially when it comes to housing and people living. I mean, people, where they're going to be staying, travel. Airbnbs out here is going to be outrageous because every Airbnb in Atlanta, they're just going to do this and just jack up the price. But that's cool if they do decide to come to Atlanta. Cleveland, my friend said Cleveland wasn't the best show. Vegas, who doesn't want to go to Vegas? You feel what I'm saying? Who doesn't want to go to Vegas, man? But yeah, next year we'll see. I know this year, one time for the fan, we're gonna be at the home games. We're gonna be at the away games. That's very big for one time for the fan. OTAs, training camp, mini camp, any day that's open to the public. Of course, if it's 5 days open, I'll try to be there at least 3 of the days. But one time, the cool thing about the training camp open to the public is it's a chance for you to actually get up and talk to the players. It's a chance for you to get up, and sometimes the coaches do walk around. And if you've been there a while, over past couple seasons, past couple years, some of the security and the people actually know you. So it's kind of like, hey, what's up, man? Hey, what's up, bro? Hey, when this player comes over, let me know. Or if you're sitting in the front row at the bottom of that hill, good luck to you guys. I've chose to now sit at the top of that hill at training camp in Flowery Branch because I feel like a football player at the bottom of the hill running up the hill. I'd rather just stay at the top of the hill, and I got to get the covering too because Flowery Branch is going to be very hot. It's hot during the July camp days.
Oh yeah, fish grease.
Oh man, when they put them pads on, it's hot. It's hot. That's why Alex jumped in and said that's why a travel advisor can help you reserve some group space. And that is true. A travel advisor can do that as well. I'm going to go ahead and start that comment. Shout out to my boy TG. Alex is in the chat. Boo Man Shot is here. Des Dollars. I think he sent me a video. He's on 985 heading to Winder. No, he's back. Des Dollars, you there?
Yeah.
Des Dollars?
Yeah.
What's up, my boy? These are the co-hosts with the most. Bodie 3000, Des Dollars, and Boo Man Shouted. Day 3 of the NFL draft. The way they're looking right now, that guy did not even jump. He didn't even care to jump to do the combine thing. This is a waste of time. So the way it's looking right now, they haven't went to commercial yet. I'm hoping they go to commercial after the Giants or Buffalo's pick, because they might go to commercial around Washington or Chicago's pick, which means Atlanta, you won't be able to see the pick on the board. I want to actually see who brings out the card for Atlanta. Could be a fan, could be Ludacris. We don't know who it could be. Yesterday it was Troy Vincent from the NFL. I was like, Troy Vincent? Like, talk to the fans, NFL. Get involved with the fans, man. Get the fans to walk across there. They didn't flew all the way from Atlanta or wherever they're coming from to go to the draft. Get the fans more involved.
Yeah,
you know
Troy Vincent.
Especially day 2 and day 3. Yeah, what you say, Bodie?
I would say Troy Vincent didn't play for us.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, day 2, day 3, get a couple fans to walk up there from our area, from our community. You know what I'm saying? Let them talk. Now, who is this guy? The Giants are getting ready to make their selection. Boo Man, do you see the draft, or should we give you the pick?
Yeah, let me know what it is.
Okay, Des Dallas is in here too. Giants have 2 picks back to back. I don't know who they selected last one, but they selected DJ Davidson, defensive tackle from Arizona State. Have the Giants selected a quarterback yet? They didn't go quarterback.
Yeah.
They need to,
because Daniel Jones is not going to be there. They're not going to extend his contract. So maybe let's go to the future. Let's go to the future. They didn't pick up Daniel Jones's 5th-year option. And I don't want to talk about the Giants because I know this is a Falcons show. But we're looking at how plays can play out in the future. They're going to draft a quarterback with the 1st-round pick next year. It could be your Bryce Young. It could be Stroud because the Giants are a horrible team. And they'll probably be in the top 10 again this year with Daniel Jones at quarterback, which means that they're probably going to draft a quarterback next year. We have our quarterback, so we don't have to worry about next year. We need to be worrying about another wide receiver. Rams acquire cornerback Troy Hill from Browns for a future pick. So trades are being made. You know, it's round 5. Round 6 is coming up soon. We're having a good time here with One Time for the Fans show. Bodie, appreciate you being here. Boo Man shouted Des Dollars. Glad to have you back. I see Boo Man now. Boo Man, you back? You back in stride, brother?
Yeah, not in stride.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's. Yeah, I saw somebody. I saw a moving truck before he. Saw a moving truck pull up before he disappeared. Alex says we need DBs. We have about 15 in the secondary right now, and going over the DBs, we haven't even got to that. Casey Hayward, AJ Terrell. And I might miss somebody here, so let me know. Casey Hayward, AJ Terrell, Isaiah Oliver, Mike Ford, Darren Hall. Those are your 5 cornerbacks right now. Then you get your secondary. Tease Tabor plays cornerback. Oh, you have Avery Williams as well. Avery Williams is listed as a cornerback. Outside of that, who else are we missing? You have Tease Tabor. Tease Tabor can play cornerback or safety. You also have Richie Grant, who's your safety. Eric Harris, D. Marlowe, Jalen Hawkins. It's a lot of players right now. We could use another DB. We did mention that Spark. Bodie, you mentioned that. Is there any DBs on the board right now? Anybody can pull up any DBs who is still on the board right now?
I'm looking now.
I see UTSA, Tyreek Woolen. He's still on board right now.
He's valid.
Tyreek Woolen? Okay. Yep. They have a guy that came out from the HBCU. He ran a 4.3 in HBCU. He went to
What about Darian Kendrick, bro?
Say it again.
What about
He didn't say anything. He didn't say anything.
Rise up, rise up. Oh, next year, Alex. Yeah, we can go get another DB next year unless they decide that Casey Hayward was worth it, and that 2-year contract would then turn into an extension. AJ Terrell doesn't have to get paid for the next 2 years. Isaiah Oliver is here on a 1-year deal. Darren Hall, who knows what's going to happen to him? He's going to have to step up this season to play a lot more. Avery Williams is your kick return, punt return, so of course he'll be on the field, but I'm sure they want to use him more in special teams. This year, it's possible. I can see them. You know what? I can see them adding another DB with one of these 3 picks.
You talking about safety or corner?
Just secondary help. It could definitely be.
I say safety.
You have 5 safeties right now.
So they got some good safeties out there.
Yeah, you got 5 right now.
I thought Tabor was a corner. I guess they moved him to safety.
Unofficial on the depth chart. He's at safety, but that's unofficial. We don't know just yet. I thought he was a cornerback too. Don't forget about Mike Ford. We have Mike Ford as well, who came over from Denver. I talked to Mike Ford. He's a good guy. He
just want to prove himself.
He just want to prove himself. You know what I'm saying? And of course, I was talking to him on stream. He was playing Call of Duty, and I was talking to him as I was streaming. But he's a cool guy, man. He's super cool. You know, he gonna come in here.
You know
He's
what?
an
He's a
aggressive
Falcon.
tackler.
He's a Falcon. So I'm not gonna say anything bad. He's a Falcon.
It's all right. He's a Falcon. He's a Falcon. Come in there and help us win some games. I seen him on tape. He's an aggressive tackler. Aggressive.
Yes, he is.
He goes straight for the knockout punch. Hopefully it doesn't result into a penalty. But he's been playing in the NFL for a while now, from Denver and Detroit, I think he was. So apparently Mike Ford got the game ball when Detroit beat us that year with Matthew Stafford. They gave him the game ball. So I was like, wait a minute. This is the guy that was on the field that helped beat us the year that Matthew Stafford threw 3 passes with Detroit and got down the field and beat us? But yeah, Mike Ford was on the team. After that, he went over to Denver. And it shows a lot of his special teams talent. So maybe he's a special teams guy. Maybe he's not going to be used unless the depth gets a little low. But what I do know is, what's up, Jabri? Rise up, Jabri. Got you in the chat. The secondary is not too deep right now. I think they might bring in another cornerback. I wouldn't mind. I'd rather bring in a cornerback more than a safety. You got 5 right now. If people don't feel confident with the cornerbacks that we have, with Mike Ford, Isaiah Oliver, Darren Hall, Avery Williams, Casey Hayward, and AJ Terrell, hell, that's pretty deep. Just hearing the names. But are they ready to go? You know what I'm saying? We know Isaiah's been in this game for a little minute now, so of course he's ready. Casey Hayward's going to be ready. Darren Hall has a big shoe to fill this year, trying to get a contract and step it up. Mike Ford as well. I don't know if he's going to be playing a lot otherwise in special teams. I hope he does, but they could go cornerback here coming up. Houston's pick is in. I'm hoping they don't go to commercial break because they haven't been to commercial break in a while now. Whoever this guy is, just keep talking while Houston is picking because Atlanta is next on the board.
They jumped there.
Hit that share button, hit that like button. First time here, hit that follow button. Welcome to the stream. One time for the
Houston felt like they had to jump in front of us to get this pick.
So Houston decided that they needed whatever pick it is in front of Atlanta. Atlanta has 151 coming up next. If you're not watching the NFL draft right now, we will let you know who the pick is. For those who's viewing the stream now, shout out to you. For those who's going to be tuning in later, shout out to you as well. Day 3, Falcons had some really good picks in the first 3 rounds. This might where your C grade starts to come in. Your 5th, 6th pick. This is where I think the C grades will start to come in. It's tough to give a B plus or an A grade in the 5th and 6th round. But then again, if it fills a positional need that you needed, then we grade it however we want to grade it. We are our own professors here. We can grade whatever we want to. If there's a player that we feel is, good enough to come in and start right now, then we're going to give him a good grade. But if not, then, it is what it is. I just have a feeling they're about to go to commercial on ATL's pick. They've done it in the past. It's just a thing that the NFL does against Atlanta. I don't know what it is, but Houston Texans are going to select whoever it is.
It's a
for a second, it said Pamela Irby. I'm about to say, they selected Pamela Irby, but no, that's not
they got
Thomas Booker from Stanford.
All right. Go ahead and pick up Justin Ross. Make me feel better.
So Justin Ross, Khalil, before Atlanta makes their pick, and this is going to be coming up really quick here. It's at 151 right now with the Falcons. Hopefully they do some film on Thomas Booker as the Falcons says pick is in. Because please, I don't want them to go to commercial. We've made some speculation about who they might pick. We've given our opinion. Some of us want running back. Some of us want to add to the wide receiver room. Some of us want to add to the DBs. A guard is still available. I think you need to add to the offensive line. You probably need to add another weapon on offense, I would say. But we're going to find out here shortly who the Atlanta Falcons are going to select. The chat is once again starting to light up.
Baby.
Shout out to everybody. Hit that share button. Hit that like button. Tell a friend.
Not
tell a
Ray
Falcons friend.
Winkles.
Who?
What? That's a long-time season ticket holder. Shout out to Ray. His name is Ray, right?
Hey, we got
Hold on now. Hold Hold on.
We got one.
Hold on.
Don't say it. I want to see it.
We got one.
Hold on.
I knew it.
Hold
It was
on.
either-
Running back from BYU, Tyler Allegra. I can't even pronounce his name. See, James Conner.
He's good.
He is good. He's solid.
He's good.
5'10", 224.
I
I love
told
to
you.
hear
I
it.
told you we were gonna bring a running back in.
Here we go. Physical in the hole. Boom, lower that shoulder. Get after it.
Let me hear it.
Get after it. Boom, another lower shoulder. He like loading them shoulders.
He had 23 rushing touchdowns last season, most in college football.
23 rushing touchdowns in college football last season.
Most in FBS. That means all in college football, all divisions.
This kid is powerful for 5'10", but he's 224, 5'10". Look at him. Look at him.
Right, come on, Cole Turner right now. You watch it.
Give me that. Look at this boy. Look at this guy. Rise up. Rise up. Added.
I like it.
Let's talk about this, folks, now. 151. The pick is in. PFF forced 76 missed tackles on runs in 2021. 6 among the FBS. We saw right there on the tape. He likes to lower them shoulders. He will put you down. He looked like a little mini Mike Turner. He looked like a little mini Mike Turner.
I love it.
But this pick right here was a nice pick by the Atlanta Falcons. Bodie, you did touch on that. You did say we need to add to the running back room. We just did. Does this now give you more confidence that out of the running backs that we have on the roster, somebody is not going to be there coming into the season?
Absolutely. And that's probably the way it needs to be. I mean, they're gonna bring all these guys in, they're gonna see what they got. And this guy's gonna get a chance to do something.
Yeah,
I like him. I was hoping we had him on our radar. And it worked. It looks good.
Yeah.
Plus, he's a teammate, old doctor. No,
Really?
he's not. No, I'm lying.
Okay.
They got the same colors. That's BYU. He's Penn State. They got the same colors. No, he's not.
BYU is a decent school. You know, you do play some competitive games out there in BYU, but to have, say it again, 23 touchdowns running the ball.
23 touchdowns. He led every conference. He led every college football team in America. By his 23 rushing touchdowns. Hey, Jabri said, bye, Felicia, to Mike Davis.
Boo Man Dez Dollar, bye, Felicia. Yeah, Mike, come on, Jabri. Come on, Jabri. Boo Man, as the Falcons send the text out, round 5, pick 151, Tyler Algier, running back from BYU. Tap for details, it says. I wonder if they've updated their page here. Boo Man Charter, what do you think about this pick? The running back, we added to the running back room. He had the most touchdowns running the ball in college football. Is it a good pick? Solid? Boo Man Charter is back at the JOB. We keep it moving. We keep it rocking. They haven't even updated. They posted click here for details, but they haven't updated anything on their page. Des Dollars, you there?
Yes, sir.
How you like the pick, Des?
Hey, man, I love it. Another hole that we needed to fill. We got a running back in here that's young, that's going to push these older guys that we got, and it's going to create some competition, man. So
competition.
Hey, I like
These
it.
man stats. He rushed for 1,600 yards last year. 23 touchdowns, led the nation.
Say it again, please. I'm hearing led the nation. I'm hearing most touchdowns in college football. He went to BYU. I'm just trying to find out why is he going in the 5th round. But tell me, what was those stats again?
He ran for 1,600 yards, 23 touchdowns last season.
We just selected a running back, Atlanta Falcon fans, who ran for over 1,600 yards and had 23 touchdowns. My Saturday is going to be full with watching highlights and tape of this guy because I want to see all 23 of them touchdowns. Hell, I want to see all 1,600 of them yards.
I do too.
Because you just brought in the guy now. I just think that is about to lift, and as Dez said, competition-wise, Dez, if you're going into the training camp and you're going into the regular season, you got to look at this guy and think of your roster. This pick is probably going to be here for 2 or 3 years until that deal comes around. He could become the number 2 easily. We don't know how they're going to be running their offense. We know they have Damian Williams and Quadri and Mr. Davis, Cordell. But this pick right here, you don't draft a running back who has 1,600 yards in college football and led the league in the most touchdowns and have him sitting on the bench for 2 or 3 years. We don't want to play the Quadrialis in games with this guy. We got to bring him in. I think Arthur Smith, the way that this coaching scheme is, there's a reason why they drafted him. There's 1,600 yards, 23 touchdowns, led the college football. Do those stats really impress you, Des?
They do. I mean, any running back that can rush for over 1,000 yards in a season, you can tell that he's a workhorse. So
workhorse.
I love it, man. We need a running back in here that we can hand the ball off to at least 20 to 25 times a game, and that can handle that. And those stats give me the feeling that he can be that guy. So I like it, man.
That's good. That's a solid pick. Boo Man shot it. Boo Man shot is not here right now. He'll step away for a minute. Boo Man, you back?
I'm back.
You there, Boo Man? I see you. I see you at the corporate office. I see you at the corporate office now. Is Arthur around you?
Corporate.
Is Terry and Arthur around you?
Hello. Marco walking
We'll get you. God.
Yeah, Terry
He's on the stream.
I'm in the draft room right now. Draft room.
The break room?
Yeah, man.
Or the draft room?
Yeah.
1,600 yards, 23 touchdowns. Go ahead, Boo Man. Go ahead.
I'm glad we got a running back.
Okay.
We just had this conversation about what we got and who's actually being effective and who's actually not being effective. And it's a money issue. So if you can cut your losses with some of the guys that you're paying, I'm not gonna name anybody, but you can cut your losses, then cut them. But he gonna have to show up at camps and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because that's a hungry room right there in the running back room.
Mm-hmm. He said it well. It's a hungry room in the running back room, and I'm letting you know right now. We real about it. We're professional Falcon fans, but there are probably some players right now looking at this draft and saying, "Hey, he's a new Falcon," but then you start looking at it and saying, "Damn, I gotta go hard." Mm-hmm. If I don't go hard, or if I said something wrong to them coaches past couple of days, I'm out the door. I bet not order no pizza when they order salad, or they gonna cut me.
Cream rise to the top. We'll see who come out of it.
I like the pick. He said I see a little Peyton in his running style. The only thing I like about Mike Davis is that he's from Atlanta. That's all. Jabri, you've kept it real about Mike Davis. Jabri, you're on them one and done tips. The guy's not coming in doing what he has to do. Get him out of here. Mm-hmm. I see where you're at. I'm a guy. I don't know. Go ahead, Bodie.
I was just saying I don't hate it either.
I feel you. Some fans are different. You have some fans who is on the level of, we'll give him a year. We'll give him 2 years. We'll give him a couple more games. But then you have some fans like me. I just rock with the team all the way through. I've defended Matt Ryan for 14 years. So tell me something I don't know.
Yeah, I know. But I'm a realist. Hey, man, produce or get the out.
Yeah.
See you later, goddammit.
So to touch on that, and then we're going to get into the next subject of why Falcon fans just be so mad on social media. We're going to get to that because this is right up the alley. For me, I just defend the team. I just defend a player's position. I defended Duke Riley at one point because he wore this.
You know what?
You feel what I'm saying? Hey, man, I got to say it, man. There was one point in time where Duke was actually, an okay player, 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10. I thought he was all right. But then sometimes he just didn't show the flash. But you'd want to go inside the player's head and try to find out their mentality. Where are they at? How do they think when they're on the field? And you want to give all these players a salute for making it to the NFL because the NFL is tough. A lot of these players have been playing since the 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade. So they've put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into this to make it to that level. And when you're drafted by the Falcon, I respect that. So I did a lot to try to defend some of these players by saying, well, it was a bad tackle, it was a bad misread, or it was a bad play, or Matt Ryan, the offensive line, and such and such. But then I got to the point now where all these players that's out of the door, Matt's gone, Julio's gone, the new regime, the new coaching. Now I'm at the point where I'm just like Jabri now. You ain't producing, you gotta go. And I'm trying to win a Super Bowl. That's what I want. I want to win the Super Bowl. And I'm sure a lot of fans will say the same thing here too. They want to win the Super Bowl too. But it goes to my next question I got to ask everybody of why Falcon fans are so mad on social media. Well, for one, we got beaten in the Super Bowl that year. Ever since then, it's been really tough to make it back to the playoffs and get some things done. The coaches that we had in between, I mean, Dan Quinn, that situation, that's out of here. The old general manager, he's gone. People would raise the question and say, why isn't other members of the Falcon organization, still there? But, I think Rich McKay is a great person. I think he's doing a great job. He's been around the team for a very long time. Arthur Blank is a very good businessman and what he's trying to do. Atlanta United has been successful in the stadium. He wants to see the Falcons be successful as well. So, of course, he's going to do his best to try to put this team together after, I think the stadium's been open for 5 years now. So he want to see a winning team come in there. So the Falcon fans, I know how you guys feel. They didn't draft a Georgia player yet. They didn't draft Malik Willis. They drafted a wide receiver at number 8. You know what it is in the past. Falcon fans just get upset about these things, but they have to understand that we are not the GM, Falcon fans. We are not the GM. And when the Falcons make a move to try to better the organization, especially at this time during the draft, it's April. Let the players do what they need to do first before we start calling them bums and trash. And I know how fans talk. They get real critical, especially here in Atlanta. Let the players do what they need to do first. I wouldn't look at none of these players coming in here and say, "Oh, why we draft them? That's a waste of time. Should have got such and such." No, because we don't know what this player is about to do. So I'm trying to tell Falcon fans, just lighten up a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I know it's been some years. I know we got to make it back to the playoffs. It's been some really tough seasons. But just lighten up a little bit, man. Please. Because this season, the Falcons definitely need your support. New quarterback. Matt's not there. A lot of changes have been made. We don't know what's going on with Grady. We don't know what's going on with Debo. But the Falcons always need your support. So please, Falcon fans, lighten up. Just a little bit. And social media, I know how it is. You guys get on them phones, get behind them keyboards, and then you say whatever you want to say. Go right ahead. But bashing the team that you're supposed to be supporting is not cool. Calling Thomas Dimitrov, whoa! So sorry. Calling Terry Fontenot, I almost went off the rails there. I had to catch myself.
Lord.
Not about to knock myself.
Oh, Lord.
Dez, you can jump in here too as the fan because you've been very critical of two of the Atlanta Falcons, but you know when to lighten up and you know how to just say, hey, let the team be the team. Because I don't see you on social media bashing the team. You don't call this person, you don't tag this person and call them trash and all this stuff. You might just keep your personal feelings about what you feel about the player to yourself. But a lot of Falcon fans have been calling Terry Fontenot and Arthur Smith and Arthur Blank just dumb for not selecting this player. Just what are y'all doing? Get rid of this organization now. I can't believe you guys are doing this. Fans are just in their feelings, man. They want players that they want. And because the Falcons didn't select them, now they get upset about it. So, Bodie, Lil Dez, we go to Lil Dez first. Do you feel like the Falcon fans need to just lighten up a little bit here, man, and just let Atlanta be Atlanta? I like what Jabri said. Trust the process, man. Trust the process. Hashtag trust the process, man. Dez, talk to us, man. Boo Man, jump in next. Should the Atlanta Falcon fans just lighten up a little bit more? We have a new quarterback. It's a new GM. I mean, he was here last year. Arthur Smith too as well. But this is like the full year of the complete rebuild. There's no Matt Ryan. You feel what I'm saying? Like, this is like the beginning. You start with your quarterback, and they're trying to do that. They're trying to rebuild the defense. They're trying to rebuild the offense. Jerome Ford just went off the board too as well. So there goes the other running back.
To the Browns. They don't need no damn back.
Yeah, that's weird. But but maybe they don't have maybe they're thinking about not keeping Chubb. So you got to think about that. Think about that too as well. But or they're trying to sell tickets. He's from Cincinnati. You already know about Cleveland, so of course not too far from home. Boo Man, Dez, either one of y'all want to jump in? Falcon fans, they just need to lighten up a little bit more, right?
I didn't know Ford went to Bama. Wow.
Yeah, man. Falcons fan got to lighten up, man. You know, a lot of fans didn't become fans until till we went to the Super Bowl, and then when we lost, they became not fans again. So I think Atlanta is just a hungry city, and there should be a lot more. You know, the Braves took a little pressure off us, and so did Georgia Bulldogs. But I just think that. I think, man, if you're a diehard fan, you're a real fan. I'm not talking about, a Michael Vick fan. Oh, we need a running quarterback. Ever since then, I'm talking about a real fan.
Mm-hmm.
Understanding what Matt Ryan brought to the table for us, understanding what Julio did for us, and understanding what Calvin really did for us, and understanding that hey, those guys helped when they were here, and they're not here anymore, and we just got to support the ones we have now.
That's true.
So
that's true.
What it is.
There's Dollars, you've been super critical, I know, especially about Matt Ryan. There was a point in your career where Matt Ryan was, a quarterback that everybody respected, and he just showed up and showed out. And then it got to a point where I remember those conversations, man. And you saw me defending Matt Ryan. So feel free to jump in here, Dez. You're a diehard Falcon fan. You think the Falcon fans should just lighten up more and just let the GMs and everybody just do their job, and then we just do our jobs as fans? Or should we just be more critical and just keep bashing them until we win the Super Bowl? I feel like they're gonna bash. I feel like some of the fans might just bash the Falcons even if they win the Super Bowl. Dez Dollars? Oh, that's right. Dez just texted me. He's boarding a plane right now to Brazil. So let's get him out. Let's get him out of here too. He's ready. Yeah, he went to go. He left his luggage, so he has to go pick it up. So. Yo, welcome to the stream, y'all. One time for the fan, man. Shout out to everybody. Bodie, jump in on this, man. Falcon fans, are they just too critical, or should they just lighten up?
Man, it's like this. I mean, you got a right to be critical if a regime been in for 8+ years or whatnot, and no real results. They consistently sticking to their mindset of drafting team captains.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like, oh my God, that killed me when he's like, oh, that's another team captain. That's another team captain. I'm like, y'all letting quality players go to go get these team captains. You got a real right to be critical as a fan. Yeah, we had that year, everything came together and it didn't work out. But if like this regime, I don't think it's not the time to be critical right now.
Not the time.
Right now it's time to hashtag trust the process. Just like he said, like you gotta do that. Let them build this team the way they want to build it, and see where it goes. I think they're doing great right now, man. The pieces, they're at least getting the right pieces in, bringing them in, and let's see how it go, man. So you can be critical if Dimitrov been in all this time and over 60-70% of his picks has been duds. And yeah, I got something to say. But
South got something to say.
That's true. But right now it's a patience game. Like we just got rid of our franchise quarterback. And
that was a tough decision to make too.
Yeah, and
he didn't even get like the final tour. Like he didn't get the last season tour, the salutes, the high fives, the last game. The microphone before the game. Everybody, this is my last game. Just want to thank everybody for playing in this city. Nope, niggas said, "Hey, we're trading them."
The greatest moment.
Yeah.
In my life.
Fix the reverb. Yeah, you're right, Bodie. And Boo Man, you are right too as well. I mean, I'm not telling Falcon fans what to say, but being rude and disrespectful to the organization as they're trying to do their best to win some games and bring some of these players in here who they feel is talented. We don't have no control over that, but you can't be calling Arthur Blank and Arthur Smith and Terry dumb and stupid those are the moves you can't make, man. You can't do them things.
It's time to be a fan now. Your team, you done gutted your team. You done got rid of some franchise pieces in the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
You got rid of a coach in the last couple of years. All this is happening in the last 2-3 years. You done lost, your greatest receiver, your greatest quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Fan favorites. You done lost all that. And they're just trying to turn us around to getting a winning culture here. They're just trying to be a fan, sit back and see what's going to happen. We're gonna judge you off if you're a true fan and when you go through stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
So we've been reluctant and we've been good at having somebody that's always we can lean on or blame, which has either been Matt Ryan or Julio or whatever it's been. But we don't have that now. You can't blame nothing.
Yeah.
You gotta, you're gonna either watch this team and we're gonna remember this day and we're like, you know what? We called it when they drafted. Or you're gonna, you can just jump off the bandwagon because, you can't win no Matt Ryan and Julio's and Ridley's no more. Ain't no more of those jerseys.
That's true.
It's the Drake London,
except for the one Dez had on yesterday.
Goodwill. I think Goodwill had a whole show. But,
I think so.
But yeah, man, it's just a new time, man. This draft pretty much solidified that we've been waiting on this day. Had to fill some voids, had to fill some spots. So we just got to put it on the field now. It's on paper. We just got to put it on the field, and everybody got to do what they got to do.
Bo, do you agree with that?
Absolutely. Yeah, he hit the nail on the head, man. You just got to wait, and just can't rely on you just gotta wait. Patience is a virtue, especially right now, man. This is year 2. This is really the year, and it's always with a regime. It's really the year that the regime really get their guys in here.
Yeah,
they get in. They hired a whole new regime. They still got to work with some of the old regime guys, but they get a whole off season now to get their guys in here, their system. And then this is where I guess the judgment stages start. It's gonna be judgment. That's life. You're gonna judge.
Always.
This is the year we really start to build and just slowly grow from here. Now if we go 5 years from now and we still in this spot, you got a right to say something.
Yeah.
Luke.
I know Falcons want to see a winning team again. I want to see a winning team. Everybody here.
I'm tired of top 10 picks, man. I'm tired of the top 10 picks, man. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's
been really rough the past. Ever since the confetti drop down there in Houston that day, it's been a really rough 5 or 6 years. But then again, I'm not bashing the team makes you a different person sometimes. And it puts you in a level of I can understand you're not cool with one player or a guy is not doing what he needs to do on the field, so you're critical of him. But when you include the team, when you include the organization, when you include the coaching staff, I mean that's being a little bit overboard there. And it does make you a different person. The way you talk to people about the team is different. The way you post on social media about the team is different. And it really changes who you could be as a person when people see you as, hey man, that's the disgruntled Falcon fan over there. He's always going to say something mean or something rude. And for me, I'm not a fanboy. I'm a diehard Atlanta Falcon fan. I'm a professional fan, but I respect these guys' jobs and career. I don't play on the field. So I don't know what's going into these folks' head. These seasons where these NFL teams are going out here and winning the Super Bowl, every game, all 53 players on that field need to have the same mindset. The year that we went to the Super Bowl, everybody was on the same. Everybody was on the same mind. Everybody thinks the same. From the way the play was snapped to the way how they was in the room doing their defensive stuff with the coaches out there in the training field with their players. Everything was on point up until that last part in the SB. But everything was on point, and all the Falcon fans were loving it. Yeah, go Falcons, we winning. We beating teams by 20. We whooping their ass. And then you now see the night and the day factor of it, where the team is not doing so well now. Everything's turning to a rebuild. New GM, new quarterback. it's a lot going on right now, and I think the Falcons just need Falcon fans need to just like Boo Man, like you guys said, just relax a little bit. Let the team do what the team needs to do right now. Of course, if it gets down to 2 or 3 years and this doesn't work again, then we're right back at it. But I mean, come on, folks, we're not the Jets here. You know what I'm saying? We're not the Jets. We're not the Lions. You know what I'm saying? We're a much better team. I just think we had some bad seasons. The quarterback situation, now that it has changed, I feel as though things will start happening here for Atlanta. And we've seen it last season. I got you, Boo Man. We've seen it last season where we were 1 game away from the playoffs, Bodie.
Mm-hmm.
1 game away. One of them games at home they really could have won. The Saints game at the end, I thought they were going to win just because they hate the Saints. But then they realized once they was at the playoffs, that's not a tank. That's not a tank. It's just the last season game. You're at the playoffs. The Saints wasn't going to go to the playoffs. So it's like, just play the game. You guys play the game healthy. We all get off the field healthy. Everybody goes home, gets their check, and have their day. That wasn't a tank. But going up to the game before the Saints game, you knew going into that game, hey, if we win this game and go back and beat the Saints, we're going to the playoffs. But then you realize early during the situation, the Falcons were eliminated from the playoffs after losing to Buffalo. So it was really just about, trying to make sure you stay healthy so some of these players can be on the field for next season. Dez Dollars, are you back? Dez Dollars? Okay. I'll talk to Brett. I'll talk to Tony later. Move back from the screen. Move from the screen. Boom. Yeah, man. So the Atlanta Falcons, the running back that they selected from BYU is a phenomenal running back. As we're sitting here getting ready, it's pick 161. So we have about where the Falcons at? 161 is 190 for the next pick.
It'll be a little bit.
Why is day 3 damn near longer than day 1 and 2? I mean, everybody's watching the draft on Thursday and Friday. Why would they do all this stuff here on day 3? Get these picks rolling. Picks should be less than 3 minutes. Players know this ain't a fantasy draft, man. This ain't Madden. Pick the player that you want to pick. Already, this is round 5. You should already have all your players ready to go. But we'll see what these NFL teams do. Until then, the running back, he just made the running back room better. Definitely. And he could be the running back 2. He could be running back 3. I don't know what's going on, but what I do know is this guy who had 1,600 rushing yards in college football, 23 touchdowns, he's giving us a little bit more flavor to the running back room. And once again, I hope they play him. I hope there's not a Quadri-Allison move where you bring him in, sit him on the bench for 2 years, and then you give him a little fourth quarter action when you're down by 10 or 15. I don't want that. Yeah. Let's see this guy in a scheme where, week 1, third quarter, hey, there he goes. There goes the rookie. He's on the field.
Yeah.
Give him that juice early, you know what I'm saying? But then again, it goes off of the coaching. It goes off of the scheme of what they want this guy to do and how they want to use him. So, Bodie, I know you like the pick.
Love it.
He's definitely going to change the offense. Looking at the last 2 picks now, we got the running back. Chances are there's going to be some moves being made because you got 5 running backs right now. You have 2 more picks left in this draft. You got, so let's see here. You got Drake London. You got your running back. You got a quarterback. So you got 3 on the offensive side of the ball. You went and you got Malone, Troy Anderson, and Dr. Arnold on the defensive side of the ball. You could still nail this draft by maybe selecting a cornerback. We haven't addressed the tight end situation. We haven't addressed the cornerback yet here in this draft.
I don't think tight end is needed. I mean, First is solid.
Okay.
First is solid. I've seen him play. He's solid.
Okay.
That's not a need. I think they, like I said, I think they need to go double dip at wide receiver. Excuse me.
Yeah, go ahead.
They need to double dip at wide receiver. They get some more talent in that wide receiver group. O-line, if the board sacks up that way, go look at O-line. Safety. Bring a safety in to compete with them guys. Now we got a lot of safeties in there too. But shoot, like we did with running back, we brought fresh blood, fresh legs in there to compete. And I can't even. I love this running back though. I ain't gonna lie.
There's a lot of homework to go over tonight. This guy's good.
He's a walk-on at BYU.
A walk-on.
A walk-on.
And turned himself into one of the premier backs in college football.
Absolutely. Led the nation in touchdowns. He played linebacker at BYU. He's looking for contact.
He played running back and linebacker?
He played a little linebacker at BYU, yes.
5'10", 230, played linebacker?
He was at linebacker at BYU. That's how physical he is.
What?
Yes.
Running back who went over 1,600 yards and had 23 touchdowns.
He dabbled a little linebacker, yes. And another thing, they said he had 50 broken tackles that led the nation.
50 broken tackles.
Yes.
From watching the tape, what I seen is, especially on the first second they showed the tape, he lowered his shoulders and trucked the dude. Went through the line, got through the gaps, saw another guy coming, lowered his shoulders again and trucked the dude, and then two more guys had to tackle him.
As he not scared of contact. That's why he played linebacker a little bit.
Good. That's good. Also, seeing the next highlight they showed, he went through the gap. It was about 3 or 4 defenders. He knocked 2 of them down. The other guy tried to grab him from the back. He's trying to swing him off. The same time, another guy's trying to tackle him. He got about 7-8 yards on that play, but it was tough to bring him down.
Yep.
If that's the style, if that's the new fast and physical that Arthur Smith is going to be running with, it's going to be a premier one. It's not going to be that BS that Buddy was bringing a couple seasons ago. He'll talk about it. There's a difference between talking about it and being about it. Absolutely. And DQ used to talk about being fast and physical outside of those 2 years when he had the success. But the other years, there was no fast and physical. Yeah, he would talk about it and preach about it and do your uhs and your ums and your uhs. I saw right through that after the Super Bowl. I said, this ain't no fast and physical team no more, man. This can't be. This can't be. But I wasn't critical. I spoke to DQ too a couple times. I didn't go up to him and say, you were, I can't believe, you know what I'm saying, the person the way you are. No, man. I just kept it real. I say, hey, look, need you to help this team turn it around and let's get going. Like a real fan. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't play the game. I'm not on the field. Jabri just chimed in again. The only 2 dislikes about this running back is his height, and I hear he got a little fumble issue.
Yeah, he does have a fumble issue.
You lower your shoulders enough, eventually somebody's gonna try to poke that ball out. They can't tackle you.
Yeah.
So but guess what? He has a great coaching staff right now that's gonna help him develop his game and get better. And that's the joy of coming from high school to the college to the NFL. So just the next level.
I ain't talking about the height because Nick Chubb is short. You know what I'm saying? I ain't comparing him to Nick Chubb because Nick Chubb got fantastic footwork. Like, he's different. Nick Chubb is different. He still shouldn't have got drafted over Sony Michel, but I digress. Anyway, and I love Michel. I love him.
All the Georgia players.
Yeah. So, the height wouldn't be a bigger issue. He's got fantastic vision. Like, he can see the holes open up. He's got vision. He can move a little bit, and he'll run you over. The fumbling issues that can be fixed,
can be adjusted quickly.
And have him holding the ball like Tiki Barber. I'm not playing like,
or just like Omar Epps from the program. Remember Omar Epps? You ever seen the program?
Yeah,
walking in there with the ball. Everybody try to slap the ball at his hand, and then once the ball hits the ground,
he's gonna walk around with a ball looking crazy the whole camp.
Yep.
And where he go, he got a ball in his hand.
And everybody just try to slap the ball out of his hand randomly. They have to understand that's a drill that's going to work mentally, and it's going to work physically on the field too as well. And it can really adjust to your game because what they say in college as a con could quickly turn into a pro if you do it and get better
easily.
Jabri, I'm pulling for the guy. Please show me some heart like Warrick Dunn.
Thank you.
Please, by all means, show us.
Please do.
I'm hearing, you see what's going on with the NFL draft and the Atlanta Falcons. We're at 164 right now. Falcons picking about 20 something picks. We're about
It
2
talks
hours.
about the Falcons on ESPN right now.
Oh, they are?
Yes.
Good things or bad things? Let's hope it's good things because we have an amazing draft class right now. Not seeing how the grade is. Oh, the grade for the running back. I don't want to be.
I see A's everywhere.
You see A for the running back
everywhere. And he gets an A from me. I mean,
okay.
Everybody's rating him an A. They love him. I love them. I love them coming in the process. A.
Wow,
he gets an A, man.
That
dude, he's got 3 down back potential.
Yep.
He can this is exactly what I was talking about before we drafted him.
Yeah.
You need a guy that's gonna come in and put pressure on all them other guys we got.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we got some 30-year-olds back there. We can't sit here and say, oh yeah, we got Cordero Patterson who can play. That man is everywhere. He's not a running back, but he can play out of backfield. He can run the ball, but we can't count on him to be that guy. So I'm glad they brought in a workhorse. I'm glad they brought in a guy, a potential workhorse who can be a 3-down back for us.
You give him an A.
I give him an A. I love it. I love it.
You see, it's we talked about that too as well. You was right on the money with this, Bodie. And now I'm just gonna chime in a little bit here. An A in the 5th round is really hard to come by.
Mm-hmm.
And for you to see an A in this guy,
man.
You've been pretty solid with what you said about Drake London and all the other picks. The way you read the stats and everything, what this player has done in college. I've been giving out B grades all day. The only A I gave was Desmond Ridder. And yes, in the past, I have given some C grades and some low grades to some players.
Mm-hmm.
But right here on One Time for the Fan, the stream right here, the draft show, I'm going to go ahead and give this guy. I mean, you're the professor, so it's a little bit different. But damn, don't want to be too critical here. I was just going to say B just off rip, just because of how I've been selecting. E.
Not an E. E is not a let. No,
it's tough, man. It's tough. I want to give this guy. Okay, it might be my first. It might be my first. Damn. All right, I gotta go ahead and say it.
Say it.
Could be a B minus C. That's just for me. Yeah. Reason being, I don't know how they're gonna throw him into the mix. If he came in with a running back group that was only 2 running backs on the roster, oh, that's an A off rip.
Mm-hmm.
For me, I don't know how they're going to use them. And then I seen the situation with Quadri. I don't want it to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take away the C. I say B minus. So he gets no C. He gets a B minus. What he done in college football automatically gives him a B in my book.
Yeah.
What the way the Falcons are going to use him could turn into a B minus.
He came from walk-on to do what he did.
To hear that is amazing. And I'm glad you read that, because now it gives me a little bit of insight more about him of, wow, he came as a walk-on. He showed up. He turned up as a running back, played a little linebacker, undersized linebacker, 5'10", 230. And this guy's out here making tackles. And then he switches to the other side of the ball. The kid has 1,600 yards and 23 touchdowns. He's leading college football and running. That's amazing to see what the Falcons are going to do with him. Now, if he would have came in and there's no Quadri, there's no Damian, there's no Mike Davis, it's an A off rip. But I just feel like the Falcons are going to try to give him that fifth round treatment where he might play like the back half of the season. And then I'm just going to – that grade will slowly start adjusting like, bro, where is Tyler, bro? Get this man in the game. And this is going to be tiring to a point. But B minus for Jabri. He wants to give him an A plus. I gave Ridder an A.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad because here it is. So check this out, Bodie.
Mm-hmm.
I gave Ridder an A.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know if Ridder is going to be playing on the field come week 1. We know that he's going to be competing and he will probably get a chance to play. We don't know if it's week 1.
Yes.
You gave this running back an A. Looking at the depth chart, looking at the running backs room, you wanted that spark. You got the spark. You gave him an A. We don't know if he's going to be on the field week 1.
Mm-hmm.
But you know from this player, from his stats, from his his style of being a running back, you gave him an A, and I salute that. I support that. Because if he's an A running back to you, when he gets on the field, I hope he's an A running back to everybody else. And it would make me change my grade and say, yeah, bro, he's an A. He is damn sure an A. But giving our grades ain't nothing bad about it. We can give him no D. We can give him no F. You know what I'm saying? We think this guy's going to come in and he's going to make a difference. Yeah. You know, we want him to make a difference. So I salute that grade. Jabri with the B-. Ritter. I'm looking at the comment and it got me off track. I'm thinking about Calvin. Sorry, so
we don't say that. Hold on.
Yeah.
You don't say that name here. No.
Desmond Ritter. That is an A in my book. I think the Drake London I gave a B because I was being critical about selecting defense at number 8. So everybody has their own reasons why they don't give a certain grade. Because I know there's a lot of fans are gonna say, oh, that's an A. That's an A2. Oh, that's another A. That's another A. We got all A's. Everybody gets all A's. You got to be real about this. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad you were real of giving him an A. That was your first A. Mm-hmm. That was your first A this draft, Bodie. Mm-hmm. Round 5. Mm-hmm. A running back coming into the game with 4 other running backs on the depth chart. Monster in college. Mm-hmm. Bodie gives him an A. Wow.
Yeah.
Impressive.
Yeah. Because, I mean, let's say Damian is not long-term. Mm-hmm. No. He's 30, and he's good, but he's not long-term. He's not going to be that guy. Mm-hmm. Mike Davis, he's not long-term. Mm-hmm. If he have another year, if he end up staying and have another year, I don't think he's going to stay anyway. But he had a down year. Mm-hmm. Cordero is not a full-time running back. Mm-hmm. Now, you don't put the ball in his hand. You can put the ball in his hands, but he's not a full. He's 30 as well. Mm-hmm. Quadri, he's young, but he's had 3 years to prove himself, and I haven't. And no flashes. You don't not see a flash in 3 years. He's okay, but he's not like. He's not there for me. Mm-hmm. The dude can come in and really, he could take this the bull by the horns if he plays well enough. Like this is just big, man. Mm-hmm. I just wanted them to get some fresh legs to light a fire up under them other veterans that's been there for a minute, especially Quadri. If it bring the best out of him, then that's a dub in itself.
Right now with Quadri, here's the funny thing: Quadri's one of the players, of course, that was on the team with the old regime, and now he's here now with the new one. So
they're trying to give him a chance.
You must have seen some type of spark to bring him back during last season.
Yeah.
Quadri.
I guess they didn't want to have a whole bunch of 30-year-old running backs, so they brought the young guy back.
Plus, it's cheaper, too, with the cap situation.
That, too.
Looking at, and I give you the floor here for a minute or two. I know you're going to turn into to the professor. Free agents available. Matter of fact, no, not yet. I got a good question for you.
Okay.
Look at what's going on around the NFC South right now. Jabri, chime in if you want. You got the guy down there in Tampa. Mm-hmm. He's not going to be playing for the rest of his life. They will probably select a QB if they don't like Trask. They'll probably select a QB next season or the year when he's going to redo his retirement tour. That guy that's down there in Tampa.
Yeah.
The Falcons have selected Desmond Ritter. Mm-hmm. The Bucks, the whatchamacallit, the Aints, they gave Jameis a little money. They gave Taysom Hill a little money. They ain't getting no quarterback this draft. We don't know what their future is. And, of course, Carolina has the guy who sees ghosts and their backup, Corral. Right now, going forward, how is it looking with the NFC South? We're kind of getting set up for the future of the NFC South. If it is Ritter, if it is Corral, let's just say Taysom Hill for now and Ryan Trask. That could be the future of the NFC South. Let's just say 2024.
Taysom Hill.
That could be your future unless they go select the quarterback. I know it's embarrassing. How much did they give that guy though? Almost like $60-something million.
Something crazy.
Something ridiculous.
They bumped their head.
They bumped their head.
He is not all that to me. I don't care. Taysom Hill is no, but whatever.
Looking at the class, 2024, going ahead. Do you feel much better now? Let's just say you have to compare these guys now. I mean, we haven't seen them play, but Ritter, Corral. If that's the matchup I'm looking at 2024, that's a dub for Ritter.
Mm-hmm.
That's a dub.
Absolutely.
I don't know what the Aints and the Ucks are going to do. I just don't know what they're going to do with their quarterback situation.
Don't care either.
Don't care either. But I think the future of the NFC South, we see the two quarterbacks right now. The future of the NFC South. Ritter, Corral, and then the other two teams, they'll make their decision soon. But it's not Matt in his prime versus Brady in his prime.
Mm-hmm.
It's a rookie quarterback right now who got selected this draft, another rookie quarterback who got selected this draft. They will get a chance to probably meet one day on the field. How do you like your chances of the NFC South going forward with Corral, Ritter? Who knows what the other teams are going to do, but how do you like the chances of now Ritter looking ahead in the future and saying, oh, that's my competition? Like, how do you think Ritter's looking at it right now, seeing that when he gets a chance to probably play, there won't be no Brady in this division.
Mm-hmm.
There's no more Drew Brees. Jameis is over there.
Mm-hmm.
I think Ritter's feeling very confident that when he gets his chance a year or two from now, or even this year, or even if he stays this year for 5, 6, 7 years, Ritter said it yesterday, they're going to get a Super Bowl out of me. That means he's laughing at the quarterback class from Carolina. He's laughing at that. You got to be laughing at Taysom Hill. You got to laugh at it because you're like, they're going to get this. He's the only Falcon fan. I'm sorry. He's the only Falcon that got drafted that actually mentioned that this team is going to get a Super Bowl out of him. How do you feel about that? Your future franchise quarterback, the first thing he says is, "Well, I like this team. They're definitely gonna get a Super Bowl out of me." How does that make you feel as a fan?
Man, I love the confidence. When was
the last time you heard a player say you're gonna get us? When was the last time you heard a player say Super Bowl with the Falcons?
It's been a while. It's been a long time, but I love the confidence, man. Like I just love it. Like that's what you're supposed to. And he's so confident in himself that to say that. And I've seen the tape. I've seen the Mariucci thing where he did the board and all that, and I was very impressed. I mean, you know, he gonna learn to be a professional. He gonna learn his ropes. He's gonna sit behind Mariota and learn what not to do. And he's gonna get there, man. And confidence in yourself. If you believe you can do it, I mean, I want to go back to Barney. Like you believe you can achieve it if you could, you know, like
or you go to Vegas, Wade. Bet on yourself.
Bet on yourself.
Yeah,
and he's betting on himself. They're gonna get a Super Bowl out of me. I love it. I love it, man. That's the mentality we want to hear. We want to hear you say that, and we're gonna hold you for that. And as long as you play your heart out, then we got your back. We got your back. So, man, I love it.
I got a good question here. My friend just texted me. He said he's gonna check the stream out later. He's at work. He wants to know. I'll leave the floor to you right here, Mr. Bodie, for the next minute. Should the Atlanta Falcons bring in Mike Vick as a coach? And why or why not? Oh, there goes Braxton Jones, Southern Utah. That's the tackle I was talking about. There he is, 6'5", 310. You can't go wrong with that. How did he make it there? I don't know.
Can't go wrong with that. Big dude.
So the Mike Vick question I have to ask. The floor is yours. should the Atlanta Falcons bring in Mike Vick as a assistant offensive coordinator, a quarterbacks coach, some type of counsel to the team? I'll answer after you, but give us a reason why. The floor is yours. Should Mike Vick be and I'm actually gonna unplug my mic. I'm gonna switch this cord real quick. Yeah, so the floor is yours. Should the Falcons bring in Mike Vick as a coach of the Atlanta Falcons?
No, I think there's just some fandom right there. When it comes to talking about bringing Mike Vick in as a coach or whatnot. I love Mike Vick. He is my number 2 Falcon, favorite Falcon of all time. Right? Warwick Dunn's number 1. I mean, I don't think he don't even strike me as a coach material, nor do I even think he would want to coach. You know what I'm saying? He's a great analyst because he is an analyst, and bringing him back to where it started. I mean, dude was just a raw athlete, just an incredible talent with a cannon arm. Like he was just that dude, and he doesn't strike me as a coach type. He's real soft spoken, and he's just a chill dude.
Mm-hmm.
So like I feel like that's like some fandom talking. Yeah, to bring Mike Vick in. If he could be like a consultant for the team, or something like that, cool. But a coach, Mike Vick isn't the coach type from what I've seen, observing him. But I love Mike Vick, man. I love him.
He's a great player. He's doing great things for the city of Atlanta. He changed the whole dynamic of how the Falcons are. That what he did for Atlanta was amazing. I wish we'd have won a Super Bowl. I wish we'd have won a Super Bowl with both quarterbacks, Ryan and Vic.
Yeah.
So the fans would have been way more happy. But no, I don't see Mike Vick as a coach of the Atlanta Falcons. If they do decide to bring in Vic as a coach, that would be nice. I haven't heard no word about it. I don't even know how the question would be asked, but maybe it's just a fan asking the question of, he's a Mike Vick guy. Mike Vick's so close to the team in multiple ways of being at the games and how they, how everybody loves to wear their Vic jerseys and everything. I understand he's a big part of the city, major part of the city. Another running back just got selected too as well. But I don't see Mike Vick being a coach for the Atlanta Falcons. I don't see it happening. A quarterback's coach, maybe bring in, like you said, a consultant, somebody where he's not, he's not on the sideline with the playbook, with the headset calling the plays like this side to side. Nah, a consultant, somebody to work with the coach, the quarterbacks in the offseason, training camp, OTAs, that type of thing. If he's there at Flowery Branch every day, that's super cool. But I don't know about Mike Vick being a coach. Not the head coach, but just being a coach. For the Atlanta Falcons, I ain't got no problem with that. Vick is also a good guy as well.
Same.
Pick 170. We're at right now. The Atlanta Falcons. We are into another 3 hours. Jesus, Bo, we done did 9 hours of this thing, but
we have.
We did 3 hours on Thursday. We did 3 hours on Friday. I don't know why on day 3
we basically did 4 yesterday.
We almost did 4, right?
Yeah, it was 350.
350. God, we had 308 with still how many picks left? 190 and 213. We got 20 picks left until the vote. 19 picks left now until the Falcons come up. And then round 6, 213. The last pick that came through the Atlanta Falcons, or the pick that they selected, I'm gonna make sure I say his name correctly because I've been butchering names ever since the first day of the draft. But his name is Tyler Algier.
Yes, that's how
Tyler
you say it.
Algier. 151 was the pick, round 5. Let's see here, Falcon fans. Reading the comments, you know how it is. I don't see nobody's mentioning how many touchdowns or how many rushing yards he had. Everybody's just saying why. Same like how they did. Same like how they, yeah.
Why? You gotta really ask why.
Yeah, here goes one comment. Shout out to Andrew. I don't know. He's on the Falcons page right now. He will rush for 2,300 yards this season. Bring it.
Hey, I hope so.
Do you see this running back? Okay, 1,600 yards in college, 23 touchdowns in college. Let's just say Falcons do make him running back 2.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a possibility he definitely can get over 1,000 yards this season? Can he continue? Is God pushing this boy along the way? No, how is it working? Because he was such a good player in college. I mean, he went to the 5th round, I understand, but he was such a good player in college. He seems like he's been blessed. A lot of players get blessed to do great things, rather than certain other players. It is what it is in this world. I mean, how it is. You see with this guy down there in Tampa Bay, I don't know honestly how he keeps winning all these Super Bowls. I don't know how he keeps doing this. I'm glad he got beat last year too. But he has 6 of them things, right? 6 or 7 of them things.
Yeah, 6.
He was blessed, and he came out of what round? The 5th or 6th round of Michigan?
6th round.
Around there to end up becoming where he was in a position of, remember what happened with the quarterback going down, and then he stepped in, and then it just turned over from right there. I hope Ritter is able to do these major things. This running back right here, Tyler, is it a possibility he can get 1,000+ yards with the Atlanta Falcons this year? We haven't had 1,000+ yard runner in a long time. You mentioned it. You wanted more spark to the running back room. Now the question is asked. Jabri said Brady has the refs in his back pocket. That's why he stays
always.
Ready.
Yeah, always.
Jabri, you really said something there. Does this running back have more? Does this running back have a chance to hit 1,000 yards this season?
I think he's the most talented running back on our roster right now, and he hasn't even played a down yet.
Okay.
I think he's one of the most upside, of course. It's just all about him going out there and getting a good chance to prove himself and believe in himself. I believe in him. We'll just see how everything plays out. I mean, I think right now it's open competition. They already said it's open quarterback competition. It's just open competition. The best players will play. That's what they want to see. They're not going to hold nobody back off of, oh, you're a veteran. You should play because you're the veteran. Nah, damn that. Every position, if they said the quarterback competition is open, then every other damn position is open, including running back. And yeah, we got 5 backs. Okay. We got 5 backs. Okay. We brought a guy in that is a back. Like he's that dude. And we're gonna see what he got. We're just gonna see what he got because I mean, this is the team he would want to go on. If he want to play, you want to go on a team like us. You wouldn't want to go to the Browns where they got solid backs in front of you already. Like he's on a team where everything's open. Just because they got 5 backs don't mean he ain't gonna touch the field.
That's true.
He might play.
That's true.
You see, he killed preseason or whatever. He killed in camp. He might come out running back 1. He might.
I got no problem with that.
I got
no problem with that.
I just wanted to see them bring a guy in, and they did that. I love it.
Looking at, and you mentioned it. Dez mentioned it earlier. Dez Dollars, you there? Dez Dollars. Dez Dollars. Who knows what this man doing? Looking at the competition, you mentioned competition. Dez mentioned competition earlier too as well. How many spots are these players? There's gonna be a lot of competition. There's gonna be a lot of battles going on in camp.
Camp will bring it the best out of everybody.
Wide receiver 1 is locked.
1 is locked. Yeah.
Let's get that out the way.
2 isn't.
2 is not. 2 is wide open. There's a battle between the next few wide receivers after Drake London and 2, and that's crazy because you got some players on the field looking like, man, that rookie number 1, the rookie. Yeah, the rookie's number 1.
Yeah.
Looking at the second battle on the wide receiver, if Cordell is the number 2, looking at the depth chart, then there is no battle. Then he's going to be the number 2 wide receiver. But the Cordell is all over the place. You can't.
Cordell's everywhere. I wouldn't count him as the number 1 running back. I wouldn't count him as the number 1 wide receiver or number 2.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't. Cordell's a weapon, and he said this. He's a weapon, so he's going to complement all of the other weapons. Number 2 is open. It's between 6'5". What's his name?
Tate.
Tate. Auden Tate, he got a good chance. Like I said, I got a little faith in him. I think he can surprise because he's been stuck behind great wide receivers in Cincinnati. Auden Tate got a chance to be two.
Tate, Zacchaeus, Darby.
The key is he's more a slot. Zacchaeus seemed like a slot to me. Darby, he got a chance. He's 6'1", if I'm not mistaken. They like bigger receivers to be the unless the talent just prevails. Darby's got a chance to prove himself. I still think they can just like running back, add a young guy to the room. And Justin Ross should have went in the damn second or third round, and he's still on the board, right? Yes.
Do the Falcons surprise you with the next pick? They go wide receiver?
Do they surprise me? No, because they have the worst wide receiver core in the league. And we brought in London to be number one. So our rookie's number one. And then we bring in another rookie who has immense upside, like Justin Ross. Which my fingers are crossed on that. I'm knocking on wood. I'm freaking got rabbit's feet in my pocket. I'm just hoping. But yeah, you just add, man. That's all you can do with a team like us is we let our franchise quarterback go, and you just add talent. Let them play it out, and the cream will rise to the top.
So there's only 2 picks left for the Falcons. Bodie, I'm going to raise the question again, man. I'm sure now my possibility has gotten even lower.
Yeah.
They're not probably going to select a player from Georgia in this draft, are they?
I can't see it. I mean, I can't see it at this point. If you wanted to bring a player from Georgia just to bring that, you would have done it. They passed over Nakobe Dean several times. They passed over James Cook. They passed over all these Georgia players. If they really had that mindset on, bringing a Georgia player in here, they would have done it already.
That's tough. Tough.
As a Georgia fan, you want to see a Georgia player stay home, give you a reason to go to the games, give you a reason to be like, okay, Nakobe, let's go see Nakobe, go see James Cook or whatever. It is what it is with that. But like they had a scouting report. They paid scouts to go out and scout these players, and then they rate these players on this board, and then they follow that board on the draft. They say okay, it goes like this. If this player gets took, then we're going this way. And then they make it work. They puzzle it in. I get it if the Georgia players just wasn't like, okay, we're gonna elevate this guy because he's a Georgia guy.
Yeah.
They're not doing their board like that. They're getting the best players that they feel their needs. I love my Georgia guys, but it is what it is if they don't bring one in. At this point, it's gonna happen. It ain't. It's whatever. Ain't too much left anyway.
It is what it is now with the Atlanta Falcons when it comes to selecting Georgia players. I was expecting for them to select one. Do you even know how many Georgia players are left on the board? I mean, how many did they have to start off with? It was like 12.
It was a lot,
and now we're down to just Sayer.
It's Sayer. It's another. We have another Georgia O line. I forgot
the Hendricks guy.
Yeah, and then that's the corner. And then we have it's 2 O lines in the corner. What I see, that's left, and
and probably a couple of walk-ons, maybe.
We'll see. Maybe they'll sign some out the undrafted free agency pool and be like, okay, here, Falcons fans, here, we got a Georgia guy. You happy?
Yeah, because Michigan. I mean, Detroit did it. They selected their guy from Michigan. Yeah. I think Cleveland even selected a guy that went to Ohio, some school out there. I wanted to see a Georgia player selected, but it is what it is. As we are at round 5, pick 175 here in the NFL draft. We've been on for 3 hours and 18 minutes. We die hard, man. We die hard. You know what I'm saying? Absolutely. We professional Falcon fans. But shout out my boy Bodie 3000. Blue Man Shadow was in here earlier. Des Dallas, he was in here too as well. NFL draft still going on. Falcons next 15 picks coming up shortly. You'll see the Falcons name come on the draft board there. to show who's coming up next. Right now, we have the Raiders, then Dallas, Detroit, Dallas, and Green Bay, and then we start round 6. So let these picks get out the way, and then we'll get it going. Shout out to everybody who's in the chat. Shout out to everybody who's in the stream. Lorenzo Leon is back. Shout out, Lorenzo. We got to get you on the show this season, Lorenzo. You're a big Braves fan. You're a big Dogs fan. You're everything Atlanta, bro. I just don't know why you live in North Carolina. You move down to the city, bro. No, honestly, hell, you probably got way more room and less traffic out there. So do your thing, bro. You know what I'm saying? But, we got to link up this season. We linked up at the Falcons open practice. I think it was last year. So, bro, definitely we got to link up. But, yeah, man, one time for the fan. We're going to be here. As you can see, Lorenzo, just now checking in. Hope y'all have a God bless day. Rise up, brother. Rise up to you, Lorenzo. I see that picture you got. You got that big old Braves championship right outside Lorenzo's house. He showed me a picture. He got the Braves championship. You got the Dogs championship. I know people drive past his house, mad as hell. If you're a fan of a different team, you like, they won twice in a year.
Yeah, in Georgia.
Yeah, it is what it is. He represents.
Yeah. Represent Lorenzo and rise up.
Rise up, brother. Rise up. Appreciate all the support. One time for the fan, we are on Facebook. One time for the fan, we are on YouTube. One time for the fan on Twitter. So the social media, one time for the fan is everywhere. Once again, we're going to be everywhere this season. So this is just the beginning. I mean, it was started back in 2019, something small, something I didn't really put 100% into. And then over the course of time, the pandemic had a lot of time to sit down and think about it and then come back strong after the pandemic. Well, I don't want to say the pandemic is over because there's still some things going on. And I really hope that this COVID situation gets cleared up 100% fully. But people are back outside. People are traveling. They're going to these games. I attended a few games last year on the road and home. So I feel like it's coming to an end. But once the opportunity came up again to present one time for the fan on a better platform with a better crew around me, I definitely didn't want to hesitate with bringing it back one time for the fan. The Falcons is my passion. I love the Falcons. I love talking about the organization, the team, every player that gets selected. I respect them. I salute them. I'm a Braves fan, United, Hawks. The only thing I'm not a fan of is Georgia Tech. Right? And it sucks because you're like, oh man, you Atlanta, Georgia Tech, you don't get no love. Nah, I can't go with Georgia Tech.
Yeah, they in the city.
Like, it is. And then right there in the heart of the city too.
Heart of the city.
And it's tough, but I'm a Georgia guy.
I support Tech if they ain't facing us or something like that. Yeah, I support Tech. I'd be lying to you if I sit here. I ain't watched Tech since they had David Ball on their team. You know what I'm saying?
I went to school with Reggie Ball,
Reggie
quarterback
Ball,
who was with Calvin Johnson. I went to school with Reggie. He's a very good guy, you know. And that's another thing that's sad about that situation too, because Calvin got all the hype, but the quarterback who was throwing the ball to Calvin didn't move on to the next level.
Yeah, I was
how Calvin did.
I like Reggie Ball.
Reggie was good. I went to school with a couple of them. Reggie, Craig Lumpkin, the UGA running back.
Craig Lumpkin.
A lot of them, man. A lot of them. Like I'm saying. Bruce Irvin, another one, went to the same school I went to. So they're really cool, man. Really
he went to West Virginia.
He went to West Virginia, yeah. Kelvin Shepard, too. I don't know if you remember Kelvin Shepard. The linebacker that played for the Colts. Yeah. Anthony Cannon, linebacker that played for Detroit. DeMario Minter as well. So a couple of these players definitely, yeah. Mike Davis was many years after me. But he knows he's a part of Dez group. Dez little brother, they played football. That Stevenson, Latonia area, that type of thing. But yeah, Lorenzo said for sure, I'm moving closer. I'm living in Spartanburg, South Carolina. My neighbors are Clemson and Gamecock fans. That's tough. That is tough. ATL all day, every day. I love having passion that others have like yourself. LFG. You already know, bro. LFGs. You already know, man. We diehard Atlanta Falcon fans, bro. Go back and look at the stream from Thursday, bro. We about to break the record in this joker because it's 175. I don't know why the Raiders are still on the board. Okay, thank you. They just moved it. Picked. It's 170. Oh, look at that. 30-something seconds now they're making the picks. You see? Good. I'm hoping it's 30-something seconds.
Fly through.
Flying through. But yeah. Oh, and as you look at the board, ATL is back on the board right there after Carolina. Mm-hmm. So round 6 is getting ready to start. Buffalo, Detroit, the Giants, the Patriots, the Vikings, Buffalo, Chicago, San Fran, Philly, Carolina, and then Atlanta. Yeah, Lorenzo, man, everybody in the chat, everybody who's been paying attention to the stream, man, we die hard, man. You know what I'm saying? And like I said,
Yeah,
it's just
man.
the
I'm
opportunity
gonna
came
catch
back.
some of these away games, man. I really call myself a diehard when I catch these away games.
So the away games, I mean, we can get Falcon free talk for a minute because we're still waiting on the pick. We went over so much in these past 3 days of the One Time for the Fan draft show. We covered all 3 days. We did a great job. So, it's just the beginning, once again, of what One Time for the Fan has to offer this season. This is actually season 3 of One Time for the Fan. Don't worry about season 2 and season 1 because it wasn't good enough. Season 3 is where it's at. Season 3 is where it's really going to crank this thing up, but it's something that's going to be official, and we're going to continue doing this and keep it rocking. But yes, the away games, we have a show that we're going to do May the 12th. The thing about it is with that show, the teams, some parts of the schedule will be released before 8 p.m. And that's what happened in the past. Being a diehard, you really want to find out when the schedule drops. Sometimes you can't even wait for 8 p.m. You get up in the morning, next thing you get a text. Oh, we're in Carolina week 2. You go check the hotels and the prices and see. But you want to make it official because you get the wrong report and you book for a city that is not having or not hosting the Falcons that week. You're like, say, bro, where'd you get this paper from? Where'd you get this text from?
Yeah.
Oh man, I got it from goingOnTheRoad.com. Bro, did you get it from the NFL? Where'd you get it from?
Yeah.
So I've seen that in the past. So I usually will wait. But yeah, the show that we're gonna do, it's gonna be 8 p.m. May the 12th. Definitely want to speak with some more members of the Rise Up Tour. I'm gonna get them in here. Some of the members who have been to multiple cities. I know some fans that's been to they're on their second tour right now with the Atlanta Falcons. They've already been to all 32 stadiums, and they're going again doing more. But yeah, I'm gonna talk to some fans. They're gonna let us know about some of these cities, where to stay, where are the best areas, things that you need to know. Shout out to Jabri back in the chat. Shout out to Lorenzo. Let's all get up and go on a bus or something to an away game, fellas, and do a show in front of the stadium or after the stadium. The Rise Up Tour group, Jabri, is something that you want to look at on Facebook. The Rise Up Tour group. Away games. Look at that one on Facebook. Join the group. There is a bus trip that they do to Carolina. Me personally, I don't get on the bus because the way my schedule is, I'd rather drive to the game and drive back. Because sometimes you have to get everybody on the bus, get the roll call, get everything set up, and I just do too much sometimes where my time is sometimes limited. I can't be on the bus because then you're stuck on the bus. But there are fans who they're going to park their car at the house. They're going to grab their suitcase. They're going to get on the bus. They're going to do the overnight trip. They're going to come back the next day. For me, I usually leave. If it's a Sunday game, I usually leave maybe Friday. Depends on where the city is. If it's New Orleans, I definitely like to be in. I like to be in New Orleans on the Thursdays. I don't know why Ian Rappaport is even discussing this, but there's some news here that apparently Ravens have not reached a long-term contract agreement with Lamar Jackson. I don't know what's up with that. I really don't care if they trade him. Hey, do it before the season starts because we play the Ravens. So yeah, but yeah, with the away games, Bodie, May 12th we have the show 8 p.m. I would definitely be in here with the Rise Up Tour group talking with some of them. Bodie, of course, you are always welcome as the co-host to come on back and do another show there, a live show. We're gonna probably book a city or two. That time as well. That show is going to be quick. It's not going to be no 3-4 hour show because the schedule, once it hits 8 o'clock, the radio station is going to have it. They're going to be talking about it. So every major media network will have it. So we don't necessarily have to wait until the Falcons come on the screen to start, energizing the show. We can start it at 8 o'clock and finish by 9 because we will have the list in front of us.
Yeah.
What the NFL Network is going to do is just talk about the specific games that make the NFL fun. Everybody's talking about that Chiefs-Chargers game for Amazon on September 15th. And, of course, they're talking about the Christmas games now that's going to be played. There's going to be 3 Christmas games being played this season. It is very possible that the Falcons could be playing in one of those Christmas games. Home or away, we do not know. If it's in Baltimore on Christmas, I hope not because it's going to be cold. If it's in Seattle on Christmas, I hope not because it's going to be cold. I hope it's back at the Benz. But if not, road games are very fun. I live for these road games, man. To pack up your stuff and to know that you're leaving away for these next 2 or 3 days to go watch your football team play in a different stadium and beat this team. You want them to beat this team. And you know how it was last season going to these away games. I'm like, oh, we lost at home. We went on the road, though.
Went on the road.
And we're going to get the good seats and everything. So, the biggest thing about going to these away games is definitely the tickets. Coming from the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, going to these other stadiums, I don't like sitting in the 200, 300 section.
Yeah.
That's a waste of time for me. I came out of town to have some fun. I came out of town to be a major fan of my team, and I want them to hear me too. Yeah. So I like getting the row one tickets. Anything I could find on row one, I enjoy. And if I usually find a city where if it's super expensive, like LA, it's going to be very hard to get row one tickets in LA.
Yeah.
They're the champions. They're expensive. It's a brand new stadium. It's very difficult to get row one tickets out there. I'm actually going to probably do a standing room only thing in LA due to the fact of I want to see the stadium. I want to walk around it. I want to walk around the area. They have that SoFi thing around the stadium, and you get caught up in all that madness. That's what happened at AT&T Stadium with Dallas. I got caught up in all the madness that when I went inside and got to the game, I couldn't even get to my seat. Because of what Jerry World and all that stuff he set up. As a fan, you're a tourist. You want to see what's going on.
Yeah.
And then of course what was happening on the field was embarrassing itself. Rather the game was over, Six Flags is 5 minutes away. So you got to know the area where you're at. You feel what I'm saying? The game finished in time where you could have got the Six Flags before it closed at 5. So that's why I made a decision like, okay, Falcons lost. What can I do? Oh, I'm hitting the Six Flags.
Yeah.
You have an itinerary of things that you want to do. Definitely rolling with the Rise Up Tour or with me. We have some things planned that we have going. So, Bodie, please pack your bags.
I'm ready, dog.
You have 5 or 6 months to plan your trip before it starts.
Yeah.
If you book the New Orleans game, the New Orleans game is in October, bro, it's in May. The schedule drops in 2 weeks. You have more than enough time. Due to the family and personal situation, I understand it is what it is, but you have more than enough time to get your game together, and just be ready to go.
Oh yeah,
that's all it is. Just be ready to go, bro. That's it.
Ready, dog.
And they got some games this year too: Seattle, LA, Baltimore, Cincinnati, Washington, and then our division games. So.
Man, this is why we here, man. We live for this, man.
We do.
It's YOLO. It's one life.
It's one life.
You might as well just go out there and see these cities. A lot of these cities I ain't never been to. Let's do it. I'm ready.
So here's a cool thing. So now you're gonna be going into your first away game, and I'm gonna be going into my 14th. Versus Thomas, who's going into his 27th, 28th.
I know
versus my other friend who's doing 37, 38. She's on her second tour right now.
I know. I don't hold a candle to y'all. Y'all been out here, man. Y'all been doing.
Man, we've been doing this. We love the Falcons, man. I tell you, we travel hard with this team anywhere they go. We went to the Canton game a couple years ago, the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And those tickets right there were dirt cheap, boy. I had a whole row to myself.
Oh man, I should have. Man,
what Canton, boy? You should have seen that game. We lost. I didn't care, but we played in Canton.
That's the thing, though. I mean, I don't have any people like that that's as diehard as I am about the Falcons. So, of course, I love to go to games like that. But I'm glad we can do it now.
Yeah, we're definitely going to do it. Round 6 is getting ready to get started. We just sitting here talking about away games, some things that's going to be going on for the Atlanta Falcons coming up next season. This season. Kingsley Enagbare, they're talking about him. I don't know if he was just selected. But yeah, I think he was just selected. So that's another player that we talked about was the day 3 gem.
Yep.
And now he's off the board.
Last pick in the 5th round.
Last pick in the 5th round. Falcons have 2 more picks. One, just want to make sure I got it correctly. As we're getting ready to break the record here, we're definitely going to hit 4 hours. And that's due to the NFL Network. That's not due to us. That's due to the NFL Network. But that shows how diehard we are. We covered every minute. That's why I'm talking about we covered. When you cover something, you cover it.
Cover
And
it.
if you go back and look at all 3 days, we covered from the moment it started to the moment it ended. Otherwise, in the first day, once the Falcons draft picks is up, we go about our business.
Yeah.
But we covered all 3 days. We covered all the picks for the Atlanta Falcons. We didn't miss one. I think we did a pretty good job here, Bodie. It's the last day. There's only 2 more picks. The Falcons now have 190 round 6, which would be coming up in 10 more picks, and then 213 round 6. I'm hoping that they get everything done before 4:30.
Mm-hmm.
I got some homies that were trying to play some Elden Ring. It's the game of the year.
Hey,
But it's amazing, man. It's amazing. I think the Atlanta Falcons, this draft class, and we'll give our overall grade. If you're averaging out all the overall grades, the only thing you're going to get is an A or a B between what we've given.
absolutely.
There's no C. I mean, Jabri gave the C, I gave a C. But if you average all the grades, it's a B.
Because we wasn't knowledgeable of the players.
Yeah.
And once we looked at the tape and looked at everything behind it, we realized that those players are gems.
Yeah.
Those are some dogs.
Oh, there was my guy. Oh man.
That's your guy? Ariza?
Yeah.
So he was known as the best punter in college football.
Oh yeah, man. I thought we were gonna select them, but it is what it is. People would be like, y'all gonna select a punter? Like, no, like watch this kid. Watch this kid, bro. I mean, for a punter, you're looking at we look at every position out here as the Falcon, man. Look at this kid. Look at this
86-yard punt.
Bro, this dude can punt, bro. Look at that. That's end zone to damn near end zone.
Literally.
Look at this guy trailing back. Look.
70, 81-yard punt.
Bro, come on. And he kicks field goals.
He kicks field goals too?
I didn't even know that.
He got a leg.
A bender. Futurama.
Not Bender.
Yo, what's up, Brian? Welcome to the stream, man. As you can see, we've been going on here 3 hours and a half. Boom! Look at that. That's a good 80 yards. That's clean.
He kicked
Look
an
at that
86-yard punt. That shit was crazy.
What team he went to? The Bills? Did we play the Bills?
Bills, yeah.
How about to say we play the Bills? Get ready for some damn 1st and 10 on the 8.
I know, right?
That shit's gonna suck. Hey, I'm telling you right now, them teams that's playing in the Bills division, that shit gonna suck for y'all because y'all expect to get the ball on the 25 or get some punt return yards. No. That's not happening. This guy right here is gonna make sure it goes from end zone to end zone. And you seen the boot, you seen this thing gets up there. It gets up there. You feel what I'm saying? I don't know. Somebody says that he can punt the ball over like 5 houses or something. I don't. It's probably one of them ESPN videos where they do it. The guy throws the ball 100 yards and then runs down the field and catches it. You're like, how do you do that? Like, it's called special effects. Brian's in the chat. Welcome back. Y'all good with the running back pick? Dude looks fast. Guess what, Brian? He also had over 1,600 yards in college football, and he led the college football with how many touchdowns, Bodie?
He led the nation in rushing touchdowns with 23.
Led the nation with 23 touchdowns.
That's in all conferences. He led FBS. That means every college football program in the nation.
Yep.
He led. And he's a bruiser. He'll hit you. He wants to hit you. That's the thing that I read here. They did an interview with him. He started as a running back. He walked on as a running back. They needed linebackers, so he went to linebacker. Then running back got injured, so he went back to running back and went the hell off.
Went crazy.
So, yeah.
Shout out to Tyler Algier. You see, Brian, I've been butchering names since the first day. We butchered Arnold's name. I'm just going to say the letter. I'm going to say shout out to T. Yeah, but Tyler is a good running back.
Yeah, we love
Here's
him.
the thing you got to look at. We talked about that earlier, Brian. You have 5 running backs on the depth chart. we know either somebody got to go or something's going to happen. You don't want to say somebody's going to the practice squad. I don't want to send Tyler to the practice squad, but you have 5 running backs in the depth chart. I want to see him play. We think that he can get possibly over 1,000 yards if he becomes running back 2, the way how they use Patterson and, move everybody around, but
he'll get a chance.
He'll get a chance.
Fifth round is you get a chance, and hopefully you do better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm perfectly fine with the pick. Brian, I hope you're good with the pick. He's just another running back that's going to add to the mix. But once again, we talked about next year, Quadri might not be here.
Mm-hmm.
The year after that, saw someone just run past me now. I thought that's my kid. Whatchamacallit? Quadri might not be here next year. Damian might not be here next year. I think Bodie brought it up. You have 2 30-year-old running backs on the roster, so they had to get some fresh legs in here, and the fresh legs is definitely gonna prove themselves this season.
Mm-hmm.
That's that running back you have right here, but of course, Quadri not being here and Damian, who might not be here next season, shows that you might be down to 3 running backs on the roster, but you got the kid from BYU still there. I think he will turn up. I hope he turns up this season. Bodie gave him an A grade.
Hey,
I gave him a B-. I only gave a B- due to the fact of having 5 running backs on the roster. That's why. If he was the 3rd running back, and I know that he's going to be, whipping around in that depth chart, he has to go in there and fight in the competition. And then they brought back Quadris, and now you're like, you were probably expecting like, damn, why they bring back Quadri, man? They knew they were going to get a running back. Or why they bring back Mike Davis? We don't know. They might cut Mike Davis, and it turned down to 4 running backs.
Yep.
But I don't know about 5 running backs going into this season, bro. I don't see it.
That's not happening.
It's not happening. But
they might cut 1 or 2 of them guys.
And the person who I do think they might cut would be the guy who a lot of fans are asking, what's up? Is Mike Davis.
Mike Davis.
I'm a fan of every player on the Falcons. I support them. I salute them. They've done a great job. When you put that uniform on with the pads and the helmet and you get out there and you try to do your best to help us win games, I understand that. I also understand it's a business too as well. And if Mike Davis is not on this team at the June 1st, it is what it is. If any member is not on this team at the June 1st, it is what it is. But the 53 that's going into the regular season, come down to the fall, that's my squad right there. And that's the squad who I'm rocking with. So yeah, he's a good person. Mike Davis is, Quadri, everybody, but I know with 5 running backs and you just drafted one and you're not going to cut the one you just drafted. So he's on the team. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's the crazy thing about a 5th round running back. He comes in here and be like, so how long you guys been here? Okay. Yeah.
And like you said, we got 3 30-year-olds back there.
Yeah.
With Mike Davis and Cordero.
Yeah.
And who's the other guy?
Mike Davis, Cordell, and Damian.
Yeah. Damian. All 3 of them guys 30. All of them 30.
The 30 for 30 club.
Quadri, they brought him, they kept him for young legs. That's what I think. And then you draft even younger legs. Like I said, Brian said, yes, sir, 23 touchdowns, 1,800 plus yards total. Yeah, definitely.
It's a monster. It's a monster. It's a solid pick. 5'10", 230. Look at his tape. He lowers his shoulders. He puts you on the ground. You also said something that was terrific too as well, Bodie. You said he had some of them. He was top 5 or something with the most missed tackles. Hey, what's up, little Falcon fan? How you doing there?
Yeah, see, little Falcon fan too.
Yeah, I know my kids running in here too. Like, I thought y'all said 2 hours. Like, I thought so too. NFL is just taking their time. I don't know what they're doing.
Say hey.
NFL is taking their time so much that the TV is asking me, "Am I watching the TV?"
Yeah, I know, right?
I just want to make sure
like we cut off after this time.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you keep spinning too. Like, are you sure you still there? Falcons coming up in the next 8 picks, and then after that, they have to wait another 21 picks. But hopefully, it moves fast, and we get our next 2 guys in here, and that is it. Brian just said, "Hey, little man. Hey, little man." So much going on, Brian, as you can see from the past 3 days. Brian, you've been here the past 3 days because you can kind of see we keep this show moving, we keep this show going. We are energetic Falcon fans. We love the Falcons. The energy, the team, the uniforms, everything. I was actually looking to see about this Drake London jersey, and I mentioned I wasn't going to get no more jerseys. But then, as a Falcon fan, you go through and you're looking at the tape and you're saying, I want to be the one that has a jersey. I don't want to be the one without a jersey.
Absolutely.
But I got the Coolios, I got the Ridleys, I got the Matts, I got the Grady's, and I'm like,
you know who this is?
Yep. Good thing about that is Roddy played here his whole career. Love versus
Roddy.
The other situation my boy had, number 11, a little bit different. But those years were fantastic years. I can remember the games when those fourth quarter comebacks from Matt and Julio. Some great times, man. But now they're on to different things. They're doing whatever they want to do. Shout out to them.
I didn't show it off yesterday, but I had the Algie Crumpler on yesterday.
I saw that.
He played here his whole career, didn't he?
Crumpler? Yes, he did.
Yeah, man.
Yes, he did. Crumpler didn't get. Hold on.
I don't think he left.
I don't want to catch myself here with this.
Oh yeah, I want to give out false facts.
Crumpler didn't go to not the PATs, did they? I don't think he went to the. I'm sorry if I'm off a little beat here.
I don't
know how many players I don't.
Crumpler did leave. He didn't play his whole career.
He went to Tennessee,
and he went to New England.
He went to New England. I knew it. Yeah, I knew he went to New England. Hopefully, I can get Algie Crumpler on the show. I see Algie a lot. Everybody, I'm going to be reaching out to a lot of people. Enjoy you guys' energy and attitude towards the team. Yeah. So many negative fans out there and Ryan haters. You guys keeping it real. Agree with most of your perspectives. And don't forget, Brian, even if you listen to any radio station or if you listen to any podcast, any NFL podcast, you're not going to agree with everything.
Yes.
You're not. It's just too much stuff to talk about to agree with everything. And if you do agree with everything, you should be sitting right here. But I disagree with a couple things. Bodie picked A for the running back. I picked C.
Yeah.
Dez is not a Matt Ryan guy. I'm a Matt Ryan guy. Bodie's a Matt Ryan guy. Boo Man was. A lot. There's a lot going on with the organization and the fans. I understand, but guess what? I'm always here. I don't even know if you
agree with this at the end of the day.
Say season ticket member right here. Season ticket member on the bottom. PSL holder, season ticket holder, man. I'm not finna hate on my team. You feel what I'm saying? And Bodie, you can chime in on this. We got other things to do outside of hating and bashing the team. I can find a million other things to do than post a message that say "F y'all." I hope I don't like y'all.
Yep.
Tagging this dude, hey, you trash. I got so much other things to do.
Yeah, I don't know why folks do that. We support our team. We support everybody on the team.
We support everybody on the team. We salute everybody on the team because once again, you get out there on that field, you could have a bad season, man. If you make that game-winning Super Bowl pick in the end zone this year, you could have the worst season ever. Yep. You make a big play and win us the game, everybody gonna love you, man.
Gonna love you.
I remember sitting in the stadium and seeing people say, "Oh, Matt, you try. Oh, Matt, get him out of here." As soon as we score.
Yeah, touchdown. Yeah.
High five. What you put your hand down? What you cheering for?
Fake. Don't be fake.
Don't do this now. Now I remember what you said on that post. I see it, bro. I'm at the stadium with these fans. I look over, look at him cheering over there. Look at the post he said yesterday. Look at him cheering over there. How was the game? Oh, we won? Oh, okay. How do we win? Oh, okay. You got to know how it is, man. You're not going to agree with everything, bro. You're just not going to agree with everything. But you got to be real, Brian, and that's what we're doing. We're being real. But at the end of the day, we're wearing the colors, man. We respect the logo. You know what I'm saying? I see you at the game, handshakes, high fives. You feel what I'm saying? Go to your seat. I go to my seat. We support the team. We keep it moving. But, we lost by 10. I'm finna head to social media and start. Oh, no, man. Get better, fix the mistakes, and keep it moving. Because I got a million other things I can do rather than bash and be negative. And that's another thing, too. Like I said, we talked about it earlier about the fans. Brian, when we finish with the stream, if you want to go back and check it out, we talked about the fans on how they just react to some of the moves that the Falcons make and calling the GM out and calling Arthur Blank and Coach Smith and everybody. You don't do that.
Just
You don't want to do that. Don't be that guy. It changes your character for the team.
Yep.
You feel what I'm saying? You don't want to be those people, But look at what's been going on since the first day. We had a 3-hour and 20-minute stream, I believe, on day 1, right? Then the second day, we had a 3-hour and 50-minute stream on day 2. We were about 20 seconds away from breaking that. And the Falcons still haven't selected, which means we're going to probably go over 4 hours here. Man, we dedicated to this organization, man. You feel me? We are dedicated to making sure that these Atlanta Falcons do the best they can, and they know that they have some diehard fans still with the organization. We're not the ones to bash. We're not the ones to be bitter. I understand you win some, lose some, you keep it moving, but you saw how he just picked up his son and how my kids, I don't even know if you saw them, they ran in here, they ducked down and ran in here to grab their game and ran back out. But I can find so many other things to do rather than bash the team. I remember those days, man. A team would lose, and Bodie, you might chime in on this. The team would lose, right? You can't even watch SportsCenter for the week. Because when you're watching SportsCenter, they're going to show the game. They're going to do the music. We go. NFL in 60 seconds. Here we go. The Atlanta Falcons change the channel.
Yep.
I was at the game. Why I need to watch it for again? And then y'all finna be critical about my team. And no. Change the channel. Coach got it. He'll fix it.
You know that one game. I couldn't watch ESPN for 6 months.
I'm with you.
I could not because I already knew. It was bad.
I'm with you. Brian, big time Atlanta Falcon fan. I'm sure you agree with us, man. The Falcons are going to get their day. And when they get their day, all the fans are going to be happy, man. They're going to be excited.
Hopefully I ain't got a cane.
Hopefully, let's not, boy. Because that would be almost down there 100 years of. Now, we ain't doing all that. We done past 50. Nah, I already said it. The Falcons going to win the Super Bowl before the 2027. I see it. I don't know how much Arthur got to pay now. Hey, do what you got to do to win the game, bro.
Hey, man, we got to win.
Hey, let me say something. Don't let me be a ref. Don't let me be a ref. I do the interview. I make sure everything's perfect. Like, yeah. NFL team, nah, I ain't got no fan favorite. I can ref any game. I'll be out there calling everything.
Rise up.
Yep. I'd have been out there. Holding. Number 22 of the offense. Player is now ejected.
You're like, what the hell?
Same fan would have been mad as hell. What do you mean ejected? The fan over there has been ejected.
Yeah, get out of the game.
Kicking everybody out.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let me be a fan. Then they're going to come out with the 30 for 30 years later. Jack Spade. Low-key Falcon fan. The story of Jack Spade.
High-key Falcon fan.
That's how it is. They're doing that Tim Donahue story now. And now he says he's going to be in the movie. Bro, you made money off rigging basketball games and you're making a movie out of this?
Yeah, he went to jail for that joke. Yeah. And if people want to pay him money, I guess I understand, even though it's terrible, but whatever. You have no morals, but okay.
How do you walk face to face against Duncan and some of those players that you robbed on foul calls that they know wasn't a foul? I mean, we're talking basketball here. We're just going around the world. I mean, Falcons is still our number one topic, but we got to be real out here, man. There's a lot of things going on in this world. It's crazy. Hell, we talked about the damn Spider-Man stuff the other day. The guy walked Spider-Man for 378 times. He walked Spider-Man. Over 1,000 hours of Spider-Man.
He get no paid for that, did he? No reason.
For no reason. All just to make a name for himself.
I bet he jumping around trying to hang on walls now and stuff.
Yeah. Who knows what he's doing now? You watch over 1,000 hours of Spider-Man, you better be crawling like this. You coming into work, Brad? What you doing?
Use the bathroom. Yeah, man, get out of here.
You're right. I went off when we lost MR2 for a third. I admit, but I understand it's a biz, and I'm glad we sent him to a place to go get a chance to win. They showed class. Falcons did show class.
They showed good class.
And Terry mentioned it. They could have gotten more. They wanted to do what was best for Matt. As a fan who supported Matt and support Terry, I think that was a good business move. I would have been in the room shaking hands too.
Yep. I ain't mad at him. I ain't mad at him. They set him to a place where he could possibly go win some games over there out the way.
You sent him
Out
to
of
a
our
city
way.
with a good offensive line.
That's
I don't
all
want
they
to just
needed was
get
a
too
quarterback.
happy here about what Matt Ryan has compared to us rebuilding. But even Matt's letter, like he said when he put the letter out when he left, he tried to do the best he could to win for this city, and he did. Every time he got on that ground, he got right back up. Hold on. That's a good thing and a bad thing. Hold on now. Somebody posted a picture on Twitter the other day. They was at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium for the draft party, and somebody took a picture like this, and it was looking up at the top of the roof, and they put the caption. So this is what Matt Ryan was looking at every Sunday.
Yeah.
Hey.
He's not my quarterback. He was my quarterback, but he's not my quarterback.
But this is Matt Ryan's vision.
Bro, that picture had me
Bro,
dying.
he
I would have
stayed on
this
his
man on the
ass.
show just to ask him
They
what was
kept
going
Matt
through
Ryan
your
on his
mind when he
ass.
posted that picture.
That shit is funny.
It's on Twitter, bro. Dude took a picture and said, "This is what Matt Ryan was looking at every Sunday." Yo, he's not my quarterback. He was my quarterback. But yeah, the Falcons did right by sending him to a city with the best running back in the league. I still think it's gonna be Falcons Colts in the Super Bowl, and we're gonna beat Matt Ryan too. So there's gonna be 2 times he gonna let gonna be 2 times he gets
Look him up.
Send him to a team with a good offensive line. Send him to a team with a really good running back, young wide receivers who can get after it.
Yep.
They just drafted Dez, your homeboy's family, Jelani. Apparently, you said Matt texted Jelani, right?
Pee Wee said Matt actually gave him a call after he got drafted.
Gave him a call. That's good.
Yeah.
That's how Matt was though when he was with us too. He would hit you up like, "Hey, let's work. You ready?" I mean, most players do that, but you knew what type of quarterback Matt was. He was serious when he said, "Let's work."
Right.
You know. But yeah, seeing the players tweet out yesterday, it's always good to see that, man. You seen all the players tweet out yesterday. Let's go, Atlanta. I'm ready. Let's get there. Drake London caught the red eye from Vegas.
Yeah.
Right after he was selected, he caught the red eye and came right to Flowery Branch. He was there at Flowery Branch the next morning.
Yeah, it was.
And he wearing dunks. I don't wear dunks. But he in Atlanta now, boy. He can't wear no lows. Unless you hanging with Dez.
You sleep, man. Dunk lows are official.
I mean, I ain't got no problem with no dunks. It's just that, you know, I'm not a low guy. I'm not a lows. I don't wear the mids. I don't wear the lows.
They don't have mid dunks. They have lows and highs. Man.
Yeah, I'm just talking about just in general. I don't wear the lows. I saw him wearing the lows. I just don't wear the lows.
Crazy. They got the Ben and Jerry lows.
Yeah, they do. They got the chunkin' dunks. They got some really nice shoes. They got some nice shoes. I ain't got no problem with it. Man. I know the Travis Scott. They got some really cool shoes too.
I know why you don't wear lows. You got fat ankles, don't you?
God, well, I did run track. What do you mean? Yeah, but shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to everybody in the stream. We've had a good 3 days of the Atlanta Falcons. What you say, Diz?
I said shout out to everybody with fat ankles.
Shout out to everybody with fat ankles. Oh man.
Falcons up in 2 picks. Man.
Falcons coming up in 2 more picks. They have San Francisco on the clock now. Detroit coming up after Carolina, and then the Falcons. So far, they have done a really good selection with this draft class, filling the best players available for the needs that they need, that we know those players will be on the field. Brian also commented as we was chatting about some other stuff. I was born in Little Burn, 1975. I've been through it, man. My first words were Dale Murphy. ATL till I die. Yeah. I gotta start that with your first words with Dale Murphy. Shout out to Dale Murphy. Man, 1975, Brian. I'd love to get you on the show and find out how the Falcons changed, from your opinion, from the 1970s to the 80s to the 90s to now. We would be the now. So hearing that timeline would be great. So definitely, Brian, I'll definitely have to reach out to you and try to get you on the show. The live shows, we don't do too many of the live shows other than when there's something major like the NFL draft, the schedule release. Everything else would probably be podcast related, which would be on Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, all the podcasts, Stitcher, everything, radio podcasts, podcast core, any podcast that has any site that has a podcast, One Time for the Fan is on. So, and actually that podcast, we might be able to do one tonight, hopefully. Just a quick 30-minute podcast because we did over 9 hours of this draft coverage. We're actually going into 10 hours within the next 30 seconds. We did 3.5 on Thursday. We did about 350 on Friday, and now we're going into 4 hours now. I don't know why the hell the last day is taking 4 hours. They should have been rolling these picks along. Dez, this is the time in Madden where the person who's running the league, the commissioner, this would be the time where you would change the Madden time to 20 seconds per opponent, correct?
This is where you sim the rest of the draft.
This is where you sim the rest of the draft. So
mostly everybody here is going to get cut or a practice squad, so it really doesn't matter.
Except for the Birds, because they will play them.
Yeah, Birds will play.
There's that running back who the Falcons just picked over 1,600 plus yards in college football.
Guess what?
23 touchdowns.
Atlanta drafted a dog.
Talk to him, Bodie, because you really high on this guy. Bodie gave him an A. Bodie's first A this draft came from a 5th round running back.
Yeah.
From BYU. Talk about it, Bodie, and then Dez, if you want to chime in, the same time you might jump in, Dez, ATL might be on the clock, so we might have to stop you. But
no, I got the Atlanta pick right here. Atlanta drafted a Bulldog.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Don't you say it.
Oh yeah, don't say it. Don't say
Hold
it.
on, baby.
Too late.
Hold on.
I ain't hear him say it, so
I'm hearing. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
I hear you.
I'm hearing from a bird.
Little birdie.
Bird. The bird's a word. Bird. I heard from a bird that the Falcons have possibly just selected a Georgia Bulldog.
Wow.
And if it is true, we'll find out within the next couple seconds. But for me, as you can see, I'm starting to get a little energy back. It's 4 hours in, but boy, I'm pumped up. And we got the after party sitting right over here too, because now it's 4 o'clock. Now we can get to it in a couple minutes. Having drank this morning, because we drank Thursday, we drank Friday, and then we woke up early today. I didn't want to be that guy, especially with the podcast and the stream and everything. But yeah, it's 4 o'clock now. This is going to be a big celebration. I'm glad the draft is going to end on a Saturday, because this is a celebration for all these players coming into the league. I'm sure they're going to be celebrating as well with their family and their friends. Same as us. There's a lot of fans that need to be celebrating too as well, because these players are going to do the best they can to make sure that they come out there and compete, and we get the job done and we go win some games. I definitely think we're going to win more than 5 games this season. I think we're going to be a playoff contender. I like the coaching staff. I like the scheme. I like everything that Terry's doing, as well as Arthur Smith and Dean Pease and the assistants and everybody, even down to Kenny, the equipment manager. Shout out to Kenny, the equipment manager. Kenny.
All right, Kenny.
Falcons round 6, pick 190. If I'm hearing that it's a dog, I haven't seen the pick. Phone just lit up. I don't know what it is. I don't want to see. I'm guessing if you're going to address the offensive side of the ball, looking at a Georgia player, it would be the guard, Sayer, because of the fact that you need some more depth on that offensive line. There's nothing wrong with bringing in more offensive players, and they damn sure ain't nothing wrong with bringing in a dog. Coming from the national champions as well. I'd love it if it's going to be the guy who I'm thinking. If it's not, if it's the guy that Boo Man's talking about, Boo Man's going to be very upset because he knows I guess he knows about this guy. But we're going to find out here shortly. Pick 190, round 6. And then after this, the Falcons still have one more at 213. Looking at the board, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. All right, cool. So looking at the board, after Houston, after they clear away about 5 or 6 picks around the Chargers, you should see ATL pop back up on the screen. So 213 is not too far away the way that they've been moving this draft. Dez Dallas, the running back pick, before they get it in, the running back. Are you excited about seeing the running back come into the play?
I was, because like we say, he had over 1,600 yards, over 20 plus touchdowns. And a running back like that is a workhorse. And the Falcons haven't had a running back that was a workhorse.
That's true.
In a while. So look for him.
There he is.
Uh-oh.
There we go. Let's go.
Justin Schaefer.
It wasn't
Go
even
dogs.
Sayer. It was Schaefer.
Go dogs.
Other guy.
So,
Go dogs.
Let's
started
go.
all 15 games at left guard.
He started all 15 games at left guard. 2021 second team All SEC selection. All
Who
SEC is good. First or second
this
team
isn't
is
the
good.
guy y'all were talking about. The
Sayer is the
Sayer.
other guy, Jamal.
Oh.
But I'll take Schaefer. We said guard.
Sayer, they had Sayer rated higher than Schaefer.
Yeah, they had Sayer rated higher, right?
Yes.
I have no problem with this pick because we talked about the trenches and you need some more depth on that offensive line. I'm not saying he's going to come in and start right away, but coming from Georgia, there's a competition battle. I guarantee there's going to be a competition battle. Not saying he's going to be the starter come week 1, but I remember in the past few years, you have to look at your offensive line and go from left to right. Mm-hmm. Jake Matthews. Who else is there? Hennessy, Chris Lindstrom. Is it Caleb McGarry? Is it Jermaine Ifedi?
Jalen Mayfield.
We don't know who it is. They just got the guy Wilkinson too from Chicago who plays guard in the free agency. So we don't know how this offensive line is going to look. As we can see right here, it looks like basically Jabri just said basically keeping all of our draft picks. That's perfectly fine with me, Jabri. Brian just jumped in. He's going to push Mayfield. That's perfectly fine with me. Brian also said good pick. And Jabri also said we need all of these players. We damn sure do need all of these players. I have no problem with none of the Falcons selections. Even a guard in the 6th round is pretty cool. We still have one more pick to come up before we wrap this show up.
That last pick better be Justin Ross.
6th
round. I don't
round.
know why but damn, did he like stab somebody? Like, why is he even on the board?
Ross and Shakir is still on the field. And these are players that Tyquan Thornton from Baylor was scheduled to go in the late rounds between like 4 through 6. Mm-hmm. Ross and Shakir was supposed to go before 4 or round 4.
Yeah, Ross could have went 2nd or 3rd.
Ross and Shakir is still on the board, and Tyquan Thornton has found a home. So
Shakir's off the board.
Shakir's off the board.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he got drafted. Okay, he got drafted. That's good. That's good. Okay. He's a solid player too. I wish all these players the best going to the NFL. Like I said before, I don't play football. I'm not on the field. I'm behind the ropes, outside looking in. So, you know, I can say whatever opinion I need to say, but shout out to all the players who's making it to the NFL, making it to this level. I did play some ball back in high school. I wish I was able to continue it. I chose track better. And then after high school, I just became a working man. So that's how it is. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the player on the field. I'm not in the war room, not in the draft room, none of that stuff. But shout out to these players because I know the game of football. I know it very well.
They're talking about Schaefer now on ESPN.
They're talking about Schaefer now on ESPN. Anything you see pop up on the screen, feel free to say. That's truly amazing seeing what's going on with the Atlanta Falcons making these picks. Like Jabri said, it's looking like we're going to keep all of our picks. They can trade up with the 6. I don't see it happening. I think they're really solid. After they got rid of that one trade back in the 4th round, that's a good feeling. It's just a good feeling to see what the Falcons are doing. Bodie, any word on Schaefer or anything that you know personally about him or anything that you feel, your opinions about this guard who was just selected by the Atlanta Falcons from the University of Georgia? Go Dogs. I see them Georgia things right behind you too, man. You got the Georgia National Champion plaque behind you.
Yeah.
That's Stetson kissing the trophy, right?
Kissing the trophy.
Yep.
And then, you know, I got the logo up this side.
Yep.
I love that logo, man. That might get that tatted on me. I ain't gonna lie.
That's real deal, G, right there. We talked about it since day one. Can you have a successful draft? Dez, you're a Georgia fan too as well, so chime in here. Bodie and then Dez. Can you have a successful draft without drafting a Georgia player? Everybody agreed, yes, you can. But as Georgia fans, we wanted to see a Georgia player selected by the Falcons because it is your backyard. They are the national champions. You want to see some of that talent come over here because Kirby Smart is a great coach.
Mm-hmm.
And I guarantee you, if Kirby tells you that this player is ready to play, you might want to put him out there on the field. Seeing that the Falcons addressed a guard in the 6th round, and it's from Georgia. It's not the guard who you guys are thinking with Sayer. It's the other guy. It's Schaefer. Schaefer, right? I'm saying it correctly?
Yes, Justin.
Schaefer? Okay. The question is now, you have selected your player from Georgia. Fans are probably going to say, what? Guard? 6th round? What about Dean? What about... I know how it is, Falcon fans. I understand. But we got a player from Georgia. Bodie, how do you feel about now we have at least one player selected in the draft from Georgia?
I think they looked at it. They was like, okay, here, we got one. Are you happy now? No.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. No, maybe, I mean, like, he's solid, man. This dude is 6'3", 314, 6'8" wingspan. He got a long wingspan. He just, like, he's a hard worker, massive frame, rugged tone, setting demeanor with good natural power and plate strength to back it up.
Good natural power and play strength to back it up. I love how he went 2 for 2 with that.
Yeah, good length with heavy hands to deliver jarring force on contact.
Oh, they used the word jarring?
They did.
For offensive linemen?
Jarring force on contact.
Those are the words that surround trenches. Like when you say in the trenches, you need a jarring. Yeah.
It's a wrecking machine.
Yeah, that's what you want. That's what you want. You want, yeah, that's right.
On contact, hoist, uproot, and displace defenders on base and double team blocks. On inside zones and duo concepts. Does a solid job with his angles to line up targets on the move and can blout them out. What is blout? I don't know. Blout them out once attached. Stays vigilant when engaged in pass protection to diagnose, peel off, and plug adjacent gaps against loopers. I mean, he got some good traits. His negatives. Marginal athletic ability, lateral quickness, and ability to redirect. A little sluggish getting out of the stance, open up into top speed on the move, off the late, wide, or high with his hands. Allows interior rushers to gain control sometimes. Tends to lean in the run game, leaving him vulnerable. So, I mean, second team all SEC selection. 15 starts at left guard. So
last season.
Yes.
And we're going off of a guy who played against some very good competition in the SEC.
Yeah.
We're going up against a guy that played against Michigan.
And he's from Ellenwood.
He's from Ellenwood. Yeah. So we have two players on the Falcons who are from Atlanta. The video mentioning that, the video of D'Angelo Malone's reaction, the Falcons posted it on their Twitter, and this kid looks to be happy right here, man. He's coming back home. He's from Western. Went to Western Kentucky, but people are happy to see that D'Angelo Malone is back here in Atlanta. I believe he went to school at Cedar Grove, some school here in Atlanta he went to. But shout out to D'Angelo Malone. Shout out to this guy Schaefer from University of Georgia. He's a great player. We're all Georgia fans. Des Dallas. We finally got a player from the University of Georgia. We're at pick 195, round 6. We've been here for 4 hours and 13 seconds. Let me just go over this. It's been since Thursday, Friday, and now Saturday. Round 6, and then the Falcons now have selected a Georgia player. Des Dallas, how do you feel about this Georgia player? You're a Georgia guy. We're all national champions here. Des, how you feel about Schaefer, man?
I mean, good pick. I know
Solid
everybody wanted us to go Georgia defensive player.
Yeah.
However, it just didn't fall to us. But you can always use an extra offensive lineman. And the fact that this is offensive lineman that one played in the SEC where there's top competition. He started off 15 games. I mean, he has a lot of reps at left guard. He's just been in a physical environment, and That's what you want when you're getting an offensive line. You want somebody that's had the reps, has been in that type of environment, that's close to an NFL environment, and I just feel like he's going to be a good part of this line. He's going to help out. He's going to push our starting linemen to, get better or be better because he is young, he's talented, and he's going to want to get on that field. He's going to be hungry. So I'm ready to see the battle for this offensive line position.
That's good. That's good because, I'm glad to see this player from Georgia come in. I didn't care if it was a free safety, tackle, left edge rusher, defensive tackle, anybody, linebacker. I didn't care. I just want to see one Georgia player come in here. It could have been the last pick in the draft. I didn't mind. As a Georgia guy, I'm not bitter about it that they waited all the way to the 6th round. I mean, like, hey, it is what it is. They selected I trust Terry. I trust the process. They selected their player with the 6th round in the Schaefer. We're gonna get into more about that on the next podcast of One Time for the Fan, which will be if not tonight. We'll probably do it Monday. Is that Ice Cube?
Chargers select Jamari Slayer.
Oh, Slayer now has went.
Yeah, he went to the Chargers.
He went to the Chargers. So, is there something I'm missing here, Bodie?
I think it's a scheme fit. Might be some type of scheme fit. They scout these players. Yes, on paper they had Sayer rated higher than Schaefer, but it might have been a scheme fit. They might have talked to Schaefer and felt like he was a better fit. Mm-hmm. It could be a whole bunch of different things when it comes to selections like this. Mm-hmm. I know those fans was looking at the big board and we're like, well, Sayer was better. He's rated higher and whatever, but like it's just so many different things that could have came into account of why they wanted Schaefer, and he might have fit their scheme better. It just might be that simple.
I like how you say it fit the scheme better. I mean, if whatever Coach Smith and them have out, it's perfectly fine with me. Fit the scheme, get this player in rotation, get him a fancy car, drive him around the facility. He's doing a good job. Arthur Smith and Terry Fontenot, these guys are doing a good job of bringing in some really good talent here to the Atlanta Falcons. Why is Ice Cube sweating so hard? He can start performing. Hey, he a billionaire. It don't make no difference. So Brian has also said that we need a true nose tackle. If we're going to go with this 3-4 scheme, Noah Ellis, Idaho, 6'4", 346, looks nice. Let's not forget, Brian, that the Falcons did re-sign Anthony Rush, who's a pretty big guy. The Falcons also brought in Vincent Taylor, who's also a pretty big guy. We still have Marlon Davidson. I don't know if he's coming off the edge or if he's going to be in the middle. And we haven't made the decision with Grady Jarrett as yet either. So just keep that in mind. Noah Ellis would be good. As soon as it gets to Carolina, let's see, 196. Yeah, as soon as it gets to New England or Arizona, the Falcons' name should pop up back on the board, showing that the Falcons have their last pick. There is no 7th round pick for the Atlanta Falcons. They have the last coming up on the 6th. Once again, we've been doing this for a while, since Thursday, the 3 hours and 20 minute stream, the 3 hours and 50 minute stream on Friday. And now we have broken the record, 4 hours and 18 minutes talking about the Atlanta Falcons. You can't find more dedication than that coming from fans. And if you do, send them our way so we can get them on the show. But these are the fans that you need to be hanging with. These are the fans you need to be talking to because, as you can see, we're professional Falcon fans. We haven't bashed the team. We haven't bashed the picks. We give these players a chance to perform. We give these players a chance to show what they got before we start hitting Twitter and social media and bashing. And we talked about that earlier too. There's some fans who just, as soon as they saw the pick, they went straight to social media, WTF, tagging people. Dude, what are you doing? What are you doing? Just let the Falcons do their job, man. You know what I'm saying? Let these players do their job. These players are going to the NFL. You not going to the NFL. So let these players do their job. And if they end up becoming a, Duke Rally type on defense, then hey, we'll talk about it. If they end up becoming a Freeman type on offense, then hey, we'll talk about it. But one thing we're gonna do is we keep it real, and we're gonna let it be known. Dez Dallas,
Yes,
we
sir.
have attacked the guard position. You there, Dez Dallas?
Yes, sir.
We have attacked the guard position, running back, 2 defensive ends, linebacker, quarterback franchise, wide receiver. So I have to ask, there's only one more pick on the board, and Jabri, shout out to Jabri for this comment. Each day getting longer and longer on broadcasting. Guess what, Jabri? This is the last day.
Mhm.
This is the last day for the draft. So I'm glad to have the draft show set up. I'm glad to have everybody chime in, the comments, the viewers, the everything from Bodie to Boo Man to Dez. I'm glad for that. I really appreciate that. And it really shows the dedication. ATL has now popped up on the board too as well. They're right there behind the Rams. So we're getting ready to start wrapping up this draft here shortly. It's been an entertaining show. It's been amazing. We know what to expect next year when it comes up to the draft. And just imagine if the Falcons have 12 picks. We had 9 this year. So just imagine we did 3.5 hours both days, and then 4. We're going on 4.5 hours soon. Hopefully by the time the Falcons get to this pick. But
Oh yeah, I see. Sayer is a left tackle. Schaefer is a guard.
okay.
So that's why.
Okay. That's good. So they're definitely comfortable with what they have at tackle. If Shayer or Schaefer, whatever, I'm sorry if I butchered his name, but if he comes in and they want him to play a little bit of tackle and he can, I'm sure he's not going to tell the coaches no. But that's what development is all about when you're coming in playing.
Can't do it, coach. I'm sorry.
Can you play center, Schaefer? Can you play center? Because in 2 years we might need you to. What is he? 6'3"? You said 6'3"? What's his height? 6'3". Okay. He's already bigger than Hennessy.
Yeah.
Let's see here. This ain't the Eagles. Is the Eagles? No.
Eagles.
Oh no, this is since day one they talking about. But yeah, Des, I was asking you the question here. You've got your star wide receiver, you've got your 2 edge rushers, you got your linebacker, you got your quarterback, you got your running back, and then we just selected a guard. You have one more pick left on the clock. I think we've been really fair of who the Falcons will select by position, not saying any names. But looking at the depth chart, looking at the roster, Dez, you have one more pick on the board. You are in the war room with Terry and everybody else. You're looking at your roster. What position are you going after with the last pick?
I'm either looking one more wide receiver or I'm definitely looking safety, man. We got to bring in one more something that can help out in that secondary. I mean, I know we have.
Are you comfortable with safety cornerback or just safety alone?
I'm more so of safety.
Okay.
Because I feel like with the Casey Hayward addition, that kind of helps out there at safety. I mean, at corner. But I just want to fill in some gaps that I believe that we have at safety. And I feel like if we bring in one more safety, I don't know if they're available at this draft, but I just know that if we could have got a good safety or some potential at the safety position in this draft, that would have definitely helped out. But as Bodie said, Justin Ross is still out there, and I do like that pick at receiver. Just imagine Justin Ross, Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Daryl Patterson on the field at one time.
That's an amazing sight right there. I mean, you look at the paper and you're saying, "Oh, damn, we're stacked."
Stacked, bro. Justin Ross would be an amazing number 2 if he developed. But it's got to be a reason.
Bodie, you said you wanted to improve the running back room. You got one. You got your running back. We talked about the Georgia player. We got our Georgia player. We're just doing our checklist here.
Mm-hmm.
And everything
seems to improve the worst wide receiving room in the league, too.
So your last 2 picks would be what now?
Why not bring in
there's only one more pick, but your last 2 decisions of the pick.
Like you said, we need a safety. So we got to hold a safety. And We brought in linebackers. We brought in pass rush. We got corners. So we could just aggress O line. You bring in, why not bring in the wide receiver? That's the only thing that makes sense. Only thing.
For me, Brian had mentioned true nose tackle. Looking at the roster, if I'm in the room with them, I'm looking at the nose tackles that I have. I don't know if I'm going to be cutting any players or if Grady's going to be going, but it's tough with Vincent Taylor, Anthony Rush, Davidson, Grady. You got the 4. You got 4 edge rushers. You have how many linebackers now? 5? 5 linebackers, I believe. So let's put linebacker on the table for me. Safety is an area that needs a little bit more depth. Let's put safety back on the table. Cornerback could use a little bit more depth. Let's put cornerback on the table. So on the defensive side of the ball, I'm pretty much secure with my defensive line. I'm secure with my linebacker, with my defensive tackle. Linebacker is 1. Corner is 1. Safety is 1. So linebacker, corner, safety on that side of the ball. Going to the offensive side of the ball, tight end or wide receiver. I know we might be good on a little bit of tight ends. I'm looking more of a tight end who's not a frisker. Don't forget where Pitts is. Let's treat Pitts like a Patterson. He's to the right. He's to the left. He's not on the line. Who's the other tight end outside of Frisker who's going to stretch the ball down the field? If you're running like a Kyle Shanahan type offense, you need a lot of tight ends out there.
Yeah.
Remember with this Josh Harris when he was here, he was listed as a tight end, but he was a long snapper. Kyle made him get into the plays and score that touchdown and catch some passes because he was like, why do we have a 5th tight end if we're not using him? We're going to use him. So put him on the field. And those heavy packages work. And if Arthur's running to that full tight end, the Tennessee type of offense that he ran, he's going to need one more tight end. So let's go for me. And I have no problem selecting if they select any one of these pick positions. Linebacker, corner, safety, wide receiver, or tight end. Those are the 5 groups I think that can use one more player. We will find out within hopefully the next 10 minutes the way that they're moving. New England's on the clock. Arizona's up next. Cleveland, Chicago, Tennessee, Houston, Detroit, Chicago, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, New England, Rams twice, and then the Falcons. I hate to say it, boys, but it's looking like we might be at 5 o'clock in the Joker. So anybody has to cut out, do what you have to do. But if not, I'm still going to get this last pick out the way. Next year, seeing how we did this sitting right here, Bodie, we might have to go to the draft and just video everything. Falcons, the first pick, select Joe Johnson. There he is right there. We'll talk to y'all later. But this has been fun. Plus, it introduced the one time for the fan show. It introduced the live show. This is the first time I've ever gone live with the show. So it was fun. Day 1 was amazing. Let's just go back in time. Day 1 was just edge of our seats.
Yeah, we didn't know what to expect.
We didn't know what to expect. And now we're 2 days after where these players are at the camp now. They're at not at the camp, but they're at Flowery Branch. They're talking to the GMs. They're talking to Arthur. They're talking to Steve Cannon, everybody in the room, Rich McKay, everybody. They're talking to everybody, and they're ready to play. They're ready to get out there and make some moves. For us, we was on the edge of our seat every minute when it came up to the Falcons. We had our mocks. We had everything set up. But then again, in the future, no more mocks. Just select the player, and we'll talk about it. Because I would have been disappointed if I would have bet money on a mock, and then it never would have happened. To hear that Drake bet $100,000 on Drake being selected the first wide receiver is truly amazing. But he has $100,000. So yeah, it's been an interesting night. What if we want to go back to the first round, just real quick? Because as you see, New England's pick is in. I'm waiting for them to hurry up. Like, come on, man. I don't know if they're going off of the commercials to keep picking, but come on, it's the last day. What do you think in the first round was a shakeup in your opinion, Bodie? Any pick that hits you like, what? For me, it was the Kayvon Thibodeau one for the Giants. That hit me like, no way. No,
it hit me like that because that's who I wanted.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I was high on him, man. That man was considered the number one guy in this class in the beginning of the college football season, and then he got hurt and all that stuff, and he slipped, and Aiden Hutchinson became consistent. Yeah, I was, as a Falcon fan, I was like hurt because he went there, but the pick that surprised me the most was probably Stingley. That's when stuff got
Stingley number 2.
He went 3.
He went 3. Yeah.
He went 3 to Houston. And we was like, oh, and everybody's like over Sauce. And all the reason that people saying that because all the mocks had Sauce going in the top 10 and then Stingley going later.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But Stingley was rated the top corner. Like if Stingley would have went out last year, he would have went top 5.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's I'm not surprised, but it surprised most people.
Des, were you surprised by anything in the first round?
Yo.
Des caught on the money. He called wide receiver. He's sitting at 8 thinking, I don't give a damn who gets selected before 8. I know they going wide receiver.
I knew it, bro. I
knew
said it when I talked to you early that day, where I said the Falcons gonna do some Falcon shit.
They gonna Falcon.
Yeah.
They gonna take what's best available, and I just knew that a wide receiver was gonna be available because it was so much talk about these top edge rushers.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and when you hear so much talk about the edge rusher, you kind of know how the hell they gonna slip to 8 with all this talk.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
How the hell they gonna slip to 8? But then you look at the Jets when they selected their pick, and my Jets friend, I'm texting him like, I told you we about to get Kayvon. I told you. And the next pick was the Giants. And that it didn't break my heart, but it made me realize, damn, they about to go get, it's day 1. So we're thinking Malik Willis. Oh man, anybody go get quarterback?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, anybody go get Jordan Davis? No, they said Drake London. That's it. Welcome to the A. Cause that's how it is. That's how it is. Dez, overall so far, what is your overall grade? With still one more pick on the board, what is your overall grade of the Falcons? Have they addressed your needs of what you need? Are you ready to get ready for training camp now? Are you ready to go out there on the field? I mean, we're still one pick away. This pick is not going to be the biggest pick in the draft. Who knows? But are you satisfied with the draft so far? Any overall grade for them, or do you want to just wait for the last pick? Dez Dallas has stepped away. Bodie, same question goes over to you. Are you satisfied with the Falcons picks, or are you still waiting for one more? Because you've been very spot on of who the Falcons should select, position group wise, not the player. But how do you feel about this team now? The guard is in there. Like, are we ready? Are we ready to get to this season? Can we still add another free agent to the mix to make us feel better? A veteran or somebody who can get after it. I mean, no, we ain't got that much money. We can still guarantee a player more money next year. So it's not like we can't go get one more free agent. But do you think the Falcons are ready right now looking at their team, or they still have some more work to do?
Man, Falcons are doing great. They filling holes, man. Like I said, that's all they need to do is, as long as they follow what they did with the scouts and how their scouts brought these players back and said, yeah, they can fill this hole, that hole. And they've been doing that. And I ain't got nothing bad to say about this draft. Like, they brought in some freak athletes, some thumpers, a little bit of everything that we need. And I think we need one more thing.
I think we need one more, huh?
One more thing. I'm sitting here on Justin Ross's.
You sitting here on Justin Ross, huh?
I'm sitting here on looking at his Twitter right now.
Okay.
He just tweeted out, T. Higgins, he tweeted out, watch how Justin Ross shocked the world. And Justin Ross retweeted and said, I just need that one chance.
There it is. Seeing how it's not the first round no more, we can't really project these picks of saying, oh, this guy's going here, this guy's going here. Now there's just so much talent left on the board. There's a lot of players that are sitting there at their houses. I do remember hearing stories about some players that would walk away from the TV, go cut the grass, go do something because
those are the
just,
stories.
Yeah, those are the stories that make you, they kind of win you over when they get selected to your team because
Man,
you're
I
sitting
was
there
taking
thinking,
a nap. Then I got drafted. I woke up. They came and jumped on me.
yeah. There was a player about some Falcon. I can't remember who it was. He said the phone had died, and then he saw a number from Atlanta. He thought it was spam, and he didn't want to answer it. And then he answered it. Then his phone died. And after his phone died, he had to rush to go get it. He answered the phone. He was like, "Hello." And the guy called his name. He was like, "Coach." He was like, "Yeah." Then the phone died. He was like, "Oh snap! I gotta hurry and call this coach back." Sure enough, it worked out to be good because he was selected by the Falcons, or he was traded to the Falcons. I can't remember what player it was, but I do remember hearing the story from the Atlanta Falcon player.
I remember.
Good thing I remember his name. I probably would have butchered his name too. But yeah, most of these guys I can, their names are easy. It just rolls off the tongue. Matt Ryan, Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, Freeman. That's easy. But they're bringing in some players this year. I gotta get back to work.
Yeah.
Dr. Arnold. I don't even want to say his last name. Matter of fact, let me try it, man. I gotta try it. There's no other way. There's the only way to be great. Only way to be great. Let me try it. Arnold. Hey, Arnold. Hey, Arnold. Arnold Ibekite.
Ibekati.
Ibekati.
It's what the pronunciation I saw. Ibekati.
Okay.
Like
guess what?
Iba, every kiss begins with K.
Every kiss begins with K. Well, I'll ask him when I get to training camp.
Yeah, definitely ask him.
Because I know a couple players that I'm going to be going over to try to get some information from.
Yeah,
and
I'll probably be right next to you.
Come on through. The only thing you got to look out for, excuse me, sorry, need some water. My ginger ale's done. All my water's done. 4.5 hours here, man. The only thing you have to worry about when it comes to training camp in those days is a lot of people's going to rush the rope. Dez knows this too. A lot of people's going to rush the rope, push you back. If you're at the top of the hill, you got to run down to the bottom of the hill. If you're at the bottom of the hill, you'll be first in line, but just be prepared for some people to come over there and push you out the way to come get their autographs. For me, I don't need the autographs. Not too big on autographs. I want to talk to the player.
Yeah.
Autograph is like, here, sign this. Yeah, I got the signature. I'm out of here. All right, cool. Let's talk. You know what I'm saying? I want to ask you. I remember Austin Hooper talking to him at the training camp, his rookie season. And I said, Austin, what is one of the hardest things that you were trying to grasp coming into the NFL from college? And he looked up at me. He said, honestly? I said, yeah. He said, the playbook. And I thought about that and I said, man, I got to think for this journalism thing. I can do this. You know what I'm saying? But it was just normal for that moment. But going over there and speaking to Austin, he was right in front of me and I just asked him a question, man. Because you see these players on a level of they're heroes to some of us. You know what I'm saying? Like the Georgia Bulldog players, they're heroes to a lot of fans. The Braves, what you guys did to the city for the city, like we needed a championship.
Needed it bad.
And the Braves did it. They're heroes. Dansby Swanson, Freddie, Acuna, who contributed before he got injured, Ozzie, Travis Deneau, you know what I'm saying? Austin Riley, you know what I'm saying? Max Fried. Well, I can keep going on. I should have did a Braves show. Well, I can go on about these teams now. I love them Braves. Georgia too. Atlanta United too. You know what I'm saying? That's why I like being at these events and everything. But I saw early after asking Austin Hooper that question that I really have a thing for this. I really like this. So just be prepared at OTAs and training camp when it's open to the public. You want to make sure you find the best seat. And they won't answer questions in an interview like type of flow if I'm sitting there with a microphone like this recording you.
Yeah.
Because they know that you're not media. But some of the players, they keep it real cool. Maurice Green, who was selected by the Falcons a couple seasons ago, I was real cool with him. Followed him on social media. Followed him on Facebook. I remember hitting Facebook and hitting his page and sending him a friend request, and then hit him send him a message like, "Hey man, shout out to you being selected by the Falcons." I think he came from Bowling Green or something.
Yeah,
and I was
wasn't
like,
a receiver?
"Yeah, he was a receiver, kick returner. He was supposed to do something, but then he never made it.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
he didn't make it with
through.
the team."
Yeah.
And then I had to delete him from Facebook because it's like I ain't need him on the team no more. You know what I mean? He ain't a player no more. But I sent him a message and I was like, "Hey man, shout out, rise up." And he hit me back real quick, like, "Who the hell's you?" You know what I'm saying? I'm just letting him know, like, yeah, I'm a diehard Atlanta Falcons fan. Just want to say what's up to you. Shout out to your, you got drafted and continue on with your career, man. Have a good one. And he was just like, "Oh, thank you, bro. Appreciate it, man. Rise up. I'm ready to work." I'm like, "All right, cool. That's what's up. I ain't trying to be I just said, what's up?" I said, "Congratulations. You'll be seeing us at the training camp. We're real deal Falcon fans. I welcome you to the organization." But yeah, you'll see it out there at OTAs, and it's a good feeling being around the players. They have the regular OTAs where I go to, where it's just the players in shorts and t-shirt, with the helmet, running some routes, basic stuff, and that goes on from about 9 o'clock to about 11. And then they do their lunch and break, and then they head inside to the training facility with stuff you don't see.
Yeah.
But then it comes to June. I had it up here. Let me see if I can bring it back, because that would be the date. Mandatory minicamp, June. It's a OTA session, June 6th through the 9th, June 14th through the 16th. The pads come out.
Okay.
And you're going to hear some cracking. And then you're going to see some players fighting for their position. They're going to do 7-on-7s. They're going to do 11-on-11. And those are the days when the videos start coming out, when you're looking at social media like, "Oh, he caught that?" Oh,
yeah.
He did. Yeah, you're going to see it. That's the live part. Be prepared to have also your chair. They don't like the big tents and stuff over you. So if you're on the front row, make sure you have the chair that has the umbrella that comes over the chair.
Okay.
The back of your neck is going to catch fire, my boy. You ain't seen Flowery Brank's son like Flowery Brank's son on that field, bro. You're going to feel like a player out there. They gave you the mini fans too. That's how you know you hot. You know it's gonna be a hot area when they give you a mini fan. They give you a mini fan.
Oh, yeah. So they know already.
But the batteries don't work.
Oh shit.
It ain't Duracell, it ain't Energizer. It's some damn Rider battery from back in the day.
Oh, it's like that bazooka gum. It's just gonna last a little bit.
It's pretty bad.
Like, hey,
it's pretty bad. Not the bazooka gum. My boy, excuse me. Oh God, that boy said the bazooka gum. Hey, boy, you brought me back. I just had to think about that. Like, damn, the bazooka gum was sitting next to the Fleer cards.
Yeah.
And the what's the other cards? Not the Fleer ones. They had some other ones. Can't remember them thing, man. God, some good times growing up. But the Atlanta Falcons, round 6, 206. Our pick is the last pick for round 6 for the Falcons. No, not the last pick of the draft, but the last pick for the Falcons. It is 213. We're at 206 right now. That means we should be able to wrap this up really, really soon. And this has been truly amazing. But what's going on here? Okay. This has been truly amazing. But of course, all shows will have to end. And this show's going to be coming to an end soon. I just want to get up out and go get something to eat and have a good day. I did this off of the Falcons, man. They better find out who the hell I am. No, I'm just playing.
Man. Find out who this man is, man.
Yeah, you know, I don't want to push it too much because I know a lot of people. And I don't want to just push it into their face just yet. Like, here, retweet, post, do all this. I'm gonna let people come to the platform. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be the annoying podcaster that's pushing you in your face and telling you, hey, you got to watch this. You got to. Nah, look, what we speak is real. It's authentic. It's legit. We don't bash. We're professional. And these are some of the things that when I do go speak to some of the members of the organization and do let them know, like, hey, I'm in it for you guys. Because I'm a big diehard fan. I hope that they do look at it and say, well, here, let me do something to help you out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Traveling to the games, the away games, the home games, everything. Season ticket holder, PSL holder. I really do put a lot into the Falcons. When I brought the podcast up, Boo Man told me about you, Bodie. First time you start talking about the Falcons, I said, "Yeah, you got to get on the show. You got to get on the show." But we're here. We're at the last pick for the Falcons. It's 6 away. Overall, good draft. We know what happens after the draft. These players will be lining up. They should be. Well, first OTA session is May 24th, so they get about a half a month to go hang with the fam and chill. Hopefully, continue with the workouts, individual training, and everything, so they could be much better going into the season. But May 24th, 26th is the OTA session 1. OTA session 2 is June 1st through the 3rd. And session 3 is June 6th through the 9th. The mandatory minicamp is June 14th through the 16th. They haven't announced when the days are open to the public, but those are the cool days. In the past, go ahead, Bodie.
No, I would say those are the cool days, as in cool, not hot.
No, they're hot.
No, they're all hot.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, for me, the gates open at 9. I try to get out there about 6.
Yeah.
In the past, it's tough to beat the two people who's always there in the front row, Joe Allen and Eric Parker. They're the first two sitting in line. And when I come around the corner, first of all, when I pull up in the parking lot, I already see Eric's car and I see Joe's car. So I said, okay, I didn't beat them. Both of them live in Gwinnett, so they're closer to Flowery Branch anyway.
Yeah.
Joe, actually, I believe he camps out in the woods. He does camping, and then he wakes up early enough to go sit in line to be the first person. Joe Allen was featured on CBS. He's a real big fan. I've known Joe for about 6 years now, so I plan to get Joe on the show too as well. Eric, I plan to get him on the show too as well. He was on the first season of One Time for the Fan when I did the full podcast. Eric is really cool as well. But I plan to have them on the show. I plan to have every Falcon fan I can get on the show. Class, who was supposed to be on the show tonight, he is a referee apparently for like basketball. So there's some type of basketball tournament going on, but he's a referee. He's a big time Falcon fan. He's one of the admins of one of the Falcon groups. But he is very vocal about what he likes and does not like about the Atlanta Falcons. And more so, looks like he doesn't like right now what the Falcons are doing. But I've seen him post recently, and he's starting to come around of just letting the team
be the team.
But he's one of the players. He's one of the fans that, you know, he would be a little bit upset of why this person was drafted over why this person was drafted. And he is still a longtime Atlanta Falcons fan. He's a good fan. He's a good guy too. So that's why I had to bring him on the show. But he will probably be on the podcast because there's no more live show after this. It's everything's podcast up until the 12th of May. So yeah, the OTAs will be out there. The cool thing about, if I'm gonna tell you the cool thing, most of the time OTAs is during the week. So a lot of people don't take off work to just go to OTAs. The ones in the summer is different. It's June. So trying to get to OTAs while the kids are in school is a little bit different versus going to summer camp in June when the kids are out of school. The summer camp one is packed. It's going to be packed. And of course, you can buy your jerseys. You can buy, they're going to have all the jerseys out there, all the merchandise. Food is usually cheap. OTAs, I spent $3 and had a whole meal.
Can't beat it.
You can't beat that. The way that they do it, the way that they look out for the fans, that was pretty cool. But yeah, OTAs is going to be nice. Training camp is going to be nice. And then we get into the big boy stuff, which is preseason. And we got a lot to discuss, man. We got a lot to discuss. I don't plan on doing too many live shows this year after the 12th of May.
Yeah.
A lot of things will be podcast related. But otherwise than that, I mean, round 6, pick 208. We only got a couple more picks left for the Falcons. I think we talked about who we want. We want another spark in the secondary. For me, I wouldn't mind if they brought in another tight end, or they can bring in another spark to the wide receiver. I think we all agreed on that.
Yes.
At this point, I don't know. Look, they're talking about Desmond Ridder. which I'm very high on. I'm very high with Desmond Ritter, and now they're talking about which quarterback is in the best situation, and it is Desmond Ritter, which is pretty cool. But the Panthers, they ain't got much to do. They didn't get nothing this draft.
They didn't really get nothing that moved the needle for me.
You talking about rebuild or you talking about resell? Because the Panthers need to sell their franchise. They need to sell to a different team who can come in here and compete in the NFL. But they're just an embarrassment of a franchise.
Yeah,
they'll find out what's going on this season. You didn't attack nothing in the draft. You didn't do too well in free agency. You resigned
on Sam Darnold.
You said they're still doing what with Sam Darnold?
Still counting on Sam Darnold.
That's the sad part. They still believe in Sam, even though Matt Corral is there. They still believe in Sam. I think the NFL gave up on Sam after the Adam Gase situation with the Jets.
Yeah.
Adam Gase talks too highly about Sam Darnold to come in there and blow up the Jets' career like that. They got rid of him so fast too. It was like bad season, bad season, bad season. Get out of here.
Yeah.
He deserves it, man. He deserves it. He deserves to get kicked out of the league, especially playing for Carolina. But yeah, like I said, a couple picks away from the Falcons. I don't even have a round 6 availability in front of me. Otherwise, then
I do. Justin Ross. Go get him.
Rams might surprise you here coming up shortly with this Justin Ross guy because they're not probably going to bring back Odell.
Yeah.
I believe they signed Allen Robinson.
They do.
They signed, one of the free agencies, one of the wide receivers and free agents, one of the free agents and whatever it is. And then what's that guy's name? They let go. The one who was injured, Robert Woods.
Yeah, they traded him.
So one of these picks, I think, for LA is going to be a wide receiver, probably.
Possibly.
Let's hope it's not Justin Ross. I think the Falcons, now that you keep saying Justin Ross, Dez has said Justin Ross, I'm all about it now. I want to see this Justin Ross guy. I want to see what he's made of. I want to see.
He just need a chance. Like he flashed all that talent, and they say if he'd have went out, if he didn't miss 2020, then he would have been the wide receiver 2 in that draft, right behind Chase Young.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not Chase Young, Jamar Chase. So, I mean, his ceiling can't go from freaking top 5, top 10 pick to undrafted guy. There's something there. So
it's just good to see all the Georgia fans on my timeline posting Schaefer. They love it. Let's see here. Rams, ATL. Vegas is amazing too. Now we could have did so much in Vegas outside of the draft.
Oh yeah.
That's a good thing about Vegas. I'm a gambler too, so I would have been out there gambling at the casinos left and right.
Yeah, I would. Do a couple. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's very expensive, but yeah, man. Draft overall was success. How do you think the NFL did with their draft this year? Do you think it was nice? I mean, it was outdoors. The weather was nice. No problems there.
Yeah, they need to keep it outdoors. Yeah, everything looked good. I mean, that was in there packed like sardines.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how the fans love it. It was all good. It would have looked good.
That's good, man. That's good. If it ever comes out here to Atlanta, just know we gotta be quick with where we would be.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't be. I would say it wouldn't be in the city somewhere. Like you said, the city's congested.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of open land. They'll probably do it in Covington or some shit. Like
yeah.
It's in Atlanta now. It's in Covington.
It's in Covington. Go up 20 after Sigmund Road.
Yes.
You might hit Porterdale. Be very careful.
Yeah.
It's a lot. LA's pick is in. We're doing the mass stream here, ladies and gentlemen. For those who's going to be watching it later, for those who tuned in now, thank y'all so much. 4 hours and 53 minutes, Bodie.
Good 5 hours.
I'm calling Arthur Blank, man. Bro, 4 hours, we're well over 10 hours.
Yeah.
In the past 3 days with the Atlanta Falcons, covering all their picks.
All of them.
all because we know that this team is capable of doing something this year. And the season's coming up. Once again, I don't know how, Bodie, I don't wake up to say we're going to lose, bro.
Yeah,
I
don't
can't.
either.
I can't wake up and put on my clothes and put on my gear and get in my car or travel to an away game and say, we're going to lose today. We're going to lose respectfully. Nah, bro, we're going to win. We're going to win. And I'll sit there. If the game is at 8, man, I'll sit in that stadium all damn day if they pay me. I'll sit there all damn day. I don't care. I'll sit right there. You didn't even got to pay me, bro. You just let me walk around the stadium and talk to the Falcons, man.
I get it.
I'm a real deal Falcon fan. Comment section is back up. I've been sitting here so long, the mouse done froze. Covington is not Atlanta. Conyers is not Atlanta.
Not Atlanta.
Porterdale is not Atlanta.
You ain't lying.
Hey, Jabri, man, thank you for being in the chat. How were our Atlanta Falcons? Oh, we have a question. How will our Atlanta Falcons afford this rookie class? Will Deion Jones stay? Will Grady Jarrett still be here? Here's the funny thing, Jabri. We have the money to sign the rookie class.
Yeah.
We talked about it the other day. They have the money to
get
sign
to
the
that point. You can do what you want, Jabril.
Yeah.
Cut Mike Davis.
Yeah. They still have some June 1st moves they have to make. And if I'm not mistaken, they have until June 11th or 12th to sign their rookie class. So they have about a month and a half to free up any cap space they want to. Deion Jones could be a part of that. Grady Jarrett could be a part of that. Your boy Mike Davis could be a part of that.
Mm-hmm.
Or they just have everything configured out. One thing I have to say, there goes Quentin Lake from UCLA. And look, he's going to the Rams. The safety. That's what I was talking about earlier. The safety.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. I was just about to say it.
He made it. He made it all the way to here. So that's crazy. 2 more picks and then the Falcons, and then we'll get ready to start wrapping this show up. It's 5 o'clock. We should be out of here hopefully by 5:10, 5:15 the latest. No later than 5:15. If the Falcons trade back, I'm tossing everything right now. There's no more podcasts for the rest of the year. I wouldn't say that. What's I going to? The draft class. Yeah, have until some day coming up. I think it's the end of May or middle of June until they can go ahead and sign their. Oh, he's Cameron Hayward's brother. That's who that guy was. I knew that Hayward name sounded familiar. He's Cam Hayward's brother. They have until the end of May, middle of June to sign their draft picks. They have more than enough time. Will Debo be a part of that cap break that's going to help them? Will Grady be a part of it? Honestly, the way they're rebuilding this, I'd keep Grady. Yeah. I'd keep Grady and give him that other shot and just find out, can Grady adapt with this new defensive line? I don't think it mostly was Grady. I think teams kind of looked at it and said, hey, Grady's the best guy on the defensive line. Mm-hmm. We got to double and triple team this guy. Don't even worry about Means and the other guy. They ain't
going to get there anyway.
But if we let this guy get past, he going to get there. And there was a couple times you've seen this season, Grady got there. It just was too late.
Yeah.
Or he got there and then got knocked back. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was right there. I seen a couple plays when he played the Giants. He was, get out of here. That was early in the season. And, of course, teams adapted to say, no, we got to stop Grady. And it doesn't limit his, production. People looking at it now, 1 sack, all this stuff. I understand. But Grady's still the hometown hero, man. There's no more Julio. There's no more Matt. There's no Ridley. Deion is not from here. You know what I'm saying? Grady's the guy you got to keep. He's the spirit.
He is.
He's the spirit behind this team. It's bigger than just putting on the pads. It's a guy that hey, if he's not working in this 3-4, what can we do to make it work?
Yeah.
You don't have to just go, base 3. You can go base 3-4 every play. It's not a problem. But there's a couple 3-4 schemes where they can line up 2 nose tackles and make it look big, send the linebackers in a certain way.
Mm-hmm.
You got to know how to scheme it with Grady.
Yeah,
I say keep Grady.
That's all that is. They're gonna figure it out with Grady. I wouldn't mind Grady being a lifer.
For lifer, we need one for lifer in here.
Was that?
We need one for lifer, a player who was drafted by the Falcons and will retire a Falcon, and we can hang his jersey up in the top of the rafters.
I wouldn't mind if Grady was that guy. If the business come into it and he got to get traded or he want to go try to win a ring and Falcons help him out like they did Matt, never know.
Well, I mean, let's see what's happening here. I don't know.
The Rams taking forever on this pick though.
So there's some people here that's just upset, and there's some people here that have they use their platform. Going back to the fans that's upset. They have a person here who's really upset with the Cincinnati pick. He has a platform where he makes a lot of jokes, and he goes live sometimes after the games to talk about the player and why do we draft this guy, Matt Ryan, all this stuff. He's been doing it for about a year and a half now. I didn't even know he was a Falcon fan until he started making the videos. But he's upset about the guy from Cincinnati. He says the whole front office is blind. That is a lie, my friend. And that's why, once again, oh, there goes your boy. Look at the Rams selected. That's Boo Man Boy, ain't it?
Oh, yeah, that Boo Man Boy.
There he goes. He ran a 4.7 in the 40.
A 4.7. Ugh.
Well, you need to be playing strong safety.
No, he need to be playing in the XFL.
Yeah, not the XFL. God, not the USFL.
He's not a corner running 4.7, dog.
I'm sorry. I mean, shout out to Kendrick. He just got selected, Georgia Bulldog. I mean, we rep the Bulldogs. They're gonna go to break during the Falcons pick, aren't they? Oh, I was about to say.
I'm on ESPN. They interviewing right now.
Yeah, Jabri. He's right there. Yeah, that's him. But I'd like to get him on the show and find out his thoughts. Maybe I can reach out to him. He ain't that, I could try to find a way to reach out to him. I know some people that's close. The Falcons select a tight end.
That is?
From Georgia.
No.
Right there. Is that the pick, or are they just talking about players available?
That's the boy you was wanting. That old Fitz from Georgia.
6'7".
Double down on Georgia picks.
6 receptions, 83 yards in 2021. 10 receptions, 95 yards, TD, 2020 career highs.
Damn.
He wasn't used much. It was Brock Bowers.
Yeah, they didn't need him because we had Washington too.
Yeah, Washington too. Run the ball. Brock Bowers, Pickens, run the ball. The other wide receiver, run the ball. Bowers.
Mm-hmm.
Washington every now and then to stretch the field, but the Atlanta Falcons with round 6, pick 213, tight end John Fitzpatrick from the University of Georgia. We got 2 Georgia players, baby, back to back. Let's go.
Crazy thing is, Atlanta ain't drafted they haven't drafted a Georgia player since 2011.
That was a
key.
key.
And they drafted 2 today. And that player was Hakeem Dent.
Yeah.
It
There it is, folks.
I have to look again.
Oh shit. Bodie, before we get out of here, man, I gotta talk about this real quick. Bodie.
Yep.
We spoke about, can you have a successful draft without drafting a Georgia Bulldog? Day 1, day 2, we kept raising the question because the picks were coming around. We see Georgia players on the board. Georgia players get selected. And now we get to day 3. I raised the question earlier, but remember I said, I think the possibility is getting lower and lower that the Falcons will select a Georgia player.
Yeah.
And then God slapped me in the back of the head. He said, shut up, boy.
He said, shut up, boy.
Let me tell you something. Don't you ever say them words. And then we go get 2 players from the University of Georgia with the last 2 picks in the Falcons draft for tonight. Now the Falcons can wrap it up, close their boardroom, and they can go get dinner, same like most of us. But please tell us about your thoughts on the last 2 picks as being Georgia players, and how do you feel now with the draft being over for the Falcons? I remember I said tight end now.
You did say tight end.
They had to stretch the field because you got Pitts lining up all over with the 3, 4, 5 wide receivers set. Frisker's in there to block every now and then. Who's running down the field to stretch it? The plays that I seen from Frisker was 1, 2, 3, turn around, catch the ball. out route, turn around, catch the ball. I didn't see Frisker running 60, 70 yards down the field or pulling Kittle moves or Kelsey moves. He's a blocking tight end.
But here's
He's
the
a good
thing.
pass catcher in between the numbers.
Mm-hmm.
But they just got a guy 6'7", tight end. He's going to be running down the field. Please tell me, Bodie, you're a Georgia fan. How do you feel about these two picks, brother?
Here's the thing with this guy. He don't have too many catches in his career.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a. I'm trying to pull the stats up here, but
it's tough when you ain't got much stats to go. I think
It ain't
ESPN gave
much.
us all his career stats right there on the screen.
I think it was like it might have been like 20 catches, 200 yards, and 1 touchdown throughout his Georgia career.
Mm-hmm.
He's not. He's a blocker.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to be a blocker. So let's say they brought in another blocker to compete with Frisker. If that's the case. That's what it's looking like. They got 2 dogs. I don't know if it's on purpose or if their board just fell that way, but they got 2 dogs.
Let me ask you about the running back question. Let me ask you about the running back question.
Mm-hmm.
You're now seeing the draft is complete, so now we can talk about this.
Okay.
For the Falcons, they selected a running back in the 5th round, fifth round.
5th.
But Cook went before this running back, who was one of the premier backs in the college football. Why didn't they just go get James Cook from Georgia earlier? There has to be something they see from this Tyler Aguirre guy versus James Cook. They had the opportunity to select the running back. Now you see that they knew that they was going to go running back. Do you think their draft was set up to have running back in the 5th?
I think that they were. I think they told Dean Pease, we're gonna give you some help back there, man.
Mm-hmm.
We need some defensive guys. Dean needed some guys. Like we got, like you said, we got running backs. We had running backs already.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't the most dire need.
Mm-hmm.
The most dire need was defensive. So they went and got the linebacker Anderson. They went and got the DN, the
Malone.
doctor. They went and got the other linebacker, Malone.
D'Angelo,
D'Angelo. They had to help Dean out. They had to get help Coach Pease. They had to get him something.
They gave him some good players too.
They did. Now running back wasn't the most dire need. Like, of course, Cook. Yeah, you just have to sacrifice that. But they did get to the 5th, and they had Algier on their board, and he was there.
Mm-hmm.
So they was like, okay, well, shoot, we like him, so we're gonna get him here. Mm-hmm. They had to focus defense first because that defense was lacking.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a dude with no gun, lacking.
Mm-hmm.
Lacking. They didn't have nothing. Like, it was just bad. So I commend them for they're going to get that weapon on offense in the 1st round.
Yeah,
they're just going defense. You know what I'm saying? Like, he just had to. It had to be done.
Well, that's good to know, man. I'm just glad that they selected the players from Georgia. We talked about it. I kept raising the question every day, seeing Georgia players on the board, and now it has gotten to the point where Georgia players now selected 2 Georgia players by the Atlanta Falcons, which is good. You kept it at home team, kept it in your backyard. I think now we move forward to the next step of the Falcons, which is OTAs, training camp, mini camp, rookie mini camp, and then it's time to get ready for this NFL season.
Yep.
We have been here for 5 hours and 7 minutes, and I can tell you that it was unexpected to be here this long on day 3. Hopefully next year all the Falcons picks are in the first 3 rounds, and that's it. But yeah, there it is. The Atlanta Falcons selected their last pick. John Fitzpatrick, is it?
John Fitzpatrick. Yes.
John Fitzpatrick. So once again, we've been here 5 hours, man. Yesterday we did 3.5. Yesterday we did almost 4. The other day it was 3.5. Our Atlanta Falcons are our team. We love them. Shout out to the Braves, Hawks, Dogs, everybody around the city of Atlanta, except for Tech. I don't mess with Tech. Shout out to the Dream too. That's crazy. The Dream gets a shout out, and the Tech don't get a shout out. It is what it is. Shout out to Atlanta United too, the second team, their D2 team. But yeah, we don't deal with Tech, and we're gonna have a Tech fan in here too. Her name's Terry. She's really cool. I'm gonna bring her on the show too as well. So yeah, that's it. the Atlanta Falcons with their draft. So I get all the names correctly without butchering any names. I'm actually going to put a picture up on the One Time for the Fan page. John Fitzpatrick, one of their selections.
Mm-hmm.
Is this what I'm seeing? So Terry posted a picture. His son was wearing Drake London's jersey in the war room.
Mm.
So that lets you know that Terry's son is he knows talent. He knows talent. Terry's definitely teaching these kids the right way, man. Shout out to Terry Fontenot. John Fitzpatrick, tight end. Justin Schaefer from the University of Georgia. 2 Georgia Bulldogs out there with the Falcons. Shout out to them. Might have to go get those jerseys. They might be here longer than some of the other players. Tyler Allegra, Algier. I'm so sorry. Tyler Algier has been selected as well. D'Angelo Malone was also selected by the Atlanta Falcons. Desmond Ridder, our franchise superstar quarterback that I hope gets a shot this year. If not, he will be ready when it's time.
Mm-hmm.
Also, we have Dr. Arnold Ibakite.
I don't know.
Dr. Arnold, when I go to training camp, I'm going to try to do my best to ask him, how do you pronounce this? Because we're going to be saying your name a lot here in Atlanta. You might be Falcons' all-time sack leader by the time your career is done. We hope so. We hope you also bring a ring to Atlanta. And, of course, Troy Anderson, who was also selected, monster. These are some players. Anything freak athlete. But our guy at number 8, the one everybody who is going to have to really pay attention to this season is Drake London from the University of Southern California. Shout out to the Trojans. My sister went to LSC, so I ain't got no problem with that.
I like the Trojans.
Trojans are nice.
Yeah, I like playing them on NCAA football when that was.
You still play that?
I have the last one made. Yes.
Oh, they're supposed to be coming out with a new one. You know, the NIL deals are in place and everything. EA Sports was supposed to be updating and bring out another one.
It better be right because I still play 14, and that game is like almost 9 years old. It's 9 years old. So I still play that game.
I'm glad you said games too. I have to go talk to the Elden Ring guys and get them in and start playing some Elden Ring or some FIFA. I have a whole Saturday and Sunday ahead of me let's do the podcast tomorrow, bro.
That's fine. That'll work.
Let's get ready today and do the podcast. The podcast is only 30 minutes. We'll do the podcast tomorrow. The earlier the better, unless you want to enjoy your day. But just quick 30 minutes, talk about what's going on with the Falcons, these picks, different platforms everybody listens to. A lot of people listen to podcasts and don't listen to YouTubes. Yeah. So it is what it is. Shout out to everybody who's tuned in on the stream today, yesterday, Thursday. We had a really good show on Thursday. We had a great show yesterday. We had another great show today. We have covered total probably over 12 hours of the Atlanta Falcons draft from Thursday, starting at 7. Draft was at 8. We started at 7. We started at 8. And then Friday's draft too as well. 7. And then today, once again, we're over 5 hours here with the One Time for the Fan show. Bodie 3000. I'm comfortable with the draft picks. I'm sure you're comfortable with the draft picks. Falcons draft is now over. The other teams will bring in their players who they think is going to make something happen. Hopefully, they won't make nothing happen if they play us. But shout out to all the players who were selected in the NFL draft. You're now taking the next step in your career to become more professional. So I salute that. But if we're playing you on the schedule this year, we don't like you. I'm just letting you know right now, straight up off rip. You made it to the NFL. Bodie, do you have anything else to say before we end this stream tonight? Anything about the draft? And of course, we want to get to our shout out. So please go ahead and let us know. Do you have any shout outs before we end this stream here? Get it going.
Man, shout out to everybody who rocking with us. Shout out to everybody watching the stream. Shout out to the new players coming in. Shout out to Falcon Nation in general. That should cover just about everybody right there.
That should cover everybody right there. Shout out to everybody. For my shout outs to everybody who's tuned into the stream. Day 1, day 2, day 3. I thank y'all so much. Everybody who's commented, the subscribers who've subscribed now on YouTube, people on Twitter who's showing support, Facebook, everywhere. You guys have been a big help. The reason why this podcast is is here is because of the Falcons. And of course, with the Falcon fans, we want to make sure we get everybody on the show. So if you do get a chance to view this show anytime, always go to Facebook, One Time for the Fan on Facebook. You can go to Twitter, One Time for the Fan as well. And you can also email at onetime@forthefan.net. One thing we always want to remember is that we hate the Saints. So we do not like them. The city is nice. The culture is nice. The food is great. Bodie, you'll get a chance to taste the food and gamble and get their cheap drinks because they love to give you cheap drinks with the cheap alcohol. So be very careful of that. Bring your own alcohol to New Orleans as well. But yeah, we got so much in store for this show. We've talked about so much with our Atlanta Falcons, and our draft picks are in. Everything is set. We move on to the next step now for these players' career of making this roster and helping us become great. We got to get the roster down to 53 players, and they're going to be doing that over a course of the next 4 months before we get ready for the NFL season to begin. Yep. May 12th, be on the lookout for another show, live show, 8 p.m. right here, StreamYard. We're going to post it on YouTube, Twitter. We're going to be breaking down the schedule of the Atlanta Falcons. We'll try to keep that show less than an hour. It's going to be very easy with seeing the schedule, breaking down the teams that we play, the weeks that we play them. All rosters will probably be ready to go, so we can kind of talk about what team we're worried about, what team we're not worried about. But for the most part, I ain't worried about nobody because I'm a diehard Atlanta Falcon fan. Bodie, you gave your shout outs. You done great, man. You've done really great. I must say you are a definite a great person, a great individual, longtime Atlanta Falcon fan, diehard fan, Georgia Bulldog, Braves, everything, man. You're a real super fan here, and a lot of this show couldn't have been done without you, sir.
Appreciate it. I'm glad to be here, man.
I ain't got no alcohol, but empty cup. Cheers to you.
There you go.
About to go drink. Right
I'm gonna drink too.
Yeah, get ready to start my Saturday. It's for the Falcons. So once again, that is it. Next show, May 12th, 8 p.m. We'll get it going. Podcast tomorrow. We'll post that on the social media. Don't forget where to find me. And of course, like always, there's a signature that I love to say. One time for the Atlanta Falcons. One time for all the draft picks selected in these past 3 days by the Atlanta Falcons.
Mm-hmm.
One time for Dez Dallas, checked in and out. Who knows where he's at now? One time for Boo Man Shouted. One time for Bodie 3000.
Yeah.
One time for this Super Bowl that we're about to go win.
Yeah.
I am Jack Spade. I'm your host. Y'all know where to find me. One time for the fan.